Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was in Middle-earth? Harry Potter x Lord of the Rings. Part 1. Harry through the looking glass. Darkness. Complete darkness. A heavy breathing in the middle of it all, his heavy breathing. Battle cries. Fleeting rays that momentarily illuminate his hectic career, and the place, painfully etched in his memory. He's scared. He doesn't know what to do, he can't see anything. Sirius. A desperate cry escapes his lips. Soon laughter fills the place. The laughter of Sirius, his beloved godfather. He picks up speed, even though his legs refuse to go any further. Keep running. A new ray, just as fleeting as the others. Only this one not only illuminates a bloody battle but also Sirius Black and the beginning of his fatal fall. Everything begins to happen in slow motion, as if time will insist on making him suffer. He sees the fear in her eyes, the terror of knowing what is going to happen. You can see how the pupils get smaller. The paleness that begins to cover the dark face of his godfather. All, so slowly, delaying the moment, giving him false hope. But time must pass and you see it fall. Pass through the veil, disappear. The screams stop, and so does the lightning. Everything is darkness again. Loneliness. Sirius. Sirius. He shouts desperately, as if that would bring him back. Sirius. Harry wakes up in his bed. Sitting up quickly as the scream escaped his lips. Sweat ran down his face. He was agitated, as if he had run hundreds of miles. He took a quick look around the place. He was in his room on Privet Drive, on his bed. Again escapes in a whisper, again the same dream again. Remus Lupin's words still swirl in his head. There is nothing you can do. He can't come back. It's too late. Yeah, it's too late. I was late. He repeats himself mentally. I was late, I failed him, I failed the only person who understood me, I failed Sirius Black. The sea. Lent tears begin to fall down her cheeks, burning her skin, leaving their terrible trail of pain on her, for that there is nothing now, just a great void where he, Sirius, was before loneliness overcomes him. The same as before entering Hogwarts, but he feels it more terrible, more painful, because he has already tasted the sweetness of feeling loved, wanted. And now that loneliness engulfs him again, he feels it more terrible, more suffocating, because before entering the school of wizardry he could only imagine how beautiful it was to have someone love you and protect you. But now he knew that feeling that was taken away from him, once again. And he knows it. He feels it, he feels that horrible pressure in his heart. You will never hear his voice again, read his letters. He will never see Snuffles chasing cats around for fun again, he will never see Sirius Black again. He's dead. Dead because of me. He raises his green eyes, blurred by tears, towards the dark sky. I killed him. And with that last dark thought, sleep defeated him again, locking him in terrible nightmares where he was the murderer of everyone who came close to him, of everyone he loved. July 30th. It had been just over a month since his departure from Hogwarts, since his fatal mistake ineptitude. During that month nothing relevant had happened. Attacks by Voldemort, pain in the scar, or anything out of the normal. But every 3 days he had to write a letter to a member of the Order because of the threat that Remus, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Mad-Eye Moody and Tonks had mad. To the Dursleys, but they were empty letters, false. I'm fine. Don't worry. Also, due to the threat, the Dursleys allowed him to have all his things inside his room and Hedwig to go out hunting every night. However, the nightmares had not stopped tormenting him. Every night the same dream was repeated. Every night his unconscious was responsible for reminding him of the death that his ineptitude had caused. But something new appeared. A ring, smooth, of gold. Suddenly, fire surrounded the ring and then some marks began to appear on it, some runes that were completely unknown to him, and a voice. A voice that sounded in the distance, so distant, reciting something about some rings. Yes, he always said the same thing. He had heard it so many times in his dreams that he already knew it by heart. And he had it written on a piece of parchment. 3 rings for the elven kings under the sky, 7 for the dwarf lords in stone houses. 9 for mortal men doomed to die, 1 for the Dark Lord, upon the dark throne. In the land of Mordor where the shadows spread. 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to draw them all and in the darkness bind them. In the land of Mordor where the shadows spread. He didn't know what it meant, but he was sure that if he had heard it so many times in his dreams, it was something important. Also because of the nightmares and the constant feeling of guilt that overwhelmed him. He had begun to seriously study many of his books, to remember old spells, reaffirm the knowledge learned and learn a little more about everything. They had also sent him some books. Remus and Hermione mainly, books that dealt with DCAO defense against the dark arts, books on transfiguration and charms. They sent them to him because even though Harry told them in his short letters that he was fine, they did not believe him and wanted to keep young Potter's mind occupied with something, so that he would not be thinking about the matter of Sirius or that of Voldemort. They also sent him clippings from the newspaper El Profeta where they praised the young man's skill. Since Voldemort had made his public appearance, the wizarding world once again Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore as its heroes. Harry, without a doubt, devoured every tome that fell into his hands, encouraged by his nightmares. He no longer wanted to be the inept Harry, everyone wanted to protect at the cost of their own lives. He wanted to be useful, avoid a new tragedy. How wrong I was. Another change in the young man was that his hair had grown, with mischievous strands poking his face. And he had neglected his personal appearance quite a bit, not that he gave it much importance before, but, apparently, he had picked up Black's habit of letting his hair grow whenever he felt unhappy. 10 minutes to 12. Soon I will be 16 years old, he said looking at his watch. And so it happened. 10, 9, 8 minutes, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The alarm on his watch announced the arrival of July 31st. Not that he was very happy to have been born at the end of the 7th month, if only. Had he been born earlier, or later, Voldemort would never have killed his parents, he would never have had to live with the Dursleys, he would never have had to go through everything he had gone through until now. Unfortunately, would have, does not exist, and he knew it very well. Sound of some owls approaching interrupted his gloomy thoughts, as if he had had a different kind of vacation experience. 2 owls landed on his bed, one was Hedwig and the other was a strange owl he had never seen before. It was a brown owl, large in size and huge yellow eyes. Hedwig went to her cage, while the other owl extended her paw to show Harry a small scroll she had tied to her. At first Harry didn't take the parchment, because he was busy thinking that it was very strange not to see the sea of owls arriving, well, not that many, but several that brought him gifts from his friends. Soon his mind jumped to the most terrible of ideas. Something must have happened to them. With this in mind he closed the door and window of your room, also draw the curtains and turn off the lights. Harry stayed for a while without even blinking. What? He read the note again. Without a doubt his eyes were not playing a trick on him. He discreetly looked out the window, but he didn't see anything or anyone. After a few minutes of weighing the probability that it was an attack by Voldemort, and deciding that it was not, he did what the note ordered. Once that was done, he sat, waiting, the 2 owls watching him curiously. Shortly after, a loud plop was heard, and where air had previously been occupied was a man. Harry stood up with a start and, as a reflex, grabbed his wand and pointed it at the man. "Who are you?" I asked in a commanding tone. "Hello Harry, so long, and this is the welcome you give me," said the man as he summoned a Lumos with his wand. "Professor Lupin?" Harry asked without lowering his wand. Exactly. It was Professor Lupin, however he looked too tired, and despite still being young his hair already had several gray strands, more than the last time she saw him. Despite this he smiled affably at her. "That's how it is. Happy birthday, Harry," he said as he approached and hugged him tightly. "Happy birthday. What are you doing here? What has happened?" he asked after undoing the hug. "Nothing. I'm just coming to take you to the Order's headquarters," he said, somewhat surprised by the young man's coldness. "We need to collect your things." Observing the sorter in the young man's room, "It seems that you have been very busy," observing each of the books with a smile on his lips. "Right Harry, yes." With this, Silence reigned in the bedroom, except for noise caused by packing all of Harry's things into the large trunk. Ready. However, I think you have a new trunk. I had to make several of your things smaller, he said, affectionately taking the young man's shoulder. Harry just nodded his head. And how am I going to get there? That is to say, I don't see that all my bodyguard escort from last summer has come, he added in a sarcastic tone. We will use a portkey, Remus answered, ignoring Harry's tone as he took out a small pen. I thought it was too dangerous to use unauthorized portkeys. This one is authorized. Since the appearance of Voldemort, Dumbledore has the full support of the Ministry. In fact, the entire wizarding world trusts him more than Fudge. I see, he said, looking at the portkey. Well, it's better that you go first with the trunk. I'll follow you, it helps. I'll leave a note for your uncles, he said, taking out a letter. Hump, Harry exclaimed, and then took the trunk with one hand and with the other touched the portkey that Remus extended to him. Soon he felt himself being pulled along with the trunk, and after a brief moment he appeared in the room of Grimmauld Place. Before he could get rid of the strange feeling that using a portkey left him, a chorus of voices rose throughout the place. Happy birthday, Harry. Flashback. Molly Weasley was with the headmaster of Hogwarts in what was the meeting room of the Order of the Phoenix headquarters. Albus, I'm sure Harry isn't well. Poor thing, after Sirius's death he must feel so alone. I understand you, Molly, and it's something I haven't stopped thinking about. That's why I thought it would be a good idea for you to bring him here. This way, being surrounded by us, we would take care of taking him away from his sadness. I agree with you, but you know that I can't separate him from his aunt. He hasn't spent enough time with her yet, the director responded seriously. But then we can throw him a beautiful birthday party. It would be the first one he had. That's a wonderful idea, Molly, said Remus, who had just entered the room. Oh, I have so much to do and so little time, he said, leaving the room and leaving the two men alone. Albus observed the werewolf. Since Sirius's death it seemed as if the years had gone by, making him look much older than he really was. Remus, I know what you are going to tell me, Albus, and I understand it. However, I can't help but feel this great nostalgia knowing that all my childhood friends are no longer with me, not one of them but I will survive, he added with a smile. I must do it for Harry. End of flashback. Harry's eyes widened, and it was no wonder. Everyone was there. All of us Weasleys included Percy, Tonks, Hermione, Remus, Kingsley, Mundungus, even Mad-Eye Moody. And it wasn't just them. I could see a pile of gifts on a small table. Harry was speechless. His mouth resembled that of a fish. I was so surprised. I'm so glad to see you, Harry, said Hermione, going to hug him. Harry, honey, how have you been? Asked Mrs. Weasley. Well, he limited himself to answering because he still couldn't get over his astonishment. Hello, Harry. It looks like you've grown this summer. Look, you. They already caught up with Ron, greeting Tonks. How is that? Ron approached his friend. In this way each of them greeted him and welcomed him. Shortly after Remus appeared, apparently he had left the letter on the kitchen table. Wow, Harry, are you thinking about letting your hair grow? Charlie asked him. Personally I thought it was a good idea, added Bill. It will be a good change, Harry. Soon Mrs. Weasley arrived announcing that it was time for dinner, to which everyone, literally speaking, ran to the dining room because they were dying of hunger. Dinner passed without any problem. Over many were a little sad because they couldn't get more out of Harry than monosyllables or short sentences in response to the questions or some conversation they were trying to start with the young Potter. For this reason, Mrs. Weasley thought it was time for cake and opening presents of the young man in the hope that he will be a little happy. And so it happened. They sat in the room and each gave their gift to the young man who, following the wishes of the public, immediately opened it. But the gift he liked most of all was a small album containing photos from the time the Marauders had been at Hogwarts, courtesy of Remus. So 2 in the morning arrived and Mrs. Weasley sent them all to sleep. Harry would sleep in what had been Sirius' room, which had been arranged with all the stuff from when Sirius had been a student at Hogwarts and before he ran away to his father James's house. However, Harry did not have time to appreciate the bedroom because he had fallen exhausted as soon as he touched the soft bed. Harry was in the middle of a terrible darkness. However, soon he heard a metallic knock, Like something rolling on the floor, he stayed waiting, trying to distinguish where it came from. But the fact that it was like an echo did not help him distinguish where it came from. A lo lejos se escuchan unas voces distantes. Aquel con el poder de destruir al Lord Oscuro tres anil. Los para los reyes elfos bajo el cielo nacido de aquellos que lo han desafiado tres veces siete para los señores enanos en casas de piedra nacido a la muerte del séptimo mes nueve para los hombre. Es mortals condenados a morir lo siguiente fue devorado por la risa de un hombre, la fuerte risa de un hombre. Sirius. Comienza a caminar en medio de la oscuridad. Conforme avanza las voces proféticas dejan de escucharse. Tan solo la risa que llena todo el lugar, comienza a correr pero sus pies se sienten tan pesadas. A pesar de la negación de sus pies al movimiento pronto lo ve como un hechizo salido de una varita golpea el pecho de Sirius y lo hace perder el equilibrio. Sirius. Pero todo da un terrible giro y ahora es el Harry, quien sostiene la varita de donde salió el hechizo yt. Hay a Sirius justo en frente de él y puede ver como comienza a sar. No, he tries to get closer to help him but a cold hand holds him. A donde crees que vas, Harry? Whispers an icy voice very close. Say to his ear so close that he can feel the cold breath on his neck. Harry freezes instantly. He recognizes that voice perfectly, he would recognize it anywhere. Voldemort. Mira Harry, Miralo sar por tu culpa. No es verdad dice Harry haciendo un gran esfuerzo para que su cuerpo recupere su movilidad, pero se detiene al sentir unos ojos azules sobre sí, unos asustados ojos azules que lo Eran acusadoramente y alcanza a leer en sus pálidos labios la palabra murderer. Harry begins to shake his head as he tries with all his might to free himself from Voldemort's grasp. Sí Harry, acepta. Lo que eres de una vez se acerca hasta que sus labios rozan el oído de Harry un asesino, como yo lo arroja atrás del velo mientras Harry podía observar sus manos linas de un espeso líquido rojo. Harry comienza a sar. Puede sentir esa sensación en su estómago. El vértigo y trata de gritar pero de sus labios no sale sonido alguno, pronto ve como unos ojos rojos la observan terriblemente, Nte la mirada en cada fibra de su cuerpo luego escucha la terrible risa de Voldemort junto con las siguientes palabras, Feliz cumpleaños Harry, tan pronto escucho esas palabras un terrible dolor la inunda. Un terrible dolor en su cicatriz, la cual comienza a brillar de un verde intenso. De los labios de Harry tan solo pueden salir terribles screams of pain. Harry estaba gritando fuertemente en su alcoba, mientras una de sus manos se encontraba sobre su cicatriz frotándola fuertemente, tratando de aplacar el dolor. His body moved from side to side and his pajamas were completely damp because of the sweat that his body gave off. Harry, wake up. Arms fervently take him between them, protectively Harry wakes up. Green eyes suddenly open, observing everything confusedly, then they rest on the figure holding him in his arms. Professor Dumbledore, he tries to say in the midst of his great confusion and agitation. Harry tranquilo, era una pesadilla, solo era una pesadilla. Decía mientras alejaba los mechones de cabello de su rostro para observar measure la cicatriz la cual brillaba, débilmente, en tonos verde. En la puerta de la habitación se podía observar a Remus con una preocupada expresión en su rostro. Un poco más atrás a la señora Weasley que se encontraba abrazando a su marido, también se encontraba Severus Snape quien observaba toda la escena con un impassible rostro sin embargo sus ojos eran completa confusion. What have you seen Harry? What was it that happened? Albus asked as he helped Harry sit up. Voldemort he responded, carefully observing his hands. Harry look at me Dumbledore raises the young man's face what did you see? Harry stayed for a moment looking at the headmaster of Hogwarts he hadn't seen him since school, since he confessed to him about the prophecy. Since Sirius's death he felt like he should be furious with him, but he couldn't, that momentary hatred had simply faded away and even after he told him that everything he had done was motivated by a great affection he had for him, he couldn't hate him. Nothing, nothing, he said, looking down at the sheets that covered him. Well, you know that if there is something you want to say, you can do it without any fear, added Dumbledore before getting up. The others looked at Harry for a moment, and after asking him if he was okay, if he was completely sure, they left him alone. Remus would have stayed with the young man, but he insisted that there was nothing to worry about, that it had all been just a dream. A few weeks had passed since Harry's incident. The OCCU pants of the house had already gotten used to Harry's nightmares and his, "I'm fine, don't worry," responses, but they couldn't help but worry about the young man. The only thing they could do to try to avoid those nightmares was to give him a lot of activities during the day so that he would end up very tired and sleep more peacefully at night. But he had already been locked up for a long time. Dumbledore did not consider it safe for him to leave the barracks. The young man was in a bad mood, and it was not that he disliked all the activities that they had made him do, because he was learning magic with the Aurors. The Ministry had granted him special permission to do magic because of who he was, Harry Potter, and because of the appearance of Voldemort. They wanted the young man to be able to defend himself. Tonks, Kingsley. Even Mad-Eye Moody came over to give him a little of the great wisdom he had. Even Hermione had started to teach him some runes at Harry's insistence, due to the strange ring of his dreams. And Ron was always up for a few games of wizard chess. However, that didn't change the fact that he felt caged, because of this. "Come on, Albus, the holidays are almost over and Harry has been locked up. I don't think a walk through Diagon Alley will hurt him," Molly insisted. But Molly, I guess it's okay. However, I think some members of the Order should go, Remus added. It won't be very necessary, Albus added. Why not? Remus asked, fearing that the headmaster had lost his mind. Because Miss Granger has given me a great idea. Diagon Alley. Mrs. and Mr. Weasley, their children Ron and Ginny, Hermione, Remus and a completely unknown boy, were approaching Gringotts. All good? Remus asks the boy. Yes, it's very strange to walk without anyone pointing at you, but it feels good. The boy had slightly long hair, which was dark brown, deep blue eyes very similar to Sirius's that were not covered by glasses. His skin was a white tone. He was wearing Muggle clothing. Jeans that fit him perfectly and a loose white shirt. I understand, Remus added, somewhat amused, observing the change in Harry's appearance. Yes, because that was Harry, without the scar or anything. An excellent disguise. They arrived at the Gringotts Bank, and after Hermione exchanged bills they left in the direction of the vaults. In this way, Harry found out that the Black Vault now belonged to him as well as the one that had belonged to Sirius. This, added to the Potter Vault, made him extremely rich since the Black Fortune was enormous. After taking some money EY went to buy school books and Harry new robes since the ones he had no longer fit. After this they went to greet the twins in their store, which was doing very well, so they had decided to open one in Hogsmeade, and due to the success that their younger brothers had, they also had new robes for school. After this, Harry bought them each a delicious snow. But everything was too perfect to be true. They were in the refrigerator when it all started. Screams. Death Eaters. Death Eaters. The desperate screams began. And what had previously been a beautiful day to enjoy with family while shopping turned into a day of terror. Molly, stay with them, Arthur said to his wife. But, don't worry Molly, we'll be fine, Remus added. Harry, don't move. I want to help. No need, stay here and don't go out. After this, Remus and Arthur walked out with their wands raised. The corridors of Diagon Alley became battlefields. However, the Death Eaters outnumbered those who tried to confront them. There were not many Aurors, and apparently the reinforcements had not yet arrived. It was a matter of seconds before they arrived, the Aurors said, and so it happened. Soon the Aurors and members of the Order were fighting against the Death Eaters, but Diagon Alley had become a war zone, people running from one side to the other, many others hidden in the various stores, one or another lying on the floor. Don't worry, it will soon pass, said Mrs. Weasley, hugging her daughter and trying to sound as calm as she could. However, a group of Death Eaters entered the icebox. The people were petrified because inside it there were only women and children. Wow, what do we have here, said a Death Eater looking at Ron and Hermione. But they are Harry Potter's friends. Get out of here, go away, Molly shouted. raising her wand like the other two ladies who were inside the ice cream shop trying to protect their children. Get us out. With this, a small battle began between the Death Eaters and the three ladies. Ron sneaked out of the ice cream parlor to go ask for help as the Death Eaters were beginning to subdue the ladies. Stop it, Harry shouted, raising his wand. A little boy laughed. Death Eater, you can't do magic or they'll take you out of school. You think so? And with this, Harry began a duel with the Death Eater, who was surprised like the others that this little boy would cost them so much work. Soon some oars arrived, but they were not fast enough because Harry could hear the scream of Hermione, who fell unconscious to the ground next to a frightened Ginny. Hermione, Harry shouted, and after taking the Death Eater out of the game he rushed to where she was. Hermione had a nasty wound and wouldn't stop bleeding from her head. God, someone help me, Harry repeated in his head, and then he could hear the cold laugh of the Death Eater who had done that to Hermione. That's what the friends of Harry Potter deserve and much more. But his laughter was silenced by a Smosius thrown at him by Remus, who arrived just in time. Harry was in the attic, already with black hair, the scar on his forehead and his dark skin, but not with his glasses, because they took away his costume at St. Mungo's, and not having his glasses at hand they decided to leave him without myopia, and after arriving at the house he had locked himself in the attic. What the Medawizard had said was still spinning in his head. They applied a terrible cruciatus. His screams were not heard because they used silence, just like the Death Eater's words. That's what Harry Potter's friends deserve. My fault, he said, shedding a few tears. It's always my fault. The tears fell from her eyes, streaking her face and leaving their trail. Once again he felt that feeling of not wanting to be him, of stopping being Harry Potter. The boy who lived apparently only to cause torment to the people who loved him and who came close to him. He saw a small flash and his eyes landed on a figure that as covered by a large blanket he approached, moved by curiosity, and, taking the blanket with both hands, he discovered the object, which was not his surprise when he found himself face to face with the mirror of Arised. And then he looked at his reflection and the reflection of his father smiling affably at him, and then he saw Sirius, who greeted him from his father's side with a beautiful smile on his lips. The tears began to fall more abundantly than before. Forgive me, Sirius, he said as he leaned both hands on the mirror. Forgive me, Mom, Dad, leaning his forehead on the cold, smooth texture of the mirror. You died to save me and I have only turned out to be a burden for everyone. His tears began to slide down the mirror. If only I could go to a place far, far away from here, from them. I don't want to see them. No, I want them to suffer because of me. The frame of the mirror began to shine while the surface of the mirror began to fog up. Professor Dumbledore arrived at the Order's headquarters. Ginny, have you seen Harry? No, Professor, I answer somewhat reluctantly and sadly. I think I saw him go to the attic just after we arrived, Remus replied. Good, very good, I'll go see him. The professor began to climb the stairs. I'm not a good wizard, said Harry as he looked at his wand and passed it through his hands, still leaning on the mirror, without realizing the changes that were occurring in the mirror, which now no longer had a reflected image but seemed to be full of fog. I'm just a danger to them, a burden. I want to leave here. I want to go away so as not to harm them. The entire mirror radiated a light that did not go unnoticed by Harry, but it was too late. The previously hard texture of the mirror now seemed like water, and Harry undoubtedly began to fall. Dumbledore had almost reached the attic when a tremendous light came out of the slots in the door, a light that did not go unnoticed by Remus, who began to run towards the attic. Albus hurried and opened the door, using the magic of his wand, only to see Harry walk through the mirror and disappear completely. Cheers. Dyko Black. Did you really like it? TT, you don't know how worried I was that it wouldn't be like that, thank you! Exclamation mark. And I promise I'll keep going. Loony Moony. I'm so glad you liked it. Thank you. And of course I will continue writing, it's something I really like. Harry Potter in Middle-earth Chapter 2. Cheers. Harry slowly opened his eyes, feeling that every part of his body was screaming because of the pain that was harassing him, while tears fell from his cheeks. Abe, those dreams would never stop tormenting him. No, they would never leave him. He would never sleep peacefully again, and he accepted it, because he knew that he deserved that torment and more. However, something brought him out of his dark thoughts. This was the simple fact that he was not in his room at Privet Drive, nor in the one at Grimmauld Place. he was not even on a soft, warm bed. Harry stood up slowly, as the pain in his body prevented him from any type of movement without torturing some part of his body. Harry was perplexed as he looked at where he had been lying, which he awesome. He had been since shortly before the nightmare began. A few dry leaves and the cold earth had been the bed of the boy who lived. He could even feel the little earth that had embedded itself on the brown skin of his face and arm. He shook himself, taking care not to cause pain. Afterwards, he looked around carefully while he took one hand to adjust his glasses to his surprise when he didn't too. The metal connection that was supposed to be on his nose. And he remembered it. He remembered everything from when they had put his big costume on him so he could go to Diagon Alley to the events in the attic. And because of these memories he knew that they had not removed the spell from his eyes, to replace his myopia, because the entire costume had been removed at St. Mungo's, and since he did not have his glasses within reach they had not replaced his myopia. Remembering everything, he began to mentally curse himself while a rage flooded inside him again because of him someone he loved very much had been hurt. His best friend, Hermione Granger, and it seemed that destiny was determined to make him suffer and the people around him to suffer. No, not destiny Voldemort, and he thought if it wouldn't be better to let himself be killed by him. Let the prophecy be fulfilled and in this way stop harming the people around him. Once again, a great sadness invaded him. He could have sworn that a dozen Dementors were surrounding him because he felt how the little joy he had left was absorbed by a great void, leaving him without the strength or desire to recover from anything, plunging him into a total depression. Tears moistened the beautiful green eyes, blurring everything, preventing him from seeing clearly what was in front of him. The rustling of dry leaves and branches in front of him caught his attention, more out of reflex than a desire to defend himself from anything that came out of the trees and bushes. And then he saw it, as clearly as his eyes, blinded by tears, allowed him the figure of a man approaching him, articulating words that his ears could not decipher due to the state of weakness in which he found himself, and then, his blurred eyes could make out the dark, somewhat long hair and the complexion of the man. Sirius was the only thing that his brain sent him in response to all the orders that Harry sent him. Sirius, he uttered in a very weak whisper, but that the other could capture. The young man staggered towards the figure in front of him, as it had stopped when it heard the name that came from the young man's lips. "Forgive me, I tried but I couldn't," he said as he advanced. "I couldn't." More tears began to run down his cheeks, and now I have also failed Hermione. If only. Harry could not move any further, because his strength had been completely exhausted and his body refused to comply with the wishes of the young, and for this reason he began to fall, prey to a terrible dream. Frightened, Harry realized that once again he had not reached him, that once again he would fall behind the veil without him being able to do anything, but he did not fall to the ground, but strong arms stopped his fall, and he realized that he had been caught. "I'm glad I found you, Sirius," he whispered happily before falling back into a deep sleep. Two people were walking on a carpet made of dry leaves and branches, in the middle of the vast forest of large and beautiful trees. One of them had shaggy dark hair with gray streaks, a little long, and a pair of keen gray eyes on a dark face. Their clothes were dark tones. Tied to his belt he carried a sword that was tapping lightly on his hip, a heavy, olive green cloak, stained by many travels, wrapped tightly around his body, some soft leather boots, which fit very well, but which had been well worn and were now covered in mud. The other was tall and erect, his hair shining gold, his face young and beautiful, free from fear and luminous with joy, the eyes bright and alive, and the voice like music. There was wisdom in that forehead and strength in that hand. He had curious ears that ended in points, nothing like those of men, and this was because he was an elf, but not a simple elf. "A lord of the elves. I am glad you have returned, Aragorn," said the elf. "Yes, I'm happy too. However, lately I feel like Sauron is taking power again, Glorfindel. I have felt it too. And my heart tells me that something terrible will happen soon. Yes, soon, my friend, your turn will come to take your rightful place among the great kings. I have felt it, my heart tells me so." However, the two friends stopped their conversation when they heard the rustling of some dry leaves and branches. "Manta Reka, what is wrong?" Glorfindel asked. "I don't know, I'll go investigate." Aragorn moved forward a little, as he had heard the rustling of some dry branches while Glorfindel stayed a little behind, straining his ears in case he heard any other noise that would indicate that someone was following them. Aragorn moved forward cautiously as he placed one of his hands on the hilt of his sword, preparing to fight if necessary. Soon he began to make out a figure rising among the trees, a solitary figure. As he approached it, he realized that unsheathing his sword was not going to be necessary, and all the caution with which he had been acting until then was replaced by surprise. As he looked more closely at the one in front of him, a boy, who looked about 15 years old, maybe a little older, was not very tall, and had a slim build. However, what stood out about the boy were his green eyes, which were now full of tears that were slowly sliding down his cheeks. Aragorn cautiously approached the young man, for the last thing he wanted was to frighten him. "Are you okay?" she asked him slowly, making him understand that she did not want to harm him. "Are you alone?" Slowly approaching the boy. "Sirius," he uttered in a whisper, but so weak that Aragorn could barely understand, causing him to stop both in his speech and in his walk. Sirius. Had I heard correctly? Possibly the name of some friend he had confused him with him, and it was no wonder. The boy looked quite tired and was covered in dirt, as if he had slept on it, in addition to the fact that he looked very sad, too sad, so much so that he himself, Aragorn, could feel how that sadness touched his heart. But he was brought out of his thoughts by the young man. "Forgive me, I tried but I couldn't," said the young man as he slowly and unsteadily advanced towards him. "I couldn't more." Tears began to run down his cheeks. "And now I have also failed Hermione. If only." That sadness was definitely going to break his heart, seeing the boy in that state. What had happened to him to radiate such sadness? He saw how the young man began to fall due to the lack of strength in his body, and he could also see the fear that had flooded his young face. Aragorn moved quickly to catch him and prevent him from falling to the ground. "I'm glad I found you, Sirius," he whispered happily before falling back into a deep sleep. Aragorn smiled as he felt a hint of happiness in the young man's voice. Then he carried him to take him to his friend and then returned to Rivendell, and once there he himself was going to ensure that the boy recovered, both in body and soul. Glorfindel was waiting for his friend to return because his fine hearing had told him that there was no one else around him except for the animals that lived in the forest. The sound of footsteps let him know that Aragorn was approaching him. Soon he saw his figure, which was slowly approaching. However, he was carrying something in his arms, a human figure. "Manta Reka, what is wrong?" Glorfindel asked Aragorn when he saw him arrive with Harry in his arms. "Manta Yana. What's that?" he asked curiously when he saw the boy. "Ikenanin Seldo, he looks like a child." "Ita Seldo, he is a child," Aragorn replied. "Why did you bring him with you?" Glorfindel asked, carefully observing the boy's strange clothes. "He was alone, and he fainted, and when I found him he was crying, with great sadness reflected in his eyes." Erstand, have you noticed how you dressed? I have never seen this type of clothing anywhere, and I have visited many. Now that I see him better, you are right, I had not seen this type of clothing either," Aragorn added, observing the boy's strange outfit. "He is possibly lost. He is very young. He is not older than 17 years old." "Yes," said Aragorn as he laid the boy down on one of the cloaks he was wearing and began to examine him to see if he had any wounds. "Wait," Glorfindel stopped him. "Look at that," carefully observing Harry's forehead. "What a strange scar, and not only that, I can feel a great power emanating from her, plus look how she holds that wooden stick." "It's very curious," said Aragorn, watching the boy as he took the staff from him and put it away. "I think we should take it to Lord Elrond." "Yes, once there we will wait for the boy to tell us his story." Sirius, Harry murmured in his sleep. "No, forgive me." A solitary tear slid down his cheek. Harry opened his eyes as he got rid of the terrible nightmare he had just had. He felt so weak. What had happened to him to make him feel that tremendous weakness? But he realized where he was. He sat up scared and noticed that he was on a soft bed, and how beautiful the room was, which had a large window that overlooked a vast and beautiful forest. "Where am I? What happened?" and remembered the mirror of her eyes. But why, how? Sirius. He quickly got out of bed, but as he did so, a strong dizziness came over him, forcing him to sit on the edge of it. "Hey, don't worry," "There's no rush to leave," said a voice from the door. Aragorn had entered the bedroom of the strange young man he had found in the forest and witnessed his rapid rise, and now he watched as the boy desperately searched for something. As soon as Harry heard the sound of the door opening, he quickly looked for his wand but couldn't find it anywhere, so he just stared at the man who had entered the room. "You were looking for this," throwing the wand at him. "You were holding it tightly when I found you." "Who are you?" Harry asked, slowly getting up from the bed, taking the wand tightly in his hands and ready to raise it if necessary. "And where am I?" he added, observing the room with his vivid green eyes. "My name is Aragorn and you are in Rivendell, the house of Lord Elrond," said Aragorn. Rivendell? Harry asked. "Is he in England?" "England? What's that?" Aragorn asked, somewhat confused. Harry was completely surprised to hear what came out of Aragorn's lips. "What is your name?" Aragorn asked because he did not yet wish to question the boy regarding his origin. He would do so at another time. Harry Potter," he said, looking at Aragorn. "A pleasure, Harry," he said, thinking that the boy's name was strange. Just then the door opened, letting Glorfindel in. "Ah, Aragorn, I am glad to have found you. Lord Elrond asked me to inform him as soon as our little guest woke up." Glorfindel laid his eyes on Harry's figure. "Ah. I see that he has already woken up. How are you feeling, young lord?" "Well," Harry just said. "He is still weak, but I suppose we can take him to Lord Elrond," said Aragorn, looking curiously at the boy. "Yes, it's the best." Later he added in Quenya, "Lord Elrond is intrigued by his strange scar." "Then let's go to Lord Elrond." He approached the boy. "Do you want me to give you a hand?" No, thank you," he said, standing up and then staring at the strange clothes he was wearing, all in white tones, a loose shirt with long sleeves that had a small cut just above the neck that was V-shaped, and some baggy pants. "If you don't like it, we can make them change them," offered Aragorn, who had taken a liking to the boy while helping him put on his boots. For some strange reason it reminded him of him. "No, they are fine, thank you," grateful that Aragorn will help him put on those strange boots. Glorfindel observed how his friend had taken a liking to the boy, and it was not surprising, that is. They had found him in a very difficult situation and he knew that Aragorn reminded him of him, and Glorfindel thought so. He did not know the boy, but he could feel the same type of aura that surrounded his friend Aragorn. In this way the three left Harry's bedroom in the direction of the room where Lord Elrond was waiting for them. "New classes. Celine. TT, thank you, I'm glad you found it. Interesting considering the huge things my sister gave me, or I had already thought it wasn't. And trust, of course I will follow." "Who is Glorfindel?" "Well, this is a character that appears in the books but not in the movies. I decided to put him in because he is a friend of Aragorn and I didn't want him to walk alone through the forest. But here I give you more complete information taken from Complete Guide to Middle-earth AG. Poor Glorfindel, he was left without appearing in the film and without his horse. For more information check Harry Potter in Middle-earth Chapter 3. New classes. Harry W. as in one of the beautiful rooms of Rivendell, one that overlooked a beautiful gorge, wearing dark green clothing. To tell the truth, they fit him very well. He had grown during the month he was on vacation, not counting what he grew during the school year, and he had an athletic build thanks to the hard Quidditch training and the many problems that came to him. A week had passed since Aragorn and Glorfindel found him in the forest, as well as a week since his interview with Lord Elrond, Lord of Rivendell, and since he had allowed him to stay in his territories while he recovered and they found out where he came from and who could have left a boy in the forest. Flashback. Harry found himself in a beautiful room that was adorned with bookcases perfectly carved from dark wood and containing dozens of books with attractive covers in a material that appeared to be leather. It was between Aragorn and Glorfindel, facing the one they called Lord Elrond. Elrond's face was ageless. He was neither young nor old, although one could read in him the memory of many things, happy and sad. He had hair dark as the shadows of the evening, and girt with a silver crown. The eyes were gray and in them there was a light similar to starlight. He was the Lord of Rivendell, powerful among both elves and men. "Lord Elrond, here is the one who was found in the forest," said Glorfindel, extending a hand to point at Harry, who was somewhat nervous about the imposing figure of the Lord of Rivendell. I see that you have finally woken up. Addressing Harry. Sleeping a full day is really a rarity, so I can assume that you were too weak, he said to increase Harry's astonishment. One day, he asked himself in a barely audible murmur. That's right, I admit that you already had us worried, said Aragorn. Although you must wake up sooner or later, either by your own strength or by the magic of Lord Elrond. Magic? Harry asked himself internally as he fixed his green eyes on the figure of Aragorn and then placed them on the figure of Elrond. But tell us your name, young Lord Elrond urged him. Harry Potter, he responded while looking down a little. And what were you doing, Harry Potter, inside my woods? Were you lost? Elrond questioned. No, yes, I mean I really don't know, everything seems so confusing, I don't even know where I am, and he added when he felt the look from the three adults. Well, apart from the fact that this place is called Rivendell, I don't know anything else. I'm a little confused. Oh, watching him carefully. Come closer, young Harry Potter, said Elrond. Rai slowly approached the Lord of Rivendell, and once done, the half-elf crouched down and, lifting Harry's face, looked closely at the strange lightning-shaped scar. Aragorn and Glorfindel watched intently, not even making a single sound. A very interesting scar separating from the young man. It would be possible to know where he got such a rarity. In an accident, he responded, finding the apartment very interesting. Elrond sent a few glances to Glorfindel and Aragorn, for later. Well, I suppose he will have to stay in Rivendell until he is completely recovered, and added looking at Aragorn, and after that, we will see what to do with the young man, since it would be a bad idea to return him to the relatives who left him in this forest in such weakness. Aragorn smiled at this. I will see to it that the boy does not get into trouble, Lord Elrond, said Aragorn. So be it. Welcome to Rivendell, Harry Potter. End of flashback. Harry was sitting on the edge of the window, so much time flying on a broomstick and playing as seeker taught you not to be afraid of heights. The wind swayed her long hair, the strands of which went to her face to sting the brown skin of her face and ending one or another on her beautiful green eyes. He was so deep in thought that he didn't hear the sound of the door opening. Azelahan, said a soft voice. Harry turned around to find himself face with the new occupant of the room, in a posture that even seemed aggressive, placing one hand behind his back, which was where his wand was located. She was Arwen Undomiel, the daughter of Lord Elrond and, from what he had been able to observe, Aragorn's beloved. He was one of the most beautiful creatures on Middle-earth, the evening star to his people. Young, but at the same time she was not. Her beautiful dark hair was braided. Her arms were white and her face was clear, smooth, without flaws. The light of the stars shone in her beautiful gray eyes. There was true majesty in her, and her gaze revealed knowledge and wisdom. What do you fear, Azelahan? Why do you always act like you're being chased? He asked again with a soft voice. The young elf had taken a quick liking to Harry, and called him Azelahan because Harry had a pair of beautiful green eyes which stood out thanks to his raven hair. Aragorn is looking for you, Harry, he said while stroking the young Potter's hair. He says he has a gift for you. Him and Glorfindel, he added with a smile. I'm going to look for them right now, Lady Arwen, he said in a respectful tone and then headed for the door. But you have beautiful eyes, Azelahan. But I can see that a shadow of sadness prevents them from showing their inner fire to the fullest. Well, the look you made a moment ago was that of a warrior used to fighting for his life but who was tired of doing so. After this, Harry left the room, not knowing what to say to the Lady of Rivendell. Azelahan, I know that there is a greater force within you, a force had you hide, the lady murmured before getting lost in the beauty of the landscape. Dumbledore was in his Hogwarts office, with his head resting on his fingers which were pressing on his forehead. Wkes was in his usual place singing beautiful melodies to calm the director of the famous School of Magic and Wizardry. Ah, Fox, what can I do? Harry disappeared right under my nose and I couldn't do anything to stop it. I knew the boy needed help, but I never thought he would be able to cast such a powerful spell to get away from us, he exclaimed with a tired expression. It's not your fault, Albus, said Remus, who had just entered the director's office. If only I had warned Harry at the beginning of his 5th year, he would have been aware that Voldemort was planning to lure him to the Department of Mysteries. And now, Harry finds himself in a place foreign to me, a place where I cannot reach him to bring him back. Then we only have to wait for Harry to find a way to return to us, Remus said. Wishing his words would come true. And I wanted to come back to us. Remus sat in one of the chairs in front of the large desk. If only Sirius were here, he put both hands to his face. This would never have happened. Harry hurried through the various, beautiful, hallways to the place where some elves informed him that he would find Aragorn and Glorfindel. It was true that he had been in this beautiful house for a week, but it was simply too big to learn everything about it in just 1 week. Plus he kept marveling at the delicacy of the landscape. The house seemed one with nature around it, with an unimaginable harmony. "Oh, Harry, I am glad you have arrived," Aragorn exclaimed. Aragorn came from the opposite side. Apparently he had continued his search for the boy and now had him in front of him. "Arwen told me that you were looking for me." "That's right, but come on, Glorfindel is waiting for us." Harry looked at Aragorn with a look of confusion. "Come on, Harry. I know you'll like the surprise," he said as he placed one of his hands on the young man's shoulder. "And since when do you know so much about me?" Harry asked himself internally, but decided to follow him, anyway. He wasn't going to lose anything, right? They arrived at a clearing in the forest, near the Rivendell stable, where Glorfindel was waiting for them with a beautiful white horse that he was currently grooming. "Harry, Aragorn." The two approached the elf. "Look at this beautiful horse, Harry. His name is Asphalloth. It's very beautiful," he said while caressing the animal's back. "Since we found out that you didn't know how to ride, we had the idea of teaching you," Aragorn told him. Harry looked at him confused. "And not only that, imagine that the great Aragorn also wishes to train you in the art of the sword," added Glorfindel. "And they do this for? Well, I noticed that you have great reflexes and knowing how to defend yourself will help you a lot in these times," Harry said. Aragorn. "But I have no weapons, no horse. Horses can always be bought, plus we can lend you one," Glorfindel told him. "The important thing is to know how to do it. We must also give you a proper education. And if you are going to be Aragorn's protege," he added, smiling. "Protected?" He turned to look at Aragorn. "Yes, I thought that by no longer returning to the people who abandoned you in the forest and being able to stay in Rivendell because the elves are leaving for the Grey Havens, I thought it would be best for you to walk with me, that is, while you decide what to do with your life." "Not comin' back," Harry thought. "Far away from them. I will keep them safe from me." "What do you say? Do you like the idea?" asked Aragorn, who had taken a great liking to the young man. "Okay, good. So let's start classes." The night arrived in Rivendell, flooding everything with its black mantle full of bright stars and with the silence and tranquility characteristic of that house of elves. "Not coming back?" Harry asked himself as he inspected his wand with them. Harry, who until now had been sitting on one of the benches in one of the beautiful gardens of Rivendell, stood up, feeling the night breeze caress his face and sway his hair. "I don't even know where I am. Oh, well, I do know," he smiled, remembering a time when Aragorn had shown him a map of Middle-earth. Flashback. Aragorn and Harry were carefully observing a table. Or rather what was on the table. "Haber, Harry, are you sure you don't know Bree? Rohan? Gondor?" "No." Placing his eyes on the map titled Middle-earth. "I already told you I'm a little confused. But so much so that you don't even remember Gondor," he said after releasing a sigh. "Someone must have hit you hard on the head." He looked at Harry for several seconds. "Why, oh, you say the name of this place is Rivendell, right?" Aragorn nodded. "Then, we are in this place," pointing to the map. "This is Gondor, this is Rohan, and this is Bree Shire." "What is the Shire?" "This is going to be long," Aragorn sighed. End of flashback. "But," he smiled sadly with his eyes resting on the wand he held in his hands, "although I want to go back, I can't, because I don't even know how I got here. I know it was through the mirror, but I don't know why that happened." He sighed tiredly, "And I'm starting to think that it's better to be here, away from them. I won't be able to harm them, and here Voldemort won't be able to torture me anymore." Lumos. I watched in wonder as the tip of his wand shone with a small white light, illuminating his face and at the same time radiating a warmth that was perfectly captured by his cold face. Although the nightmares seemed to never leave me, Nox. The small light that had appeared at the tip of his wand disappeared as quickly as it had arrived, and the light of the stars was the only thing that shone on Harry once again. In the bushes, a figure walks away having witnessed this. Another thing, Azelahan, as you may have noticed, is the elvish name they give to Harry. It occurred to me that they would give him one, after all he lives with them. This one means green eyes. I'm sorry if some people didn't like it, but it seemed to me this was the most normal thing for them to call him, because they give those who are not elves a name based on what characterizes them. Let's see. Aragorn was called Esthel because it means hope, and he was the hope of men, Gandalf. They call Mithrandir, which means gray traveler, and Gandalf spends his time traveling, and you already know about gray, Gandalf the Grey. Seldo Istar, Circe. What do they say? Which Harry Potter is Rowling's? Not well, of course I already knew it. Blue Muse of Circe. But you didn't know that The Lord of the Rings is by Tolkien. Circe. Not of course I knew. Who do you think you're talking to? Blue. I was just saying, with that thing about you being clueless, Circe. How clueless? Choking his muse. Blue. Stop. I won't inspire you again. Circe. Ha. Let go of Blue. Let's continue. Blue. Not crazy. Hello TT. I'm very sorry for being late in publishing this chapter, but school didn't give me time to write it. I know they'll say that I just started, but I really didn't have time to write anything. I apologize enormously TT. In addition to the fact that I have already received my punishment, I have been sick for just over a week. That is another reason why I couldn't write TT. Victor Zarzo. Hello TT. Sorry about your name. I didn't really notice it until I uploaded the cap. It seems that I wrote an R, but if I know how to write, it wasn't that I forgot. You know how these things are when writing, you eat letters and add others. And well, regarding that magic thing, I don't know, although I would like Gandalf to teach Harry to control his magic more, and who knows, maybe even wandless magic regarding Sirius. Well, I have an idea for the boy, so it won't be a resuscitation, so to speak. You'll see. I hope you like that idea. As far as TT is very short, I know. But I simply can't extend it TT. And thank you very much. I will take your ideas into account. That elf magic school doesn't sound bad. You, if only for the pretty Glorfindel, the beautiful Aragorn, and the exquisite twins. Bye, Sally. You. Hello. Yup, it seems that you are a girl who likes quick updates. I understand you. You are always the one who rushes me to update you, although I think it takes me longer now. But I have a perfect excuse, the TT school that doesn't let me write. Gary. Hello. Sorry for the delay, but it really became impossible for me to write because of school. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very sorry, really, but the school simply prevented me from writing. Anyway, I thank you very much for your patience. But let's go to chapter 4, which is why you are here. If you have any complaints, don't blame me. It was my blue muse that didn't know how to inspire me. Harry Potter in Middle-earth Chapter 4. Seldo Istar. Once again Harry found himself trapped by one of his nightmares, in which he screamed Sirius' name, hoping that he would answer him. And he looked for it desperately, running from one side to the other, with a terrible cold penetrating his bones and a searing pain in his chest that prevented him from breathing properly. Once again he could see him falling through the veil, disappearing, never to be seen again, to never again feel those deep blue eyes watching him. To never again read one of his letters, to never again, well, he was dead away from him, his killer, from him, the boy who spent his time playing hero, putting everyone in danger. The warm tears flood his face, slowly going down his cheeks, and he feels faint every time one of them runs over his skin, escaping from his eyes. You feel a terrible pain in your throat, a lump that presses, a pain in your chest. And you want to scream with all your might. Free yourself from this horrible pain. God, what he wouldn't give to go back to the past and give himself a couple of hard slaps to stop himself from going to the Department of Mysteries, to stop himself from putting his friends in danger, and to stop playing the stupid hero. Harry falls to the floor and clings tightly to his knees, pressing his face against them, biting hungrily at the fabric of his robes. A laugh, a cold laugh, makes the young man come out of that schizophrenic state to search with his green eyes for the source of it. Poor defenseless child. The harsh, undesirable voice comes out. Are you scared, Harry? Asks the Dark Lord as he crouches next to the boy's figure. Well, you must be. Slowly, even maternally, caressing Harry's cheek. You're not real, you're not, the boy whispers, you're just a nightmare. Are you sure? Smiling question. You are not. You can't get into my mind anymore. He shouts desperately, trying to get away. Maybe you are right and they are just a crude image created by your feeling of guilt to torment you for the murder of Sirius. For the suffering of your friends. Shut up and leave me alone. He shouts while covering his ears and tightly closing his eyes. Voldemort smiles at the boy's gesture and approaches to whisper slowly in his ear. Murderer, you are a murderer. Go away. Leave me alone. Long. He screams loudly, feeling how his throat is torn by the effort he is forced to make in order to free his soul tormented by memories. Nightmares, doubts, confusion. Harry struggled ferociously in bed, sweat dripping down his forehead, grimacing in pain, terror and hatred. Harry, calm down. Harry, wake up, Aragorn shouted, trying to control the young man's attacks by holding his hands. The boy opens his eyes suddenly, and with a strong pull he moves away from Aragorn, holding his wand tightly. Breathing heavily as he cowered, drawing his knees to his chest and with a look of terror in his eyes, which shone due to the tears he had shed and which had left a trail on his cheeks. Harry, calm down, Aragorn said as he got out of bed and raised his hands. It's me, Aragorn. Harry watched him for a moment, then he surveyed the room. He could clearly see the curtains swaying in the gentle morning breeze. He could feel the warmth of the sunlight on his body, touch the soft sheets that covered the comfortable bed, and he could see the confusion in Aragorn's eyes. Aragorn, he whispered, returning to reality, realizing that he had had a nightmare and that it had gotten out of control, but it seemed so real. And at the same time, he knew that it was something fictitious, a few images created by his subconscious. He knew that Voldemort was just a creation of his, and he was sure of that because in this place the Dark Lord could not reach him, not even through dreams. What's happening? What are you doing here? Harry asked as he hid his wand between the blankets that had covered him during his sleep, and looked at Aragorn with dull, sad eyes. I came to wake you up, you remember that today you have sword training with me, he responded with a smile on his lips in order to bring a little joy to the young man who had grown immensely fond of him. He seemed tired. He looked like a defeated warrior who has no desire to get up because he feels that he will fall again no matter what he does. So tormented, why? He still didn't know, but he had to find out somehow. Because he knew that the boy suffered from nightmares, not from him but from the elves who lived in the house and who had been lucky enough to hear him speak in his sleep, calling someone most of the time Sirius. Who was this man? He had heard it himself. Hadn't that been the way he had called him the time he found him in the forest? Yes, it was, and he remembered Harry's words very well. The boy was asking Sirius for forgiveness. But how to find out? If he had learned anything, it was that Harry never said how he really felt or what he thought. At least that was what it seemed like until now. Maybe with time he would be able to make Harry trust him. Oh, right, excuse me, said Harry as she stood up, turning her back to Aragorn, showing him that she was drenched in sweat. Thy sign that the nightmare had been stormy. Harry, the boy looked at Aragorn, crossing their gazes. You can tell me anything. It may seem strange to you. He stands up, trusting someone you don't know much about. But you can trust me with anything. And after observing Harry's face for a few moments, he left the room. Harry stood still for a moment, not knowing what to do. It seemed strange to him that someone other than Sirius would treat him that way, as if they cared about him. He smiled. There was something about Aragorn that reminded him of Sirius, and, even though he didn't want to, he was beginning to trust him. But he would never be Sirius. No one could replace Sirius, his godfather, friend, brother, adoptive father. Harry left the bedroom wearing a dark green suit. In fact, almost all the suits he owned were that color. Apparently the elves loved to dress him in green tones, he supposed because of the color of his eyes. Yes, quite possibly, because they also called him Azelahan, which, according to what he had been told, meant green eyes. Let's go have breakfast, Harry said. Aragorn, who had been waiting for Harry. I see that you already know how to tie your boots correctly. I'm glad. Yes, it was just getting practice. You're right, with practice everything is learned better, Aragorn said, laughing. But let's go, Glorfindel is surely already waiting for us. In this way, both men walked side by side through the beautiful halls of Rivendell, greeting the elves who met along the way. They were about to reach the small dining room when they came across a small figure the size of a child. But it was not a child because he had white curly hair on a head wrinkled with age, and his hairy feet were no longer enough to support himself because he walked leaning on a cane, his third foot. In addition to the fact that there were wrinkles on his face and on his white hands. "Good morning, my friends. I see that young Azelahan has finally woken up," he said by way of greeting, addressing, of course, Aragorn and Harry. "Hello Bilbo," the young Potter greets the curious old man. She still remembered the day she met him. It was the same day Lord Elrond allowed her to stay in Rivendell. Flashback. Harry Potter walked through the corridors of Rivendell, observing in amazement every place he came across, every elf, every column and brick that made up this beautiful house. He was so distracted that he didn't notice that someone was crossing his path, and he collided with that someone. "Excuse me, I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention," Harry hastened to say. Worried about the other person who seemed to be a child because even though the cloak had covered him, that told him his short stature. Now, calm down boy, I haven't done anything to myself," said the voice of an old man. Harry, although not wanting to appear rude, froze when he heard the voice of what he had thought was a child and stayed in his place, sitting on the floor. "Harry," shouted Aragorn, who was coming behind while you were distracted, "look at going down another hallway," and he realized the situation very distracted, helping the other figure to stand up. When he was standing, while Harry was still on the floor, he adjusted his cloak, thus revealing the figure of an old man, a very small old man, too small, Harry thought. And, once again moved by his curiosity and leaving aside manners, he carefully observed the little old man in front of him, very short stature, like that of a child, and hairy feet. Aragorn and the little old man noticed the young man's surprise and his careful study of the old man. Aragorn laughed, and helping the young man to get up, he said, "Come on Harry, don't tell me you've never seen a hobbit." "Well, that seems like do not and saw it." The old man, "Allow me to introduce myself, my name is Bilbo Baggins, a hobbit from the Shire." End of flashback. Harry smiled as he remembered this, and also that after this, Aragorn had begun to explain each of the races that inhabited Middle-earth and talk to him about each of the parts of Middle-earth. "Very good morning to you, Bilbo," Aragorn greeted, thus bringing Harry out of his memories. "I see that they are going to breakfast," commented Bilbo, highlighting in this way his love for food. "You are welcome to join us if you wish, Bilbo," Harry offered, smiling at the simplicity of the hobbits. "That's an invitation no good hobbit would dare deny." "That's what I imagined." Thus the three characters began their way again to the dining room, which was not far away. The small dining room where Aragorn, Glorfindel and Harry ate breakfast and meals every day had a large window overlooking the vast forest that stretched around Rivendell. The floor was made of a soft brown wood that covered the entire room. The leaves of the trees streamed through the large window, thus decorating the floor with dry leaves that moved from one side to the other in the soft breeze of the wind that came through the window. In the middle of the room there was a circular table with small benches around it. On one of the benches was a thoughtful Glorfindel who was peeling an apple with a beautiful knife. While some golden locks fell over his green eyes that were staring at nothing, lost in thought. "Lumos," he added thoughtfully, passing his long hair behind his pointed ear, "who are you, Harry Potter?" "Who are you really?" he said while remembering the moment in which he had been walking through the forest, last night, and while he was contemplating the beauty of the night he had heard murmurs, so he headed out hoping to have a good conversation with the person or people who were awake at that hour, but what was not the case when he saw young Harry under the tree holding the strange wooden staff in his hands. Glorfindel decided to approach and send him to sleep because the next day he had training with Aragorn, so he walked with the grace that characterizes every elf and he silently approached him. But when he heard Lumos and saw how the wand lit up, he stopped. He had seen Gandalf turn on a light on his staff a few times and he could recognize and feel the magic when he was close, and there was no doubt about that. Harry had done magic without knowing how or why he came out of there, but first he saw how the young man murmured something and the soft light died out, ceasing to illuminate his young and tired face. He also perfectly remembered the evasion that the young man had given every time they asked him where he was from, about his past life, about his parents, friends, how he had gotten to Lord Elrond's forest, about his scar, about everything related to his life before they found him, and they were always the same answers. "I'm confused, I don't want to talk about that. What do you think is better? And he had never talked about his past, and he was very careful, or maybe it wasn't his habit to talk about his life, but the constant nightmares, the state of alert in which he always found himself. The age of his eyes, all that and more seemed to indicate that he was someone who had seen a lot, lived a lot, someone older than he really was, 15 years old, someone with more experience than a young man of that age. And as if his memories had answered his doubt and cleared his mind, a word left his lips, soft, slow, even solemn. He whispered as he ran a finger over her forehead, outlining her perfection. At those moments the doors of the dining room opened to give way to the group of 3 who came to eat their meals to start their activities for the day. Hello, Mr. Glorfindel, greeting Bilbo. I see you are here to fill your belly. Glorfindel did not respond to this, he was still deep in thought. Aragorn looked at him and then approached him and tried to greet him. Valina Aaron. Glorfindel, good morning. Glorfindel, said Aragorn, sitting next to his friend, and only when he did this did he seem to react. Ah, Aragorn. Valina Aaron, good morning, he said, looking at him confused. Mar Tala, are you okay? He asked while watching him carefully. Mar, Hannon, look good, thank you. Are you sure? Ahem, it's not that we don't like to listen to tea. He beautiful language of the elves, but Azelahan really doesn't have the slightest idea what they are saying, Bilbo reprimanded when he saw the boy's confused face. Aragorn and Glorfindel looked at Harry, but each with a different expression. Aragorn seemed amused by Harry's confusion and by Bilbo's call for attention. He had promised himself that he would teach Harry the beautiful language, and He already managed to teach him a few words, but apparently what he and Glorfindel spoke did not fit into those few words. Glorfindel for his part had a serious expression on his face, observing attentively at Harry, as if studying him. But there was also something of distrust in his gaze. I'm sorry, Harry apologized, but I couldn't really follow the thread of the conversion, and Mr. Bilbo has noticed my confusion. The only thing you can do to solve your problem, said a smiling Aragorn, will be to take some Quenya classes with me. And I could also help you a little with that, my dear Azalahe. Said Bilbo, approaching one of the benches to take a seat. Oh, exclaimed a frightened Harry, because the elven language was really complicated, and now not only Aragorn but also Bilbo was thinking about teaching him. Sure that all the inhabitants of the house would forbid him to speak the common language as long as the boy learned, but no buts, Harry, it will be a beautiful collection of knowledge. Plus it is a wonderful language because it calms animals, and there are beautiful songs in the language of the elves. Aragorn cut in before Harry continued, complaining. Right, Glorfindel, who until now had only been an attentive observer, especially of young Potter, only murmured a yes, along with a nod of his head. Harry was surprised by the elf's sudden change in attitude, that is. The day before, every time he met the elf lord he gave him a smile and even had long talks with him. Why the sudden change? We better start tasting these delicious foods, said Bilbo, looking in wonder at the food that some elves had just brought. Harry was surprised that he had been so lost in his thoughts that he did not realize when breakfast had been served, and he forced himself to look at the table. Observing in this way the exquisite delicacies that were on it, fruit of the most diverse and exotic aromas and colors that he had seen in his life in England, jugs of delicious ices that had become his favorite drink from the first moment they touched his lips, delicious freshly baked breads filled with sweet jams that could compete with the acclaimed French breads, really appetizing cheeses, fresh white butter, milk in glass vases, dishes with fragrant soft meat sausages, and an endless number of delicacies that he had not been able to try in his other breakfasts because his stomach refused to receive one more bite. Ah, the delicious cuisine of the elves. However, there is nothing that can rival the delicious meals of my beloved Shire, said Bilbo as they helped themselves to a little of everything on their large plate. You see, young Azelahan, one of these days I am going to send you to my nephew Frodo's house so that you can learn about our delicious foods, and you can smoke that wonderful tobacco that only occurs in the lands of the Shire. Smoking tobacco? Asked Harry, who considered that he was still too young to have that kind of vice that apparently everyone he knew in Middle-earth shared. Don't worry, Harry, I won't let you take a pipe yet, Aragorn added as he winked at him and opened a delicious bun, thus releasing a little hot air. But eat, Harry. Before our friend Bilbo destroys everything, he said, and then let out a big laugh. Harry smiled, remembering the peculiar way Sirius had of laughing. It was like a big bark, a fresh laugh free of all ties, which filled the room where he will find himself. Glorfindel ate fruit accompanied by a little cheese, but his eyes never left Harry's figure. He was intrigued. He wanted to know if Harry was really a wizard or what he had seen last night had just been a trick of his imagination. But, if Harry turned out to be an eye-star, then what with the other 5 wizards? Well, there were supposed to be only 5 wizards in Middle-earth: Saruman, Gandalf, Radagast, Alatar and Palindo. So where did Harry come in? What was his purpose in Middle-earth? And why did he look so young? The Astari were said to look like old men. He was very confused. There were too many questions running through his head. The other 3 occupants of the small dining room were having breakfast, chatting and laughing, when there was silence as the elf Glorfindel abruptly stood up from his seat. "Man ta Reka, is something wrong happening?" Glorfindel Aragorn asked, worried about his friend's behavior. "Nothing. Keep eating." And then he left the dining room, leaving the other 3 with great confusion on their faces. "Don't worry, I'm sure he forgot that he had to do something," Aragorn said to end the atmosphere of confusion. "Let's continue eating because today you have sword training with me, Harry." Harry just nodded his head and then focused on his plate. Aragorn and Harry were in the middle of a large room. Harry was in front of him, watching and listening attentively to everything he was telling him. Aragorn carried a beautiful sword in his hands, with a long white blade that shone in the rays of the sun that filtered through the window of the room. Running along the double edge of the blade, the handle was firm, of a dark green color without any other ornamentation that denoted it special. "Well, Harry, before starting classes I would like to inform you that I have decided for you to learn a little of the language of the elves," Aragorn said, observing him with a strange shine in his eyes. "And since it does not seem that with my lessons we are going to advance quickly in this, a great idea has occurred to me." Harry looked expectant and somewhat afraid to listen to anything that was about to come out of Aragorn's lips. "From now on all the inhabitants of this house are prohibited from speaking to you using any language other than Elvish. Is it clear?" Harry widened his eyes in surprise. He had learned over the days that Aragorn was a demanding man, but that he would go to such extremes to make him learn the language he would leave him incommunicado in order to force him to learn by the mere need to communicate. He sighed, defeated. He was going to miss the pleasant conversations with the elves. Well, not that he talked much with the others, but he was still going to miss them. "I end the current class, and in the next fencing and horse riding classes I will use the common language, but when I consider that the time has come, I will also use the Elvish language in the classes. So I suggest you learn as quickly as possible." "I'll try," was Harry's only response, but with a tone of determination, which clearly indicated to his mentor that he was not going to let himself be defeated so easily. Aragorn looked at Harry for a moment, noticing the determination in the boy, and smiled, happy to have such a pupil under his care. Aragorn made slow movements with the sword, cutting the air with it and then placing the tip of it on the white marble floor. "There are 2 types of movements in fencing, attack and defense." He began his explanation in a serious tone. "Both types of movements are very important when you are face to face with an opponent, and knowing them can save your life." Aragorn paused to carefully observe his sword. "The art of the sword does not depend so much on the physical strength you possess, but on the speed of reaction and the speed at which your mind works. Basically it is quickness of both mind and hand," said Harry. "Exactly. In a fight, calculating ch and every one of your movements can be what puts you above your opponent, and the speed you have in handling the sword can also save your life when it comes to fighting several." Aragorn paused, and Hen went to a table that was in one of the corners of the room where there was a thin golden sword. When he took it, he went to Harry and extended it for him to take it. "This will be your training sword," he said after Harry had taken it. "It is made of metal and weighs the same as a normal sword, unlike the fact that this one has no edge on either side so that no one is injured," he added, smiling. Harry looked at the sword for a moment. It was a simple but beautiful sword, with a thin golden blade where some elven characters were engraved. After observing them carefully, he turned his gaze to Aragorn. "In the common language it says, 'The way of the sword is for those with a brave heart,'" he responded, understanding Harry's look. "Now how about we start with some simple movements? Lord Elrond was inside his room, observing the landscape through his bedroom window. In his hands he held a golden goblet encrusted with diamonds, as he shook it slightly. His face had a serious and thoughtful expression, while his lips parted to breathe as he tried to understand what had just been revealed to him. Glorfindel waited patiently after having told him what he had seen the night before and his doubts. It was no surprise that Lord Elrond was as surprised as he had been. After all, if the young Potter was a wizard, then what was happening with the 5 Astari who were in Middle-earth, since it was his knowledge that only they belonged to the Order of Wizards? After a minute that seemed like an eternity, Lord Elrond turned around, thus facing the elf. The only way to dispel this shadow that has fallen over us is to ask Mr. Potter directly, he said in a serious tone. Do you think it's wise to do it right now? Glorfindel asked. Of course, the doubts are still fresh and it is preferable to solve them before our minds create answers to them that could be erroneous. I'll send for him right now, he said with a slight tilt of his head. I suggest that Ethel also come with young Azelahen. I think the same. Aragorn was carefully observing Harry's newly learned movements with the training sword. The boy had talent, it was just a matter of polishing it a little and he would make a perfect Dunedain. Plus he had incredible reflexes, so accustomed to battle. He smiled and then heard the sound of the door opening and watched as Lady Arwen and old Bilbo entered through it, both carrying G2 baskets from which delicious aromas escaped, reminding him in this way that it was time for food. How is it going? Has he turned out to be a good student? Arwen asked once at Aragorn's side. Without a doubt the young lord has a natural talent for these things of war, said Bilbo while observing Harry carefully. Yes, he has turned out to be an attentive and eager student to learn, Aragorn responded. However, this is only the first class, we must wait how he responds to daily training, he added with a smile on his lips. Don't be so hard on him, Alasar, said Arwen, looking carefully at Aragorn in the eyes and noticing that he was very pleased with her pupil. He is still young. And I think, Arwen, he said, observing her with great tenderness, that you have taken a lot of appreciation for him. Bilbo observed the two lovers and then, deciding that the food could get cold, he began to spread a thick blanket on the floor and then place the food that his basket contained. Aragorn and Arwen noticed this and she went to help the old hobbit while Aragorn went for Harry. Harry was too focused on practicing the moves Aragorn had taught him to notice that someone had entered the room. It was true that they were simple movements, basic as Aragorn had told him, but he had to concentrate if he wanted to learn them quickly and move on to the next topic in the art of the sword, sink. It was something that he had liked a lot, in addition to the fact that Aragorn turned out to be a very good teacher and seemed to have an extensive amount of knowledge about swordsmanship. He liked this. He had liked it from the beginning. It was something new, but he liked it because it demanded both physical and mental skill. Aragorn approached Harry and after happily observing that the young man had mastered the movements correctly, he spoke to him. Come on, Harry, it's time for you to eat some food, and I added smiling, I don't want you to faint for not giving your body some food. Harry stopped and lowering his sword turned to look at Aragorn. He was sweating, with the sweat running down his face in the form of fine crystalline drops that were lost as they reached his neck or fell from his face. He was panting, as if he had run thousands of miles and had left only the light white shirt that he always wore under his beautiful outfit. Is it time for a break? He asked with green eyes bright from the exercise he had been practicing until a few moments ago. Of course, I don't want you to starve to death, Harry, and then he added, come on, put down that sword, Arwen and Bilbo have come to bring us food and their charming presents. Harry smiled and quickly put down his sword. As his stomach was really demanding food, he hurried to the newcomers and after greeting him sat down on a comfortable red cushion that was laid out for him. Ha 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 ha, Bilbo River, calm down young Azelahen, that the food will not move from its place until you have decided to put an end to it. Harry blushed at that comment and at his behavior and apologized, murmuring sorry, that made everyone smile. Azelahen, said Arwen, you should not apologize for that. It is obvious that your master wanted to make you atrociously hungry. Because if my friend Bilbo and I had not appeared, I do not know at what time you would have gone to eat. Arwen, remember that from now on only Quenya and Sindarin s. Oh, that Harry can learn to speak them, said Aragorn, but smiling at the comment made by the beautiful lady of Rivendell. I know, Elisar, but don't you think you've had enough of sword training today? Harry sent a grateful smile to Arwen and then prepared to devour, literally speaking, the food in front of him, rivaling even old Bilbo Baggins. The delicious meal passed with the four of them talking about various topics. Aragorn and Arwen told him things about the different races of Middle-earth, with the help of Bilbo, who was more than happy to tell the story of his trip to the Dragon Mountain and the book he was writing. Harry listened attentively, absorbing everything they said because they told him very interesting things, plus they knew how to tell it, that is, it was not Mr. Binns' tip. ICAL history of magic class, where he made the battle seem more interesting in a lot of monotonous words, lacking the emotion that such an event represented, and in a tone of voice that never changes, always the same. Without feeling and boring. When Bilbo told Harry about his book, Harry told him that he would like to read it, to which Bilbo became ecstatic and promised to finish it as soon as possible. "Ah, my good companion Frodo would have been delighted to be your friend," said Bilbo. "He is now in the Shire, in Bag End, my beloved home, you know. I adopted Frodo because when he was a child, his parents drowned, and because of all my relatives he was the only one who showed a willingness to adventure, and of course, to be the heir to my legacy," I added, smiling. "There are many sad stories of children who were orphaned, and I add, looking at Harry, I lost my mother, I was no longer a girl, but that never stops hurting. I never knew my parents," said Harry, moved by the atmosphere of trust that had been created. The other three looked at him in surprise, since Harry never talked about anything related to him. Aragorn had the idea that if he asked him who Sirius was, maybe he would tell him now. Harry Aragorn began, "Who is?" But his question was cut short by the door opening again, revealing a pair of elves. The elves watched everything carefully and then, with a light step, approached Harry. "Azelahen began, one Lord Elrond wishes to speak with you." "Now?" Harry asked. "If possible," added the other elf. Harry looked at Aragorn for an answer, but he was deep in his own musings. "Okay," said Harry, getting up. "Let's go now." "And I go with him," Aragorn finally said. Harry gave Aragorn a smile, because he was glad that he was by his side. For some reason he felt that something was going to happen that he was not going to like, in addition to the fact that the Lord of Rivendell emanated too much power, mystery, and every time those gray eyes landed on him, he felt that he could read his most intimate secrets, his soul. Harry and Aragorn walked down the halls, being escorted by the elves who walked 2 steps behind them. Aragorn noticed that Harry didn't seem nervous and found it strange. On the other hand, it was like going to Headmaster Dumbledore's office, and he had been there so many times that it seemed normal to him. "We have arrived," said one of the elves who had escorted them. Harry took a deep breath and then took a few steps forward to enter the door that the other elf was holding so they could pass through. Once inside, Harry heard the door close. "And I look at the place. It was like an anteroom, with small armchairs and tables with beautiful decorations, plus it had 3 doors, one was the one through which you just entered." "Lord Elrond's chambers," said Aragorn. Harry was a little surprised that he was there, since he hadn't heard him enter. "And what do you think we're doing here?" asked Harry. "Lord Elrond wishes to ask you a few small questions," said Glorfindel, who was standing under a door frame. "Glorfindel, what's going on?" Aragorn asked. "Not now, Aragorn, it will be better if Lord Elrond is the one who explains the whole situation." And he added, "Please come with me." Aragorn and Harry looked at each other and then went to the room Glorfindel had entered. It was a small room full of shelves of books, Lord Elrond's private study. There was a small table that served as a desk, under a window. Lord Elrond welcomed them and invited them to sit. There were 4 chairs in the center of the room, so Aragorn assumed that they already knew that he would come with Harry. When everyone had sat down, "We have sent for young Harry," he paused, "because we have obtained certain information that has created some doubts in us and that we would like to resolve today," Elrond concluded. "What do you doubt, Lord Elrond?" Aragorn asked. "It seems to me," Glorfindel said, "that I should begin my story, and after observing the reactions of those present." He continued to narrate his walk the other night. At first neither Aragorn nor Harry understood what this had to do with the doubts of the elves, but as Glorfindel delved deeper into the story, Harry began to get a little nervous, holding his wand tightly, which at no time of the day left him. Elrond noticed that Harry was holding tightly the wooden staff that Glorfindel had described to him. And he was also observing each of the young man's reactions. When Glorfindel reached the part where Harry summoned a Lumos, the young Potter mentally cursed himself that it had been his recklessness that had brought him to these rooms. There was silence the moment Glorfindel finished his story. No one knew what to say, and the most surprised of all was Aragorn, for whom it was beginning to make sense that the young man would insistently look for that staff every time he felt threatened. Harry felt discovered. He didn't know how to take the fact that the people who had offered him shelter had discovered his secret in this way, and he didn't know how they had taken it, what everyone thought and what the future held for him. "Harry Potter, who are you?" Elrond spoke, breaking the silence. Glorfindel and Aragorn fixed their eyes on the figure of Harry, who stood with his head down, holding the wooden staff tightly, as if he were scared, but the theory was discarded when he ised his face and looked at them all with his green eyes shining with a fire of his own, with a fire of decision. "My name is Harry James Potter and I am a wizard." The other three adults were about to say something, but Harry cut them off. "And I am not from this dimension." Confessions and Departures. Ahoy! Harry Potter belongs to J.K. Rowling and The Lord of the Rings belongs to Tolkien, since Circe does not have enough talent to do something so good. Circe. Not thank you, by the way. Ahoy, is my muse blue? Only since we saw The Last Samurai she has taken to everything Japanese. Blue is blue in Japanese. Ahoy. Not leave me alone. Attempted writer. Circe. Or sometimes I wonder how you came to life. Ahoy. For the simple fact that you can't live without me. Circe. Not let's continue. For patience. And yes, it must be horrible to be spoken to in only one language, but that way you learn it very quickly. A cousin went to Belgium and since no one spoke Spanish, he learned to speak French in a month. Ooh, and that is precisely what Aragorn wants. Oh, wait, Ahoy, Blue wants to tell you something. Ahoy. Like you're going to kill me. Well, how can this writer try to continue the story without me? Cheeky smiley face. You hehehehe, excuse her. She's a bit rude. Behind the scenes Circe is strangling Ahoy. Circe. Don't be rude to the readers. We read each other. Hello sir, Miss Raida, you sorry for the delay but I'm in exams. And believe me, I'm forced to finish this chapter. I hope you like it. Kathy STGQVK. Hello Miss Hyperactive, hehehe, I'm glad you like the idea of me coming back. What was it like? Ah yes, puppy Siri Poo. Loony Moony. Hello yup. Harry is going on a trip with the Fellowship of the Ring and to live countless adventures. Thanks for the Agus and Moony. Hello, according to my calendar, Queen of Rohan and Mrs. Aylmer, you sorry for the abandoned ones, but the inspiration. Ahoy. You were calling me didn't give me much more, plus I was very busy with school. TT, they should throw the bonfire to the one who created them and, well, don't worry about the confusion because you hit on my basic idea, since Sirius is going to arrive to try to convince Harry to return with him to England, and Harry is going to be stranded in the War of the Ring. By the way, my cousin agrees to share Aomer, but she says she is of the opinion that we can weak you. Tina. Hello, here is the more thing you asked me for. Sorry for updating so late. But I was a little busy. Anita. Of course Boromir is going to appear just a little later, so bear with me. Allison Black. Ha 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 ha, I know what it's like to rush updates and not make them well. I'm very sorry for the delay and for not having seen your page yet. The exams are drowning me. TT, but I promise that by the publication of Chapter 6 it will already be open after seeing Cersei's word. What else? Well, there are still about 2 or 3 chapters left for Legolas to come out, so don't despair. See now. Emily Evans. Hehehe, so I managed to catch your attention, I'm glad. By the way, there are some dialogues in Elvish, but I don't know how correct they are. I hope they don't bother you. What comes between is the translation, so if you sometimes see Transla Tion means that they are speaking in Elvish, but that I was not able to find or write those dialogues in Elvish. Thank you. Harry Potter in Middle-earth Chapter 5 Confessions and Departures. The air was so tense that you might as well take a knife and cut a slice of it, and then throw it aside to rejoin the air molecules and close the gap it had left when it was cut from its place. My name is Harry James Potter and I am a wizard. The other 3 adults were going to say something but Harry cut them off. And I am not from this dimension, he said, fixing his eyes on each of those present. The 3 adults looked at young Potter, different feelings reflected in each of their eyes, and each of them had their own doubts. Glorfindel watched him carefully, fixing his eyes on the boy's figure. He could feel the fire of determination emanating from the young man, shining brightly in his eyes. He also watched as he pressed the strange wooden stick between his fingers, so tightly that his knuckles were beginning to turn white from the lack of circulation of the precious scarlet liquid. He wondered if it would be a good idea to try to remove that rod that seemed to be the point where he magic gathered and then shoot out in some strange way. He wondered if the boy was lying and was just a spy for Sauron, who sought to harm them. Impossible, a simple spy would not radiate the enormous amount of power that came out of the boy, and then he wondered, wouldn't it be Sauron himself who was sitting next to him? He focused on Harry's aura. No, it wasn't, because Harry's aura didn't emanate evil, but power, confusion, determination, and sadness. Aragorn, for his part, was not surprised by the power that Harry radiated in those moments, nor by the decision that shone in his pupil's green eyes. Because he had already felt that power and that decision before. That power and that decision were what pushed him to train Harry as a ranger, to have him by his side to ensure that evil did not touch him and to help him. In addition to the fact that he had grown very fond of him. What he was really surprised about was what the boy had said, that is, it is not every day that you find that your student is a wizard, belonging to the race of your best friend, Gandalf, an Istar. But weren't there supposed to be only 5 wizards in all of Middle-earth, and that the 2 blue wizards were missing? A world of possibilities was opening up before their eyes. What if the boy came from Valinor? What if it was a messenger? But it couldn't be, that is, the boy had said another dimension, not from beyond the ocean. Moment. Wasn't he supposed to look like an old man if he was a starry? Now I was confused. Elrond, the half-elf, meditated on the young man's words and also observed him. A wizard. The boy had said that he was a magician, in other words that he was a Maiar, a being with incredible wisdom and power, and a servant of the gods, but although this boy emanated immense power, High's appearance was that of a boy of about 15 or 16 years old. It was true that if you focused on his eyes you would see someone older, someone who had seen and experienced many things, but the age of his eyes did not exceed 50 years. Not even 30. In other words, in the eyes of the Lord of Rivendell, who had lived thousands of years, he was still a child but with the necessary potential to become a great warrior. If not, he was already a warrior from another dimension. This surpassed the other in strangeness, that is, the boy was clearly not from Middle-earth, but Valinor. There was too much sadness in his young soul to come from the most beautiful and happiest place in the world. Not that he already knew that mystical place, but the mother of the one who had been his beloved wife came from there. She was one of the firstborn. And she had told him about that place. There were too many questions turning on his wise head, and he knew that Gandalf would have a sure answer to a question. Everything was silent, in a deep silence in which you could hear the heartbeat of each person in the room, too silent for his taste. Not that he would not like to spend a while in it, to meditate and think, but this type of silence was sick. Because it was a tense silence, which no one dares to break for fear of what follows. And boy, there must have been fear, because he himself had experienced this kind of silence. And his experience told him that what he had to expect was an attack. Yes, an attack his knight in the Chamber of Secrets had taught him, and also after touching the trophy of the Tri Wizard tournament. Always after the blessed silence, the most atrocious things that he had ever imagined had happened. The adults exchanged glances, speaking with their eyes and deciding their next move. Harry Potter. Elrond spoke. You come here and tell me that you are an Istar, a wizard, and that you do not belong to our world. Fixing his gray eyes on Harry's green ones, searching his mind and soul to find the truth. How do you expect me to believe such a story when I do not have a single piece of evidence in front of me? Harry opened his mouth to say something, but Elrond raised his hand in a movement that told him to let him finish. It is true that Glorfindel has seen you perform a strange trick, but in these times where the enemy, Sauron, has gained great power, he could well have deceived the eyes of the Elf Lord in search of a purpose that I still do not know, he said, trying to corner Harry so that he would tell him his story, because it is not that he distrusted the young man, and it is not that the story of Glorfindel, the strange arrival of the young man and the lack of knowledge of Middle-earth, did not have certain evidence, but it had to touch all the lands, sink Their race had already been deceived by Sauron in the creation of the Rings of Power, and this had had disastrous consequences. Glorfindel was not bothered by the assumption that he had been the object of a deception because Elrond had revealed one of his doubts. On the other hand, Aragorn felt offended. That is, Elrond questioned Harry's word. However, he also knew about the half-elf's tests. He himself had and continued to be the object of these, but, using them on a boy like Harry, he managed to silence this feeling to carefully observe the young man's reaction. I am aware of this, Lord Elrond, however. I am not going to force you to believe me, he said, fixing his eyes on the grey ones of the Lord of Rivendell. I am too used to being called a liar, of being unbalanced, lowering his gaze when remembering the second year. The fourth and the fifth, where no one believed him that he was not the heir of Slytherin, that he had not put his name in the Goblet of Fire, or that Voldemort had really returned, and that he was not someone who was simply looking for a way to attract attention to himself. There was silence. No one expected this reaction from the young Potter. Harry, Aragorn said in a pleading tone that made the young man exchange glances with his mentor. We do not consider you a liar or unbalanced. It's just looking at Elrond, it's just that we must be cautious, and Lord Elrond only asks for a few pieces of evidence to verify your story. Harry watched him for a while, not knowing how to respond. He had told himself that he would not give more proof than his word. But Aragorn was asking him for proof now, and it was something that he could not deny, because Aragorn had become an important person for him. It was true that he had only known him for a few days, but he did not know how to explain it. He simply loved him as one would love a brother, a mentor, a love similar to the one he felt for Sirius. He smiled softly, and after observing the three men, he got up from the chair where he had comfortably installed and moved a little away from them, leaving room. As I said before, raising his wand a little, which was tightly held by his right hand, I am a magician, and this wand, despite looking like a simple wooden pole, is what I used to shape my magic. He paused, and after gathering his happiest memories, expecto patronum, at the end of these words, a beautiful deer emerged from the tip of his wand, shining in a blinding silver color. As soon as the beautiful creature took shape before their eyes, the three men rose from their seats, amazed by the sudden appearance of this animal and by its silvery beauty. The stag observed the trio of adults with its large silver eyes and slowly approached them, letting Glorfindel caress its snout and ing for a moment before Lord Elrond, who was studying it with all his attention. Then it approached Aragorn, who exchanged glances with Harry and the stag with a sincere smile on his lips. The deer walked around the room and then approached Harry to slowly lick his face and vanish into thin air. That is a Patronus, a guardian. Depending on the person who performs it, it takes an animal form. Mine, as you observed, is a deer, and he added, lowering his gaze, in a murmur, like my father. Where I come from, only a powerful magician is capable of performing it correctly against what we call dementors or Lethifold. A guardian created of happiness, said Elrond, or at least that's what the creature radiated, wasn't it? Harry just shook his head affirmatively. I do not believe that the enemy is capable of conjuring such a creature. Glorfindel spoke for the first time, with an honest tone. Forgive me, Harry, for considering you a servant of Sauron. Harry gave Glorfindel a smile. And there are other people capable of casting this spell, Harry? Aragorn asked. Yes, in my world, there is a whole community of human beings capable of performing magic. My parents were magicians, as are my friends, he said to increase the surprise of those present. There are even schools where they teach us, young magicians, to control our magic. This is surprising, young Harry, because in Middle-earth there are only 5 Astari. The Order of Wizards, although we have not heard from 2 for a long time, Glorfindel commented. This is why your appearance in my house was very strange, because, accustomed to only 5 wizards, a 6th arrived who does not have the appearance of an old man, and he added, Elrond, upon seeing the confusion on the young man's face, the Astari have the appearance of old men and are immortals who came from Valinor. They were once Maiars. Now perhaps you will understand why I asked for proof that you were a wizard, since in my eyes, since I have lived thousands of years, you are still a child. Although the power that you emanate is nothing that was found in one. It was because of this that I thought you were a servant of Sauron, even Sauron himself, for he has the ability to change his appearance, said Glorfindel. Although, Azelahan, "There is still something that I would like you to explain to me," said Elrond to an attentive Harry. "Your scar." Rai was startled a little. "A certain power emanates from it, evil, so to speak, and although I can see in your eyes that you are not a being devoted to evil, negative energy emanates from your scar." Aragorn and Glorfindel exchanged glances, and then settled on the figure of the boy, who seemed somewhat hesitant to tell the story of his famous lightning-shaped scar. The scar was given to me by a wizard the night when I gulped. They murdered my parents." Aragorn looked at him with sadness and surprise, Elrond with attention and Glorfindel with surprise. "You see, as you must already know, not all wizards are good." He recited the words that Hagrid had told him the first time he went to Diagon Alley. "And this wizard Voldemort," he spat the name as if it were poison, "he tried to kill me that one night. 15 years ago. Voldemort murdered my father who tried to stop him, and then he murdered my mother, but when he murdered her, she summoned a powerful magic to protect me, and that was why the murderer lost all his powers when he tried to hit me with the killing curse, leaving me alive, with only this scar," he finished saying with his gaze fixed on the floor of the room. "But how can a curse kill in this way?" Glorfindel asked. Harry took a deep breath and then, catching a spider that had crawled through the window, placed it on the table. "Engorgio," he murmured, pointing his wand at the spider. "Avada Kedavra." He pronounced these words with a gloomy tone and, remembering Bellatrix's words, with the desire to kill the spider in front of him. When Harry did this, they watched in surprise as the now enormous spider died as soon as the green beam shot out of the boy's wand. That's the killing curse. Harry hadn't been wrong. His power had grown enough to conjure this curse. And he also knew that if he wanted he could use it to kill anyone who crossed his path, but he wasn't a murderer, right? Elrond realized the enormous power that was hidden within the green-eyed boy. He now had a clearer idea of Harry's potential, and he knew that he must be taught to control it, and that he must be careful that the boy does not fall into the hands of the enemy, because it was a dangerous weapon in the wrong hands, and it was when he was extremely grateful that Aragorn would take care of the boy and that he and Glorfindel were the first beings he saw in Middle-earth. He smiled mentally. Mithrandir would love to meet the boy. "I will leave right now if that is what you wish." Harry cut off the Lord of Rivendell's train of thought. "I do not wish to cause you a blems, and I do not want to inconvenience you with my presence." Aragorn, who had been sitting like the others, jumped to his feet. He couldn't allow Harry to leave like this, to walk alone in Middle-earth. He didn't want to. "Harry, you don't have to leave," he hastened to say. "None of us wants you to leave, and the fact that you have revealed this to us will not change the concept we had of you." "Just a little," added Glorfindel, "because now you will be Harry James Potter, the young green-eyed wizard, Istar Azelahan," he said with a smile, "and protected by Aragorn too." "And we can add to it," said Elrond, "friend of the elves." Harry looked at them surprised, but a great joy burst inside him, because he really didn't want to leave. He didn't want to lose his new friends, and that was one of the fears that prevented him from telling his truth from the beginning. "Thank you," he expressed with true sincerity. When Aragorn and Harry left Lord Elrond's chambers, Lord Elrond and Glorfindel were left alone. "Harya Nuratur, he has great power," said Glorfindel. "It is true, but I can deduce that he has not led a very easy life, but quite the opposite, a life that has made him mature faster than young people his age. How do you plan to help him, Lord Elrond?" "I don't know yet, but I'm sure Gandalf will find the boy interesting." "He's right, too," he added happily, because now that things had been clarified, he completely trusted the boy again and was more than willing to continue with his writing lessons. If he could no longer return to his world, Aragorn would be delighted to adopt him. "That's what I fear," he added, thinking of his daughter Arwen and the affection she had for Harry. This added to her love for Aragorn, turned Harry into a type of union between the two lovers, and the last thing he wanted was to leave for Valinor, leaving his daughter behind, since his two twin sons, Elrohir and Elodin, seemed to have decided to stay in Middle-earth, next to the Rangers. "Lord Elrond," Glorfindel called him because the half-elf was deep in thought, thus causing him to look at him, and then ask, "Why are you afraid that Aragorn wants to adopt the boy?" "For Aragorn's destiny has a long and difficult path," he lied, thus hiding his true fears. "However, and for this reason, he has decided to train him as a ranger, and I must say that the boy has an inner flame that makes him perfect to be a warrior." Elrond approached the window, placing both hands on the table and fixing his gray eyes on the landscape. "We elves will be able to stop him." Harry and Aragorn were walking along one of the corridors of Rivendell, which was a kind of bridge between the two parts of the house and which passed just above a river fall. A silence had fallen over them. Since they left the rooms of the master of the house, only the noise of the water falling through the waterfall and the murmur of the animals that were solitary around them could be heard. Aragorn glanced at the young man who walked next to him, not knowing if it was appropriate to express his doubts, but that it was necessary for the peace of his soul. "Harry," Aragorn said in a serious tone, causing the two to stop. Harry approached. "You still have doubts, right?" he said as he leaned his weight on the railing, attentively observing the fall of the water, with the wind rocking his raven hair, and the spray of the water caressing his face. "Yes, but I don't want to force you to answer them, Harry, because I understand if I'm still not worthy of your trust," he said while leaning his back on the railing opposite to Harry's and with his eyes fixed on Harry's figure. Silence reigned over them again, none daring to break it with a word or gesture. "You have my trust, Aragorn," he said to the astonishment of his mentor. "Don't ask me when, because I don't even know," but he turned to look into Aragorn's eyes. "Why don't you ask me the questions and I will answer them as best I can?" Aragorn smiled at what Harry had said. He was happy to have the boy's trust, and this encouraged him to continue with that talk. "Since you arrived in Middle-earth, I have seen you in the moments when you were attacked by your nightmares." Harry tensed a little when hearing this. "And you were always repeating two names, one of them more frequently than the other. Voldemort and Sirius." Now, Aragorn had touched on a rather delicate topic. Sirius had to close his eyes tightly to force them not to shed a single tear. There was a long pause during which Harry forced his throat to rid itself of the lump that had settled in it. Aragorn knew he shouldn't have asked when he saw how Harry clung tightly to the railing and his body began to slowly shake. "Harry," he said in a worried tone, approaching the young man. "And if you don't want to," but his words were cut off. "My godfather Sirius was my godfather," he said when he had finally gotten his throat to respond correctly. "Your godfather?" Then, hesitating to go ahead. But he decided to do so because he knew that letting off steam was exactly what the young man needed to not live so tormented. "Why were you asking for his forgiveness, Harry?" Landing right behind the boy. "Because Sirius Black died because of my stupidity," he said without further ado. Aragorn stood still as soon as he heard this. Harry had just confessed that this Sirius Black, his godfather, had died because of him, but he couldn't believe it. "Did you love him very much?" Harry smiled bitterly. What if he loved him? Well, of course yes, he had been the closest thing to a father. "When my parents were murdered, I was only a year old. They needed someone to take care of me. Sirius would have gladly raised me, but he was unjustly accused of a crime and they locked him up, so they took me to live with my uncles. But they were not what you would call parents to me, rather they treated me like a servant, an undesirable guest, and that's how I grew up, not knowing what it was like to have parents. Friends, someone who cared about you, until I turned 11, which was when I found out I was a wizard and they admitted me to magic school. There I had friends, but I didn't know Sirius until I was around 14, that's when I found out that he was my godfather, and from then on he became my father figure." Aragorn watched him with a pain in his heart. Harry's life had not been easy at all, and he was sure he had not yet heard everything about it. "Sirius was murdered a little less than 3 months ago because of me," she said as a tear slid down her cheek. Silence settled between them again. Aragorn did not know what to say to Harry, and he was sure that telling him that it had not been his fault would only serve to enrage the young man since he did not know the full story. But he would try to find out completely and help the young man to completely discard those pangs of conscience. And he said, trying to change the subject, "Don't you miss your friends?" "Of course yes," he smiled when he remembered them. "Now we would be a short time away from entering school." "Don't worry, Harry, I'm sure we will find a way to send you back," he said to the pain of his heart because he didn't want the young man to leave, it would hurt him a lot. "No." Aragorn was surprised to hear this. "It is better that I do not return there. I am only someone who causes them regret and pain. There I am just a hindrance to them." "Don't say those things, Harry. I doubt you will be a hindrance or burden for them," said the young Potter's mentor seriously. "Yes I am," he said, turning G to see Aragorn, because of me my friends suffer from Voldemort's attacks. It's my fault Sirius was killed. It's because of me that Voldemort hurts them. Because they are my friends. He stopped, suddenly, because he had realized that he had yelled at Aragorn, that he had lost his temper. Control, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Don't worry Harry, he said, giving him a smile, I'm not upset. I understand why your reaction. Will we continue with fencing and horse riding classes? Harry said after a pause to change the direction of the conversation. But of course, and don't forget Quenya. We will also continue with the classes. But Aragorn, he said with an amused grimace of disgust. I don't want to hear a single complaint. That was the original plan and we will follow the original plan. Harry was ready to start a new argument to prevent everyone in the house from speaking to him in Quenya, but Azelahan, Aragorn, shouted the voice of an old man, we have been looking. G for them, said Bilbo when he arrived with them, followed by the Lady of Rivendell. What happened? What did my father want? Arwen asked. Harry and Aragorn looked at each other, deciding that it was best that they learn the truth from them. We need to talk, Arwen, said Aragorn. Even that wise elf had joined in on Aragorn's little game. So the first days with the only creatures he could talk to without being triumphantly ignored were the stones, occasionally the horses and his reflection, but not that he had very good conversations, because he, accustomed to only listening, had become the speaker, and the other stones, horses and reflection, only limited themselves to listening. And what can we say about the classes? It is true that at first they continued to give it to him in the common language. But Aragorn and Glorfindel, as soon as they heard that the boy was beginning to have a decent conversation with the other elves, the terror began. The classes, which at first had been fun, became torture for his poor head, which seemed like it was going to explode from having to concentrate on the explanations, translate them and observe the movements. And not only his head endured pain, but also your body. And Aragorn had become more demanding with the training, since he not only taught him how to handle the sword correctly, but they worked on his reflexes, on his speed, not that he needed it, and on his resistance. Oh, and as if those tortures were not enough, the Lord of Rivendell had asked her daughter to teach her medicine and elven magic. Well, that was like relaxing class. Because Arwen turned out to be a quite kind and understanding teacher. In addition to the fact that the first stews that he taught him after all the basic theory had been for muscle pain, headaches and to sleep without nightmares. And the latter was extremely grateful because he had not had those horrible nightmares for 2 weeks that weakened him during the night, although it was true that if he forgot to take the stew, it seemed that all the nightmares of the past nights came together and his hour of rest became a new torture, which greatly hurt his soul, and consequently this took its toll on his body the next day. The month passed between waking up at 7 o'clock in the morning and going to bed at 10 p.m. and spending a peaceful night thanks to elven medicine, and waking up to a new day full of torture that he enjoyed enormously, not that he had become a masochist. But all the classes were very pleasant, and even though his only hours of relaxation were breakfast, lunch and dinner, at those times they took the opportunity to teach him Quenya, magic or elven medicine. He did not resent not having free hours, since all those activities forced him not to have dark thoughts or remember his past mistakes. The schedule was simple and easy to follow for all those who just read it and didn't do it. 7 o'clock to 8:30 was wake up, change, and have breakfast. Then it was fencing class with Aragorn, which was from 8:30 to 12:30. From 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. it was time for food, because they had realized that the boy needed to replenish his energy after spending 4 hours with Aragorn. The end of lunchtime came the riding class with Glorfindel and with Aragorn. This also lasted 4 hours, so from time to time Aragorn taught him fencing but on horseback, combat on horseback. End of a happy 4 hours riding horses, the class with Arwen came, which began at 5:30 p.m. and with a delicious snack that suited him perfectly because it was precisely some food that he needed after being with Glorfindel and Aragorn. And while the two shared the food, Arwen was giving him the elven medicine and magic class, teaching him the secrets of his people, but which Harry learned and mastered quickly, after classes, which ended at 9:30, which was when class with Arwen ended. Dinner came, and after the delicious and grateful dinner, then he retired to his rooms, took a relaxing bath in a bathtub with oils to relax the body. Courtesy of Arwen's teachings, At the end of the bath it was to put on your pajamas and drink your anti-nightmare stew and go to sleep as they said. Oh, and of course, Quenya classes ran all day long. As it was the only language they spoke to him. It was the morning 1 month after the talk with Lord Elrond. In the middle of an open area of the forest stood 2 warriors. Separated by no more than a meter, each holding a sword, the blade of which glistened in the light of the morning sun. One of them was a man who looked 35 to 40 years old, had dark, somewhat long hair, and insightful gray eyes on a dark face. His name is Aragorn, captain of the Dúnedain. He wore dark blue clothes, with long boots. He wore a strange ring of 2 snakes that devoured each other, as well as a sword sheath tied to his belt. The sword was in his hands, held firmly and raised a little to the side of his head. The other was a young man with bright, bold green eyes on an attractive dark face. Her hair, black as the night, fell messily to her sides. It was long just below her ears. It could be tied perfectly in a small low ponytail. She wore a band on her head that prevented the mischievous black hair from stinging her face. His clothes were a dark green tone. He also wore long boots, but he did not have the sword sheath tied to his belt, which was held by his hands that raised it to the sky at his side. This was Harry Potter, known among the elves as Azelahan, protege of Aragorn and ward of him, Glorfindel and the Lady Arwen. As their schedule indicated, Aragorn and Harry had their fencing session, only this time it was different from all the others, as it was a duel in which Aragorn would test Harry's progress in the art of the sword, a duel as close to reality as possible. With the only difference that in this duel killing was prohibited. Far from the 2 opponents was the Lady Arwen, Glorfindel and the hobbit Bilbo Baggins, along with other elves who had come to observe young Azelahan's progress. "I hope my friend Dunedain has some mercy on young Azelahan," said Bilbo. "You should not underestimate Harry's abilities, and Aragorn has trained him well." Glorfindel replied with his attentive eyes on his 2 friends. "The teacher feels proud of his pupil, and that is why he will make the test more difficult, because he deeply trusts the young student's abilities," said Arwen. "Are you ready, Azelahan?" Aragorn shouted from his position while holding the sword tightly. "Illa, of course," Harry shouted, responding to his teacher's call with determination in his voice. Aragorn smiled at his pupil, and after returning to his serious pose he fixed his eyes on Harry's figure to attack in the best way he had planned to attack hard and quickly. He did not want to give the boy a chance because he knew that in a battle he would not be given it and that would lead to his death, and that was what he wanted the least. He would not tolerate the boy being killed by the dirty hands of the orcs, nor by the dirty hands of any of the enemies of men. Azelahan, go ahead, Harry." With this shout the duel between teacher and student began, who began to run towards each other with their swords raised high. The swords met with a fierce metallic clash that echoed through the place. They both immediately moved away and returned to an attacking stance, sending each other smirks and studying each other with eyes that darted back and forth, studying the possibilities of the next attack. Harry was focused on the battle, acting and thinking quickly, just as Aragorn had taught him, because in a fight the winner is the one with good swordsmanship and a good strategy. He knew that he was far below the level of his mentor. But even so he was giving his best in this duel. He wanted to test himself, know how far he went, know his limits, and of course, show his teacher that that hard month had made surprising changes in the young man. Aragorn could not be more proud of his protege, because the boy turned out to be a prodigy of the sword, and he knew that with good and constant training he would become strong. However, he also had to give him experience, because there is a lot of difference between a swordsman with only knowledge and one with the experience that battles gave. The 2 continued to move skillfully from one place to another, dodging the attacks, and attacking at the same time. In one move, Harry left his defense open and Aragorn made a deft movement with his sword, thus disarming him, but Harry moved fast enough, pirouetting on the ground, to be out of range of the second attack that would indicate that he had lost the battle. Harry quickly stood up and faced Aragorn, who had returned to an offensive pose. Both opponents looked at each other. Harry was unarmed and his sword was on the ground, behind Aragorn, who was still holding his. They looked at each other, eyes and the audience held their breath, waiting for the next move. The young man with green eyes carefully observed his situation and the other's movements, breathing heavily from the exercise and excitement of the battle. His eyes fell on Aragorn's. And he clearly saw that Aragorn was urging him to do something to continue that battle. And then he saw it. Aragorn began to move quickly towards him and Harry saw an awkward unity dodging Aragorn's attack with a knife he carried in his clothes. He performed a pirouette on the floor, and threw himself after his sword. Aragorn, as soon as he saw the young man's skillful and rapid movement, he stopped his career, turning his trunk to face Harry and propelling himself again towards the young man who had finally taken his sword but who was still on the ground. Harry saw him approaching quickly. He didn't have time to stand up and adopt a defensive position no matter how fast he was, so he only managed to cover the attack that Aragorn had directed towards him, cursing in Elvish his lack of time. "Very well, Harry, but I think this must be over now," said Aragorn, smiling because Harry used curses in Elvish, and then used his strength and with a skillful movement got rid of Harry's sword and, before the boy made another skillful movement to escape, he placed the edge of his sword on the boy's chest. "Well done, Azelahan, your skills in battle have improved noticeably," he said with a smile while breathing heavily. "Damn, you beat me again," he said with a grimace on his soft lips while holding both hands. Aragorn moved his sword away from the boy's chest and extended a hand to help him up. Harry smiled at him and accepted his help. "Your strong point has never been strength, but you defend yourself very well thanks to your speed and agility," he said, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. "At least now I know my current level." The applause from the audience was immediate, as they recognized that it had been a fight worth watching and EY also realized the growing skills of the young magician. "We'd better go eat something," Aragorn said. "I don't want you to go to riding class on an empty stomach." The day ended as usual. Well, this time the elves congratulated Harry for his magnificent performance against Aragorn, known for his excellent skills in battle and his swordsmanship. And the day was not so normal, because GL Orfindel only gave her 2 hours of class, taking advantage of this to start his classes with Arwen earlier and have 2 hours free afterward. Therefore, at 8:30 he was free, his first 2 hours of freedom in a month. Now, the important thing was, what would I do with them? He started to remember what he did with his free hours and nostalgia hit him. He simply missed England, he missed Quidditch, he missed his firebolt. He missed Hedwig, the Weasleys, Remus, his friends Ron and Hermione. How would she be now? It had been more than a month since his arrival in Middle-earth, and it's not that he wouldn't like his life here. He was fascinated by it. But he couldn't help but feel a certain nostalgia. However, he remembered why he had decided to stay here, why he had decided to get away from his friends in England. He was a danger. He was a danger to them. He shook those gloomy thoughts out of his head and, taking a small ribbon that Arwen had given him, he tied his hair to prevent it from bothering him. But it was impossible because there were some strands that escaped and came back to rest on his face. He sighed resignedly and began to walk down the street. The halls of Rivendell. Bacot. Say he wanted to have a good chat with one of the inhabitants of the house. Dumbledore was in front of his desk full of different books with covers of various colors, some very thick, others thin, some looked very old, others looked new. The old director sighed as he placed the book he had been reading on his desk in a gesture of tiredness and defeat. He looked up and fixed his blue eyes on the mirror. ROR of her eyes that was in front of him. How was it possible that Harry was passing through that mirror? Where had it taken him? The boy had already been missing for 2 days, soon it would be 3, and those of the Order of the Phoenix still had no news of young Potter. Until now they had managed to hide from the magical community that their young hero was missing, and he hoped that this information would remain secret because if it reached Voldemort he would surely feel safe enough to start an open attack on the magical community and the Muggles. He rested his forehead on his 2 thumbs and closed his eyes, trying to remember all the information regarding the magic mirror. He knew that he had the ability to show the heart's deepest desires, but only to show them, a mere optical illusion that deceived the senses and had corrupted hundreds of hearts. But if he remembered correctly, Harry's greatest wish was to have his family with him, to meet them, nothing to do with disappearing through a mirror. I sighed tiredly. He had to find Harry, he had to. Not only for the good of the magical community but because he himself wanted to find him, because he loved him, yes, and although that be Rotherly love for Harry was the weak point in his perfect plan and what had caused the entire catastrophe of the Department of Mysteries, he couldn't help but love the orphan boy who had risen that way. so many times to the shadows that persisted in obscuring his path. "Harry, where are you?" Aragorn walked through the halls of Rivendell, a worry running through his head. He placed 2 fingers together on his lips and remembered the talk he had had a moment ago with Lord Elrond. Flashback. "Sauron's power is growing rapidly," said Elrond, looking carefully at Aragorn, his eyes more attentive than ever. "Searching for that which he lost so long ago." "The Ring of Power," Aragorn pronounced with amazement in his voice. "Yes, Gandalf warned us that it was very likely that it had been found. That was why she sent me in search of the creature Gollum, because she knew his whereabouts and did not want that information to fall into the hands of the enemy." "Exactly," but turning and carefully observing a beautiful mural that symbolized a bloody battle, the creature Gollum was found by Sauron's servants, and through torture Gollum told them everything. And Sauron now knows that the One Ring is in possession of a hobbit and that he resides in the Shire. Aragorn observed him gravely. "The name of this hobbit is Frodo Baggins, distant cousin of our dear friend Bilbo. If Sauron knows that he has the ring, then he is in danger. I must go with him." Elrond turned to face the captain of the Rangers, and gave him a look full of gravity. "The bearer of the ring must pass through Bree before Conton. His journey, because that is where Gandalf told him to look for him. He must have gone for him. Gandalf has not yet arrived at Rivendell. We do not know what has happened to him, but we cannot delay. The enemy can find the hobbit and take the ring. I will leave right now, heading for the door." "And what will happen to young Azelahan? Will you take him with you?" Aragorn stopped dead. He had not thought about what to do with young Harry. "I think he should stay in Rivendell. The journey will be too dangerous for him." "But you must take it with you," said a melodious female voice. Elrond and Aragorn turned to the door to see the new occupant of the room, the Lady of Rivendell, Arwen Undoniel. "Arwen," said Lord Elrond, "forgive me, father, but I must intercede for Azelahan," and looking at Aragorn, "Aragorn, you have seen Azelahan's abilities, you must trust them." "Arwen." Aragorn tried to speak, but the lady indicated with a gesture to let him continue. "I know you fear for him. Well, I fear too. Since I have learned to love him too much, but I think you should take him with you." And looking at his father, "A week ago he told me a dream that she had a dream of a ring." Both Elrond and Aragorn looked at her with surprise, and not only that, she paused. She recited the verses written on the unique ring. Aragorn was very surprised by this. However, Elrond already expected it. Not for anything was it said that he had the gift of seeing the future. "This is why he must go with you. He must help you in your task against Sauron." There was a silence, during which Aragorn studied his probabilities. It was true that Harry had improved noticeably and that he knew elven magic and medicine, but he was afraid that the boy would suffer some harm. He looked at Arwen's wise eyes, where he saw love she felt for the young man, and making up his mind, he turned to observe Elrond's eyes carefully. "We will leave tomorrow for Bree." End of flashback. Aragorn supported his weight on one of the looms. It was true that they would leave tomorrow, but he still didn't say anything to Harry. He had to find him. "Aragorn," Harry asked as he approached his mentor. "What a joy to find you. I've been trying to figure out what to do with my free hours, and just now I found you," he said with a smile. Aragorn looked at the young man with a smile on his lips, but it was quickly changed by an expression of seriousness. "We need to talk, Harry. Is something wrong happening?" he asked worriedly. "What do you know about the One Ring?" he asked without hesitation. "Nothing, except what Arwen has told me. It's the ring that caused hundreds of problems thousands of years ago, right?" he said with a surprised expression. Aragorn watched him carefully and then took a few steps closer to a statue that held on a stone tray a broken sword, the pieces of Narsil, the sword that cut the ring from Sauron's fingers. That ring must have been destroyed as soon as the war against Sauron ended. But Isildur was corrupted by the power of the ring, allowing himself to be seduced by it, and did not destroy it, but kept it, thus binding all his descendants to the One Ring, which is also known as the damage of Isildur. "I don't understand. What does this have to do with you?" "I, Harry, am the heir of Isildur, and I am bound to the destiny of the ring. This is why my duty is to help destroy it. It is my destiny." Turning to see him, Fate, Aragorn had uttered a word that he wanted to forget more than anything in the world, and along with it the happy prophecy that tied him to Voldemort. He fixed his green eyes on Aragorn's gray ones. Tomorrow I leave Bree, because the ring has been found and I must prevent the wearer from falling into the hands of the enemy. Harry was surprised and saddened. Was Aragorn saying goodbye to him? I couldn't leave him. This is why I want to ask you, he quickly added when he saw the sadness reflected in his pupil's eyes, if you wish to accompany me on this journey. Harry's heart beat with joy again, and he felt that the shadow that had fallen over him had receded so quickly. As it had arrived, Aragorn was not saying goodbye, but asking him to be his traveling companion. Of course I want to accompany you, he said excitedly at the mere idea of accompanying Aragorn on one of his journeys. I must warn you it will be a dangerous and very difficult journey. Once you have decided on the path you will not be able to return. I understand, but I still want to go with you. I want to help you in your task. I want to repay you for everything you have done for me. Aragorn felt very happy at the sincerity in the boy's words and for the support he gave him. Young Azelahan was definitely a brave young man and his love for him grew even more. We will leave for Bree tomorrow, Azelahan, so you better prepare everything for tomorrow. It will be a journey that will last at most a month. Harry just nodded his head and smiled, because he was very happy. The next morning came and Harry woke up as usual at 7 o'clock in the morning. He stretched between the white sheets of his bed and rubbed his green eyes. Deeply grateful for the sleeping potion that Arwen had prepared for him, because otherwise he would never have been able to sleep due to the emotion that overwhelmed him. He heard someone knock on the door and hurriedly gave permission for the other person to enter. It was Aragorn, who was already dressed in dark clothes, traveling clothes. I've come to bring you the clothes you should wear, he said. Entering and placing something on the bed, they are comfortable for trips. I'll be waiting in the dining room, and he left after smiling at Harry, leaving him alone to start getting ready. Aragorn, Glorfindel, Arwen and Bilbo were in the dining room, waiting for young Harry when the doors opened, admitting Harry, fully dressed as a ranger. How are you? He asked those present, ready to begin the journey. Professor. Oh Azelahan, you look like a ranger, Arwen exclaimed, standing up and approaching the young man. After they told him that he looked very good dressed in those clothes and that he would easily pass for a ranger, they had breakfast and everyone took the opportunity to give him advice and tell him that he should return without a single scratch to Rivendell. Bilbo spoke to him about Heir Frodo and told him that he was going to like him very much, but he warned him not to tell him anything about him being in Rivendell. He wanted it to be a surprise. At the end of the copious breakfast came the goodbyes. Remember to be very careful, please, told it Arwen. I'll have it. Besides, I will be in charge of taking care of him, said Aragorn, standing next to the boy. Take Azelahan, said Glorfindel, helping him put on a backpack. This contains provisions for the trip. Thank you, Glorfindel, giving him a smile. Justo en ese moment, o las puertas del comedor volvían a abrirse, para dar paso al señor de Rivendell, Elrond medio elfo, quien cargaba una espada entre sus manos. Azelahan, I guess you weren't planning to go on a dangerous adventure without a sword, right? He said with a smile. Sword. It's true, I don't have one, he added thoughtfully. This sword, he said, offering him a sheathed sword. It's very special and it's been a long time since anyone has wielded it again. Harry took the sword and drew it, making it shine in the sunlight that filtered through the window. La espada era ligera, su hoja era larga y delgada, de una blancura extraordinaria. Su mango era firme y sus manos se amoldaban a la perfección él. He spun it a couple of times, cutting the thread with his sharp blade, and held it firmly in his hands again. It was a good sword, created to be one of the best. Su nombre es Anguirl una espada forjada hace miles de años, hermana de la famosa espada anglachal y famosa por ser capaz de cortar el hierro, sin embargo. Esta espada no comparte la maldad de su hermana pues hace tiempo que se deshizo de ella y ahora será lila su portador mi deseo es, que te conviertas en su portador, Harry Potter. Pues ella te ayudará en el difícil camino que te espera en la vida. Harry looked at him surprised by the magnitude of the gift and only managed to stammer a thank you in Elvish while he put it back on. Aragorn and Harry were already at the gates of Rivendell, with their elf friends seeing them off. Well Harry, the journey begins now, are you ready? He asked as he watched him. You couldn't be smarter, he said, giving him a smile. Then let's go, Harry. Bree is waiting for us. Wait, we're not going on horseback? He asked while waving his hand in a goodbye number. We must go as unnoticed as possible. The enemy must not know that we are moving. Harry sighed. It was going to be a long road, but if he was with his mentor he knew it would be fun. Ambos salieron por la puerta de Rivendell. Y cuando llegaron a la colina desde donde se veía la magnífica casa, Harry sintió un cambio, sintió el destino venir hacia él a una velocidad vertiginosa, pero no sé as. Esto pues sabía que en este mundo no era un hombre marcado, no tenía un destino a seguir. Con este pensamiento siguió a Aragorn por el camino que le llevaría hacia Bree, hacia el portador del anillo, hacia un destino que aún no conocía. Hobbits and Bree. Neither Harry Potter nor the Lord of the Rings belong to me, and I am not doing this for profit. Ahoy. Why can't it, sirs? Not rude. Ahoy. Cheeky smiley face. You that muse of mine, always so, blue. Sirs. Narcissa. Ahoy. P. Tiara. You hello. I don't think I'll update soon, but I promise that the next one won't take long. It's just that I was suffering from a crash. Cat basted. Ooh, all 5 in one sitting. Wow, I didn't expect that. Ahoy. I'm surprised he didn't die of boredom, sirs. Thank you. Well, here is chapter 6, I hope you like it. Gary. TT hello, I think my speed is not very good. Right, I'm very sorry for the delay, I hope I don't fall behind with the other one. TT. Jennifer S. Laneri. Jajaja que niña tan alegre si, te entiendo yo también en. Tenta cesanar a rolling, sirs. Incluso his budu ahoy. Pero también es pésima en eso, sirs. Así que aquí saldrá el lindo cocorito negro, nos limos. Sly. Sorry for the wait, here's Cap U. CBM Lupin. Ha 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 ha, why the change? And what does CBM mean? Well, here is chapter 6, I hope you enjoy it. Harry Potter in Middle-earth chapter 6. Hobbits and Bree. Another day has passed, and no news from Harry James Potter, Prong's son. One of his best friends. The werewolf sighed tiredly as he put a hand to his forehead. He was in the room that the young Potter had been occupying before disappearing. Rough the mirror, and that had been the room of Sirius Black, his other best friend, who was now dead. Harry, where are you? He threw the question into the air, sitting heavily on the bed. Remus too. Okay, the glasses that were on the nightstand, right next to a small lamp and on the photo album that he had given her on her birthday. He took the album in his hands, leaving his glasses aside, and began to leaf through it. Looking at the different photographs, watching as a 16-year-old James smiled at the camera while 16-year-old Sirius put an arm over his shoulders while holding a jar of butterbeer in his other hand. As he progressed through the album, he felt tears stinging his eyes, slowly realizing his harsh reality. I was alone. He had no one left. James dead, Sirius dead, and the spitting image of Prongs, Harry, gone. He solemnly placed the album on the nightstand and gave himself up to crying, a sad and bitter cry, letting out all the sadness accumulated until then. She took the pill out in her arms and pressed her face against it, biting it to prevent the screams from escaping her lips, but they still managed to come out, not as screams but as pitiful moans. Soon tiredness overcame him and the crying began to disappear. He fell onto the bed, and when sleep had overcome him, he had beautiful dreams where he was once again in the corridors of Hogwarts with Prongs and Padfoot at his side. And Pettigrew had been replaced by Harry, who was a happy young man, free of all the burdens he carried and just being him, Harry. Hermione was sitting on a chair next to the window. She was wearing her nightgown and a robe over it, her long brown hair was tied up, and her nostalgic eyes were fixed on the horizon of the blue sky. He had just left the hospital, on the condition that he rest. And was in the house that once belonged to Sirius Black and who now belonged to the Order of the Phoenix. Just a few minutes ago she had found out about Harry's disappearance due to a mistake made by little Weasley. Since their mother did not want Hermione to find out, since she needed rest and relaxation. Just hearing the news, he had asked to be informed of how it happened after we left you at St. Mungo's. He locked himself in the attic. He didn't want to see anyone. His depression increased. Yes, even more. Dumbledore says that he went through the mirror and disappeared. The door to the room opened, revealing young Ronald Weasley, who had a face full of sadness. Their gazes met briefly. I came to see how you were. He walked over to Hermione and sat in the chair in front of her. And well, how are you? Hermione watched him for a while, unable to say a word. However, Ron could see how his friend's eyes began to shine, appearing liquid. He was disconcerted. He didn't know what to do in this situation. He just wanted to hug her to comfort her, but he didn't dare because he didn't know how she would react. But before he knew it, Hermione was hugging his waist, with her head buried in his chest and crying bitterly. Without thinking, he put his arms around the girl and hugged her protectively. I miss him, he said between tears. Why did he have to leave? Why did all this have to happen? I'm so scared, so scared. Don't worry, he said in a whisper. Don't worry, my own, everything will be fine. How can you say that? Clinging to the redhead's waist, Harry missing, Voldemort back to life, war on the doorstep. It's not okay. Nothing is okay. Hey, gently lifting her friend's cheek with her left hand. Don't worry, they can't reach us here. Hermione was going to say something. Ron placed one of his fingers on the girl's lips. And if they find us, I'll protect you. Hermione looked at him surprised. I'll take care of you. With me you'll always be safe, my own. Slowly bringing his lips closer to hers. Ron closed his eyes as a blush spread across his pale, wet cheeks. I promise nothing will ever hurt you again, Hermione. The vault of heaven extended over the earth, beyond what the prying eyes of men, elves and any other living being were capable of reaching. Night still reigned over these territories and the stars observed everything from their comfortable room. But this would soon end as the sun was already threatening to rise at any moment and paint the celestial mantle of oranges and roses. Aragorn was walking through the darkness, having decided to take a tour of the area to make sure that everything was in order before going to wake up his young pupil. He carefully observed everything around him, from the temperature of the place to the color of the sky, and was able to deduce that it was around 6 in the morning, a little before, a little after. He headed silently to the place where their small camp resided, right at the foot of the summit of the winds. The ranger was approaching at a slow and silent pace to the place where young Potter was resting when he heard voices and moans. Frightened, he accelerated his pace, quickly finding the source of these. It was Harry. He had a nightmare, but it seemed worse than the others he had heard. The young man who was struggling with an invisible enemy approached quickly with tears in his eyes and a grimace of pain and despair on his lips. Sweat sliding down his face. Azelahan, Equia Azelahan, Harry, wake up. Taking the young man into his arms, hugging him protectively. Harry opened his eyes suddenly, moving them quickly to locate where he was, feeling that he was pressed against something warm. Bewildered, he quickly located that something and was surprised to see that it was Aragorn, who had him hugged. Aragorn felt immense relief when he saw that Harry had opened his eyes and that he was no longer living that horrible nightmare. He caressed the boy's forehead in a paternal gesture, moving the dark and wet locks away from his young student's dark face. He was scared when he felt the coldness of Harry's forehead, because despite being sweating it was cold like the sweat. Don't worry, it was a nightmare. Just a nightmare, she whispered as she slowly lulled him to sleep. Harry stayed still and silently enjoying the warmth and affection that Aragorn gave him, close-ing his eyes as he buried his face in his master's chest, wondering if that was the way a father felt, if that was the way a father comforted his son after a nightmare. He put that question out of his mind and with a smile on his lips he imagined that it was. He imagined that Aragorn was a father, his father, and that he lulled him to sleep after a nightmare. Bad dream, he didn't care if any of that. It was real, but for him it would be. At least for a moment he thought about Sirius. It was true that he loved him like a father, but he had never hugged him that way, and he didn't blame him because Sirius had to be fleeing from justice. He thought ironically about this word and knew that if the circumstances had been different, Sirius would have been there for him at every moment. Aragorn continued to coo to the young man, while he began to slowly sing an elven melody that spoke of stories long past. After a moment Harry calmed down completely, and slowly separated his face from Aragorn's chest. Being helped by Aragorn to sit up, Aragorn watched him carefully. I forgot to take the stew, and you know how it is when I forget to take it, he said with a smile. I was exhausted from the previous day's journey. And as soon as I hit the ground I fell deeply asleep. Harry, you must stop tormenting yourself with that death. It was not your fault. Harry was going to deny those words, but Aragorn made a gesture to let him finish. Someday you will understand. With this he stood up and went to his backpack. Harry sat on his makeshift bed for a moment, thinking about the words Aragorn had just said to him. The sun shone through the blue sky and the white clouds that moved slowly over the celestial vault. Master and pupil walked a little away from the path, as they did not want to be seen by the enemy's spies. But they did not stray too far from it either, since Aragorn was in a hurry to reach Bree, and by following the path for now they were shortening the distance. Aragorn looked at his student, and smiling he remembered the first days in which they began their journey. It was true that he had trained and they worked on his physical conditioning, but Harry had complained of pain in the soles of his feet, but now he seemed used to it. Harry turned his head to look behind him, at the crowned mountain, Weathertop. He did some calculations and they had been walking for 12 days. And he remembered the words that Aragorn had told him the day before, 6 to Bree, do not despair Azelahan. He sighed. He had not been wrong when he said that this was a long journey. Aragorn, the name, turned his head towards the young man. Tell me again why we didn't bring horses. Aragorn laughed heartily upon hearing this complaint from Harry. It was a question Hat was constantly repeated and whose answer Harry did not find reasonable. We do not want to be seen by the enemy, and since we are on horseback we would have to go along the road. Take heart, there are only 6 days left to go. Besides, this is a great adventure. And I agree, it just seems like they're chasing us. We're going so fast. We need to find the bearer before the enemy. Okay, I'm sorry for complaining, and I add in a funny tone, but I can't promise to stop doing it. Well, Azelahan, well, said Aragorn between laughs. In this way they continued their walk, and Harry could only sigh when he knew what was next. Aragorn's description of the Moskogwa swamps did not sound very encouraging to say the least, but Harry was undoubtedly enjoying this. The air suited him well and a good walk added to a wonderful. The landscape of wild lands made him happy and swelled his heart in a way he had never imagined. Harry lived inside a room illuminated only by the dim light of the candles. The figure of a hooded man walked from one side to the other, waving his long robe every time he turned around to continue walking through the small space that the room gave him. Hooded men stood with their backs to the wall, afraid to make any move for fear of angering the man who paced furiously across the room. A long, thin table was in the center, with various papers and pens on it. Where is Potter? He bellowed with all his might as he threw the table in front of him. Where has the damn brat gone? Dumbledore must have him hidden very well, one of the men dared to say. The man who was walking around the room turned his face towards the daring man, staring at him with eyes that protruded from the hood, red eyes with elongated irises, snake eyes. And what makes you think about that? He said with an ironic tone and getting dangerously close to the frightened man. Do you think there is a hiding place on Earth where I am not able to reach it mentally? Hey, answer. He shouted as he took out a wooden stick from among his clothes and pointed it at the unfortunate man. No sir, no. A cold laugh left his lips. Crucio. The man began to scream in pain, rolling like a worm on the ground and screaming like a pig. Rudolphus, shouted the man with snake eyes after freeing the Death Eater from his attack. Sir, said a man, taking a step forward and lowering his hood. I want you and Bella to immediately go find out what you can about Potter. And I want that information as soon as possible, understood? Yes, my lord, said the flirtatious voice of a woman who landed next to Rodolphus. We'll see, Albus, we'll see where your ray of hope is. He spat the last words as if they were poison. The trip took a turn for Harry's luck, as Aragorn considered that it would be better not to cross the Moskogwa swamps for now, in order not to leave traces that the enemy could find and thus have it as a safe route for the bearer of the ring. Although Aragorn smilingly warned him that they would have to cross them, much to Harry's misfortune. Aragorn guided Harry through the vast fields, walking towards the south of the Great Eastern Road. The swamps of Moskogwa were to the north of the road, and since Chet's forest was also to the north, they would not cross it. He would save those two routes for the bearer and avoid, when crossing those wild and inhospitable lands, being followed. In addition to the fact that there was no creature that could rivaling the mountain rangers in terms of knowing secret terrain and paths. The rest of the trip passed quietly, with nothing interesting to report, except that Harry learned a lot about medicinal plants. Aragorn turned out to be very good at this, and every time he saw one he showed it to Harry and named its properties and uses. In addition to teaching him some hunting and fishing, very important skills to survive during trips, he also learned different survival techniques and learned about the pleasures and responsibilities that camping outdoors brought. He had never gone camping, and Aragorn showed him that it was a very pleasant activity. It was a hot day with the sun shining overhead and the weather stifling. Harry opened his canteen for the third time that morning to refresh his dry throat a little, bringing it to his thin lips and beginning to drink from it, throwing his head back, letting a few drops escape from his lips and run slowly and refreshingly down his dark neck until they were lost in his dark ranger's clothes. "Calm down, Harry. Bree is closer than you imagine, eh?" Aragorn said, smiling as he watched his disciple empty the canteen. Harry removed the bottle from his mouth and exhaled a breath of air, filling his lungs with oxygen, then hung it back on his arm. Opening curly bracket. "That's what you told me yesterday," he said, looking at Aragorn while he took out a garter from the pockets of his long trench coat, "and I don't see that we're getting to Bree. What's the difference between what you told me yesterday and what you're telling me today?" "But yesterday," he said with a laugh, "we didn't have Bree Hill in front of our eyes," pointing to a flat, green hill that stretched in front of them. Harry opened his eyes completely and carefully observed the landscape, being able to distinguish among the green grasses, trees and hills some stone houses, and the occasional door that seemed to be the entrance to small holes in the hills. This disconcerted Harry. "They are hobbit houses," said Aragorn, observing the confusion in Harry's eyes. "They live in sort of holes. Although they are quite comfortable, if I may say, those creatures really are experts in comfort. But what are they doing in Bree? I thought they lived in the Shire." "And they live there. It's just that some hobbits moved to these lands and became outside people, as the residents of the Shire call them." He paused. "You will be surprised to know that Bree is one of the few WNS in Middle-earth where the little hobbit people coexist so harmoniously with the big men. Nowhere else will you find such a unique agreement." Night had fallen and white stars were shining in the sky. Aragorn and Harry had been walking the long road to the village of Bree, when they finally managed to see the palisade that surrounded the village outlined in the night sky. "This is one of the gates of Bree," Aragorn whispered, pointing in front of him with his outstretched hand. "During the day both are open, but when night falls they close them and you have to answer a few simple questions to the guard so that he gives way to you. But we should not do such a thing," he said with a smile. "We are skilled enough to jump over that palisade." Harry nodded his head and was ready to ask his teacher a question when he raised his palm in a gesture that clearly meant silence. Harry was silent and directed his gaze to where Aragorn's was, at first not. He couldn't see anything, but as his eyes scanned that specific spot he could see 4 small figures riding ponies approaching Bree. Aragorn watched the 4 figures carefully. There was no doubt, they were hobbits. The ranger Smi. Led, and looking at his pupil decided to test his skills. "Azelahan," I whisper in his ear, "silently go and pay attention to what those 4 hobbits are saying. It is very important that they do not listen to you or even know that you are there." Harry nodded, somewhat doubtful of listening to other people's conversations. Aragorn felt an immense desire to laugh at his confusion. "They could be the ones we are looking for. And what you hear will help us know. Come on, I will wait for you on the other side of the palisade." With this Aragorn walked away, placing all his trust in Harry, and like an agile shadow, he jumped over the palisade. Harry saw his master disappear agilely behind the palisade, and deciding not to waste any more time he quickly approached the 4 hobbits. Walking in such a way that his steps could not be heard on the ground, Glorfindel had taught him how, and since Harry was so light he had quickly learned how to do it. "Please remember, all of you, that Baggins' name is not to be mentioned. If it is necessary to give me a name, I am Mr. Sotamont Underhill in the film," said one, and after this there was again a great silence. Harry smiled. "So Baggins. I think we have our bearer," he thought happily, and after watching the 4 hobbits approach Bree's large gate and knock, he approached the palisade and jumped when he heard the guard's voice. Harry fell with a thud on the wet earth. Supporting himself on his 2 feet and his 2 hands, his eyes, already accustomed to the darkness, quickly located the figure of Aragorn, who was listening to the hobbits' conversation with the guard. He cautiously approached his master, and at the end of the questions the door was opened and the 4 hobbits entered Bree, being carefully observed by the guard. The door closed again, and it was at that moment that Aragorn and Harry moved quickly through the streets to reach the Prancing Pony Inn. Both moved through the busy and dark streets of the village. Ari observed everything around him in wonder: the stone houses, the inhabitants of Bree, the dirt road, the way they dressed and how they spoke to each other. They themselves did not go unnoticed. The inhabitants of the town watched them with a somber air and with a certain distrust. They arrived at a 3-story building, with a homely air and a sign hanging above the door with a spirited horse, and in gold letters it had written El Pony Pisador de Cebadilla Mantecana. It is in this place where our dear hobbits are going to stay, said Aragorn. Are you sure? That is, they just said the pony. There is no other inn in all of Bree that has that word in its name. Besides, I would have recommended it to you. It is a pretty decent inn. If you say. Aragorn smiled, and then entered the inn followed by Harry. The inn was a real party. It was practically filled to the brim with men and hobbits singing songs and drinking beer. This happy, homely atmosphere brought Ing Potter joy and reminded him of the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade, but he quickly shook his head before nostalgia took over. He and Aragorn walked between the tables, heading to a table that stood alone in one of the corners of the room. With every step they took, those present stared at them, and murmurs were heard, some of which Harry managed to catch. Strider, the ranger, it's Strider, look at the one with green eyes. Who is that? A new ranger without a doubt. Harry was glad the moment they had reached the table. Too much attention towards him displeased him. It made him remember certain times in England. Not very pleasant times. Wow, look at that. Aragorn pointed towards the door. Harry turned his face discreetly and spotted 4 hobbits talking to a short, fat, bald, red-faced man. His name is Cebadilla Mantecana. He is the owner of this place. I'm sure our friends are asking for accommodation, he said, taking out an elongated and beautifully carved pipe. And no doubt Mr. Baggins is giving him a false name, Underhill, and someone must have warned him to be careful, Harry said quietly. Just at that moment Cebadilla, who had gone to install the hobbits in their rooms, entered carrying a tray full of jars of foamy beer poured to the brim. Aragorn saw him approach their table and motioned for him to come towards them. Cebadilla, who recognized the ranger, approached suspiciously. Wow, Strider, it's been so long since we've seen you here, looking curiously at Harry, who was happy to finally hear, after a month, the common language, and I see that you're bringing a friend. I have been very busy. Cebadilla, ignoring the last sentence. I have seen that you have some new guests. Guests, he said while rolling his eyes trying to remember. Ah, the hobbits. What do you want with them? Striders, he asked, not very friendly. I just want to talk to them. In no way. I will not allow you to make their stay at my inn bitter for them. Aragorn fixed his gray eyes on the figure of Cebadilla, who seemed to get cowed and was trying to find a way out of that mess, when someone shouted at him for his jar of beer. You will not see them, and no sir. Well, don't be angry, Cebadilla. And bring us some dinner. Old Cebadilla frowned at this and walked away from them. Harry made a futile effort to hide his laughter. Aragorn looked at him amused. What's so funny? It's just that you have a somewhat rough appearance and your looks didn't help much to convince the innkeeper. Do you think I look unfriendly? Raising the hood until it covers part of his face. Without a doubt. I suppose I've been told it before. I think that's one of the reasons why we rangers don't quickly gain people's trust, he added, smiling and taking the pipe to his mouth. I guess now we just have to wait, he said as he watched the butterbait approach them with a tray on which there was food. At least you didn't scare him so much that he will leave us without food, he said to Aragorn's amusement and raising his hood. Frodo, Pippin and Sam decided to go down to the common room of the inn and see what was going on there. As soon as they entered, Turber introduced them to the people in the room, and immediately a chorus of voices rose. Bree welcomed them. Cebadilla introduced them to everyone present, and soon the hobbits realized that the PLE of Bree had names of plants or natural accidents. The Bree hobbits talked a lot, and soon the 3 of them were involved in excited conversation on their part. They also began to ask them questions, but since Frodo did not wish to answer any of them, he was soon left alone at his table. Suddenly Frodo noticed that a man was paying attention to the hobbits. Talk, a man sitting next to a young man. The man had a bowl in front of him and was smoking an elongated, curiously sculpted pipe. The young man was entertained with his dinner and watched everything attentively. They were both wearing long white leather boots, and the man had his hood up, his eyes shining through it as he watched the hobbits. "Who are they?" Frodo asked when Mr. Butterbur was close to him. "I don't remember that you introduced them to us." "Them," he responded in a low voice, pointing with one eye and without turning his head. "I don't know very well. They are those who go from one place to another. Rangers here we call them." The man speaks strangely. Although he knows how to tell a good story when he feels like it, here we call him Striders. This is the first time I've seen the young man. Apparently he doesn't speak the common language, because every time he goes to Strider he speaks to him in what seems to be the language of elves. I don't know very well. It's strange that he asked me, but at that moment, someone called asking for more beer and Mr. Mantekina left, leaving the last sentence hanging in the air. Frodo noticed that Strider was now looking at him, as if he had heard the conversation between him and Butterbur. And with a nod he invited Frodo to come closer. Frodo approached, and the young man left his eaten from the side and under his hood, revealing black hair, whose locks rested mishy Vuli on beautiful and lively green eyes in a dark and attractive face. The man also lowered his hood, revealing shaggy dark hair and a pair of discerning gray eyes. "They call me Strider," he said to the young hobbit. "I am pleased to meet you, Sir Underhill," throwing a furtive look at Harry. "If old Butterbur has heard your name correctly." "You heard right," Frodo replied stiffly, observing the young man, who remained silent. "Well, Mr. Underhill," said Aragorn, "if I were you I would try to keep your friends from talking too much. Drink, fire and casual acquaintances are quite pleasant, but, well, this is not the Shire." Aragorn suddenly fell silent, observing the young Took with interest. Frodo turned his face and saw Pippin asking for a mug of ale, and then he heard something that made him immediately get up from his seat. "Of course I know a Baggins, he's there," waving to Frodo. "He's my second cousin on my mother's side." And Frodo immediately ran towards his friend, but fell to the ground in an attempt to stop his friend from further loosening his tongue. He didn't know how it happened, but the ring came out of his pocket and slipped onto his finger. The people were immediately speechless, their mouths open in shock and fear reflected in their eyes. Aragorn stood up immediately, as did Harry, and after leaving some coins on the table he hurried to search for the elusive hobbit. Harry tapped him on the shoulder and pointed to some stairs, where a confused and scared hobbit had just appeared. Aragorn went to Frodo and, easily lifting him with one hand, carried him to a room, where he dropped him roughly on the floor. The hobbit stood up immediately. "Good," said Strider. "Why did he do it? Any indiscretion by your friends would not have been worse. Have you screwed up, or should I say the finger? What do they want from me?" "Who are they?" Frodo asked. "Someone is coming," said Harry, who had been near the door, and Frodo stared at him even more when he knew that the green-eyed young man spoke Elvish. Soon the door burst open and Sam, Merry, who was entering the room when everything happened, and Pippin entered. Harry took out his sword just like Aragorn. "Let go of it, long legs, or you'll regret it," Sam shouted, wielding a wooden candlestick. "You have a brave hobbit heart, but that will not save you." And turning to Frodo, he cannot wait any longer for the wizard. "They are coming and soon they will be here." In one of the rooms of the Butterbed Inn, the four hobbits were sleeping peacefully while Aragorn was sitting in a chair next to the window, with Harry at his side. "What are we going to do now?" Harry asked. "There are 4 of them, not just one. We must take them to Rivendell. Surely Gandalf will have already arrived and will be waiting for us." "Gandalf, I already wish to meet you. He is a wise man, but you must be careful with his character," Aragorn said smilingly. Harry looked out the window at the deserted street. The sound of hooves hitting the ground could be heard. And they appeared, 9 riders dressed in black on dark, evil horses were riding down the street, and a deafening, non-human scream was heard. "What are they?" asked Frodo's little voice. "Nazgul," Harry responded before he could avoid it, to the surprise of the 4 hobbits who believed the boy did not understand their language. "Ring wraiths. They were once men, great kings of the past. He feels the presence of the ring all the time," said Aragorn. "Which means that they will never stop hunting you," Harry finished as he watched carefully. roughed the window at some Nazgul who were left in the street. They reminded him of the dark Dementors and he wondered if they were his predecessors. He unconsciously put his hand inside his raincoat and caressed his wand. Maybe a good patronum would keep them away. The next morning they rose early, ready to begin their journey towards Rivendell. They arranged what was necessary with Butterbait, and, after paying for the damage caused by the Nazgul, they set out with an old, skinny pony named Bill, who had belonged to Bill Hellichel, since his people had disappeared during the night and they needed an animal to carry the provisions. After a light breakfast the hobbits left Bree, being followed by curious people. For this reason Aragorn decided that they would go along the path until people got tired of following them. And so it happened, Aragorn began to guide them away from the path into Chet's forest. "Where are you taking us?" Frodo asked. "Into the wild," answered Aragorn, who was ahead of them along with Harry. Sam was leading the old pony. Pippin walked beside Frodo, and Merry behind them. The group of hobbits were a little away from Harry and Aragorn. "How do we know that this Strider is friends of Gandalf?" asked Merry approaching Frodo. "I think a servant of the enemy would look more beautiful and feel dirty," Frodo answered quietly. "I think it looks pretty dirty," Merry responded. Aragorn and Harry, contrary to what the hobbits believed, were listening attentively to their conversation, and when they said this, Harry faked a coughing fit when he was really having a fit of laughter. Aragorn fixed his gray eyes on Harry. "I'm sorry," he said, still laughing. The hobbits heard Harry's laughter, and Merry asked Frodo again. "Also, he still hasn't introduced us to his friend, don't you think that's strange?" Night soon came, with a sky full of stars, and Aragorn decided that the hobbits deserved a rest, so they set up camp. "Take care of them, I'll be right back, Aragorn said to Harry, "and prepare some fire." "At your command, sir." The hobbits watched as Strider walked away from them, and their eyes quickly fell on the young man who was piling up some dry firewood in the middle of the camp. Harry took 2 stones, and looked at them carefully. He wasn't good at this fire thing, unless he had his wand with him, but he couldn't take it out in front of the hobbits, could he? Deciding that it was better to use a stick, no, not the magic one, he took a dry stick and began to rotate it in his hands while he rested it on the wood and blew slowly to fan the heat that was formed when it was rubbed against the other wood and in this way light a small fire. He managed to do so. A small flame came out and began to spread slowly over the wood. Harry held his hands above the bonfire and after warming them a little he rubbed them together, and observed that the hobbits looked at him as if he were a weirdo and did not approach the bonfire. "They must be cold, why don't they come closer?" he said smilingly, and seeing the confusion on the hobbits' face, "Okay, I don't bite." The first to approach was Pippin, who, being the youngest of the 4, was the friendliest and most trusting. "I thought you would never speak," he said as he placed his hands on the fire. "What is your name?" "Oh, I'm so sorry I didn't introduce myself. My name is Harry." He saw the confusion on the faces of the hobbits who had already approached them. "Ah, well, if you prefer you can call me Azelahan." "Hey, that sounds elvish," Sam said excitedly because he loved elves. "It's elvish," Harry said smiling. "Are you a ranger?" asked Pippin. "You know, like Strider." "Well, not exactly," he said, something dubious, "but, well, let's say so." "Are you or are you not?" Merry asked suspiciously. "Of course it is," responded the voice of Trankos, who was carrying a deer. "I see that they have already managed to get a word out of this young man," leaving the animal on the ground and taking out his knife. "Young Har Ari Azelahan appeared before us," said Sam. "He has a very strange name, but why do you bring someone so young with you?" Aragorn smiled and looked at Harry. "It is true that it has a very strange name. But it is also true that I know it will surprise us before we reach our destination." "It's true. Where are you taking us, Striders?" "To Rivendell," answered Harry. He helping his teacher and Sam prepare dinner. "To Rivendell," Sam shouted. "I hear that, Mr. Frodo. Let's go see the elves." Frodo, who had remained silent, just smiled at Sam and continued studying the 2 strangers. For some strange reason he trusted them. After dinner the hobbits and Harry went to bed, and Aragorn stayed on guard. Harry wanted to help him, but Aragorn told him that he was not used to it and that he would just get too tired during the trip. With this Harry went to sleep. It was a cold night, with a gloomy sky, without stars and without moon, with nothing to illuminate around it, only darkness. With silence as his only companion, as an accomplice to his dark thoughts. He took a few steps, feeling the frozen grass beneath his bare feet. A cold breeze caressed the bare skin of her arms and fluttered her dark hair, freezing her face. The currents of wind blew and crossed the branches of the trees, shaking them strongly, threatening to tear them from the damp earth. "Where am I?" he asked slowly as he advanced. A cold laugh echoed behind him, a laugh devoid of joy, love and hope. Confused, Harry immediately turned around, adopting a defensive stance, searching for a staff that didn't exist. Cold red eyes locked onto Harry's sharp green ones, who stared at the other's figure, without any fear, only courage and determination. These nightmares were beginning to bore him, and he was already tired of always being attacked when he didn't take Arwen's potion. Wait, he had taken it, right? For his part, Voldemort was delighted but also surprised, but that surprise was not reflected in his snake eyes. "You're just a dream, and the truth is I'm already tired of these nightmares," Harry said surely. "A dream?" He laughed coldly. "No, my child. No, I am not a dream, and you can. Out well." Harry listened to all this with his arms crossed, in a bored pose that surprised the Dark Lord. "Yes, you are. You can't reach me here." Ah, that was why he still had faith in Dumbledore's hiding place. A crooked smile crossed his lips. The child would show him that it was not a dream. "It's not a dream, Harry, and I'm going to show you." Raising his wand, "You will see that your dreams can be as dangerous as reality." Harry stepped back with fear in his eyes. He didn't know what it was, but something about that Voldemort scared him. Aragorn sat on a rock, his long cloak wrapped tightly around his body and his long pipe held in his right hand. He was singing an elven song that spoke of the Lady of Luthien. The stars shone above them, illuminating the night. The bonfire had long since gone out, and the hobbits were resting side by side, Harry a little separated from the group, close to Aragorn's things and his own. It was a quiet night, in which only the noise of the crickets and other insects that were around them could be heard, but a scream broke the tranquility, a loud cry of pain. Aragorn turned quickly, and saw that it was Harry. He got up quickly and went to the boy, hoping to comfort him like last night. But when he arrived, Harry's eyes shot open, and he sat up quickly, sweat running down his face and pressing his left arm tightly with his right hand. The hobbits had woken up and were watching them carefully, somewhat frightened. "Harry," Aragorn said, frightened by the scream that had escaped the young man's lips, more terrible than any he had heard. "What happened?" "What do you have?" I asked him, watching how he pressed his arm. Harry raised his hand and raised it to eye level. His pupils became smaller. There was blood. In a dark and lonely room, a man was kneeling on the floor, resting his hands on what appeared to be a throne and his head in his hands. He was breathing heavily, sweat falling in thick drops on the floor. "So the child is no longer so protected," he said breathily. "I can reach him, but wherever he is, it's too difficult for me to reach him." "What did you think?" "I hope I'm working well on the relationship between hobbits and Harry. I promise it will get warmer in the next chapters. You were never given a dream without also being given the power to make it true." Richard Bach. A Dagger in the Dark. Dyko Black. Hello, don't worry about not leaving me. Stimulating. And thank you. I really hope I'm weaving the story well. A question you. Are there two? Agus and Mooney. Sly. Yes, very true. Voldy is obsessed with Harry, at least that's how I perceive it. Aoi. Well, the boy still couldn't even write his name when he was knocked out of power. Aoi is right. Emily Evans. Thank you. I really hope it's turning out well. Sarah Phoenix Black. Hello, don't worry. I promise that Sirius will not die, Cersei's word. And, thank you, I always forget the names of the Silmarillion stories, there are so many of them. For now here's a little battle, I hope you like it. Ciao. Ad 89. Hello, thank you for the encouragement. Now, enjoy the chapter. Harry Potter in Middle-earth Chapter 7. A Dagger in the Dark. Aragorn watched Harry's pupils shrink and directed his gaze to the boy's hand. There was blood on it. Without waiting any longer, and with all the cold blood of someone who has experienced these situations before, he opened Harry's clothes, freeing his left arm from all of them to be able to see where that scarlet liquid was coming from. The color drained from his face and a rapid pallor invaded him. In the light of the moon A.N.D. stars, a deep wound could be seen on Harry's arm. I quickly took the canteen and sprinkled water on it, thus cleaning the wound that seemed to have been made with a dagger, a burning dagger. How the hell did that happen? One moment the boy was sleeping peacefully, the next he woke up with a blood-curdling scream and a horrible wound on his arm, and what was most difficult for him to understand as the fact that Harry had a wound on his arm but his clothes had no tears whatsoever, as if no knife had pierced them. Harry, he watched him carefully, waiting for a response, but Harry didn't say anything. However, he could see a small green flash escaping from the black hair that covered his forehead. He raised his hand to see what that was, but Harry caught it on the way, looking at him with imploring eyes and shaking his head. Aragorn was surprised at this but smiled at him, understanding, and stopped examining his forehead to focus on the wound. The hobbits had woken up frightened by Azelahen's scream, and were huddled together watching the whole situation. They could not clearly see what had happened to the young ranger's arm, but their noses could smell the smell of blood, ASME. That did not calm them at all and that only served to increase their nervousness. Mr. Frodo said, "Sam, what happened?" "I can't see anything." "I don't know, Sam, but whatever it was seems to have hurt Azelahen." "But how could something like this happen? We were all sleeping and Strider was on guard," Sam said, wrapping himself more in his traveling cloak while the hobbits looked more attentively and distrustfully at the strange young man with green eyes. "We must immediately heal that wound," Aragorn said in the common language, and then quickly took his bag and began searching in it. Harry was still sitting on his makeshift bed and looking carefully at his arm. When Harry saw a green glow reflected in Aragorn's eyes, he knew that it had not been a simple nightmare. He knew that Voldemort had really entered his mind. He smiled sadly, because of course it had entered his mind. The pain in his scar told him, the blood and wound on his arm screamed it. But I hope that all of that had been just tricks that his mind had created for not having taken the potion that Arwen had taught him to not have nightmares. Aragorn turned to him and began to clean his arm with some gauze and water from his canteen, taking care not to hurt the young man further. Harry winced. "Calm down," he whispered. "It's so your wound doesn't get infected and you don't get fever. It would be very bad to Avenue even a ranger sick while he's on duty, don't you think?" He added a smile. There was a silence during which Aragorn dedicated himself to tending to the wound of his young protege, being watched by Harry, and they in turn by the hobbits. "You're not going to ask me where that came from?" That he gestured with his head pointing to the wound on his arm. Aragorn stopped cleaning for a moment and gave him a serious and sad look. "I'm not going to force you to tell me, Harry. I'll wait for the moment when you feel safe to talk about it yourself," and he started to bandage his arm, but after a silence. "Well, at least you could tell me how you did it." Harry smiled and felt an immense desire to laugh at this. Aragorn really knew how to get a smile out of him. "Voldemort," he said, returning to a serious tone and observing the surprise drawn in Aragorn's eyes, "I don't know how, but somehow he can enter my mind," and I remained silent, unable to say more. Aragorn finished with Harry's arm, and turned to his backpack to put all his things away. "You better go back to sleep," he said to everyone, "or else tomorrow we will have problems continuing with the day." He said amused, "I will continue standing guard. But if you continue like this," Harry bit his lower lip, "you too will need some sleep." "Don't worry, I'm used to it. I'll also sleep, don't worry about that. Now you'd better get some sleep," and he said to the hobbits, "Come on, Frodo, you must sleep. Gandalf will want you to arrive safely in Rivendell." The hobbits looked at each other. They really wanted to ask Strider and Azelahen a few questions about what had happened, but none of them seemed willing to answer them, so they decided to lie down and try to get some sleep. Not that sleep would come easily after having heard the young ranger's scream and even less knowing that he had been wounded, but they still decided to lie down for a while. Harry smiled as he watched the hobbits go to bed, and knowing that they would not be able to get back the sleep that he had taken from them, he waited a moment until they were lying down, with their backs to him, and taking his wand he murmured, "Donum Dormian." Then a soft ray caressed the bodies of the hobbits, who relaxed at the first contact with it and then fell into a deep sleep, of which Sam's soon snoring was a good proof. "Just a little help so they can sleep. Nothing serious," he said to the surprised Aragorn, and then he himself lay down and tried to fall back into Morpheus's arms. It was already noon, but the sun could not be seen breaking through the thick clouds that gathered above the heads of the strange group formed by 4 hobbits, 2 men and a pony. They had marched straight west, and were now near the borders of Chet's forest. It was the second day of the journey from Bree to Rivendell. Aragorn stopped for a moment and began to observe the terrain, carefully calculating which route they should follow now, since it was true that until that moment they had not encountered the Black Horsemen of Mordor, but that did not mean that they should let their guard down. He knew that they would be searching for the bearer in these lands, especially after their small incident at the Inn of Bree. "How does the wound continue?" he asked Harry when he felt that he had come to his side. "Better, but it's not my injury that worries me," I add with my eyes straight ahead. "Have you already decided where we're going?" "It seems to me that we should go there," pointing with his arm extended just in front of him. "We will cross the Muskogwa swamps. I doubt that the horsemen will go that way. They don't know a fixed route to cross them, and not even we rangers have found one, so it is a safe path." "Well, I dessay," dead quickly turning his face to see Aragorn with an amused grimace on his lips, "the hobbits are already unpacking to stay here." Harry's last words had a magnificent effect on Aragorn, who turned on his trunk to watch as the hobbits began to unpack their pots. "Gentlemen," he said, gaining the attention of the hobbits, "we will not stop until nightfall." "And what about breakfast?" asked young Peregrine Took, while the other hobbits stopped completely and listened attentively to the conversation as if their lives depended on it. "They already had one," Aragorn answered with complete logic. "It's true we had one. But what about the second breakfast?" asked young Took again. Aragorn watched them for a brief moment and then turned and began walking, reaching where Harry was waiting for him with a big smile on his lips. "Don't you feel guilty about taking away their breakfast from poor creatures like them?" he asked, wanting to bother his mentor for a while. Aragorn stopped his step and turned to look at him, not knowing how to counterattack this, but then he noticed that an apple tree was giving shade to his student and, smiling, he plucked one of them and threw it towards where the hobbits were. "I think apples will be more than enough," and he picked some. "Pick some, our hungry hobbits. They will appreciate it," he added, smiling, and then began to walk, biting a red and appetizing apple. The third day arrived, and the ground they were advancing on was increasingly wet and muddy, and from time to time they stumbled upon puddles. At first they advanced quickly, but soon the march became slow and dangerous. The swamps confused them, and they were treacherous. They had to be careful where they put their feet if they did not want to go off the right course. As they entered deeper into the swamps, flies began to torment them, and clouds of mosquitoes got into their clothes, biting and feeding on them. Harry had a difficult time, but not as much as the hobbits, who, being shorter and with legs not as long as his, fell quickly into some puddle, and their skin, being softer and juicier, attracted more the undesirable masses of mosquitoes. Aragorn was the only one who didn't seem to care that the flies and mosquitoes surrounded him. He continued walking, turning from time to time to laugh at his student's difficulties and having those green eyes pierce him as if daring him to laugh in his face. "They eat me alive," Pippin shouted. "Muskogwa, you have more flies than water. What do they live on when they don't have a hobbit around?" Merry asked, scratching his neck. Harry, despite being in that humid, cold and uncomfortable place, was having a great time with the hobbits. It was true that after the incident the other night they looked at him with suspicious eyes, as if expecting some attack from him, but the simple fact of being close to them and listening to them filled him with joy. It seemed that those creatures were full of it, and they always had a funny comment for every moment. Especially the 2 youngest, Merry and Pippin. Frodo, from what he had seen, was the quietest, always thoughtful and taciturn, as if he were carrying a great weight with him, and for a moment the prophecy that weighed on his head overshadowed his now happy life, and the memory of his friends, of Professor Lupin, the Weasleys. He shook his head. He should remember that he was away from them so as not to harm them more. It was already noon. They were 7 days from Bree, when they approached the southern end of the road, and they saw before them, silhouette in the clear and pale light of the October sun, a green-gray ravine, but it was not flat like the hill of Bree, but rather it looked imposing, in the middle of the arid prairie, the most imposing of a long and undulating chain of hills. It was Weathertop. The day before they had left behind the swamps with their vapors and pools that hindered them and made their path dangerous, to give way to a more arid, drier land, entering a place where concealment was almost impossible, since it was well known that a meadow is not the best place to walk when you want to hide, and Aragorn did not know who or what could be up there. At the weathertop, spying on them, he only had to hope that the enemy was not nearby, and arrive, as soon as possible, to the hill. For the second time on his trip, Harry looked at the crowned mountain. Resembling a king in decline, he smiled when he saw the hobbits' expression, which was the first time they had seen that imposing hill. He continued walking, following Hi's teacher, who was quickly guiding them to the foot of the ravine. While helping Sam with the pony, he wondered what had happened to Voldemort. He had no longer bothered him in his nightmares. He unconsciously pressed the arm where he had wounded him, remembering that for a brief moment he had thought that the damn murderer had dared to mark him with that stupid tattoo that Death Eaters used. "Are you okay, Azelahan?" asked a timid Sam, who had seen a grimace of disgust on the young ranger's face as he pressed hard on his lacerated arm. Yes, nothing to worry about, Sam, he responded, giving her a sincere smile. Then his eyes landed on the small sword that rested on the hobbit's hips. "Nice sword." "Oh, taking the sword in his hands, Mr. Bombadil gave them to us. He told us that they would be of great help. Not that he knows how to use it, you know. But there's nothing wrong with being prepared." "No, of course not," and he said while looking ahead, "maybe they will be of help some point." And he quickly added when he saw the grim expression on the hobbit's face, "Not that I want something like that, Sam. Don't scare me like that, Azelahan," he said after a sigh. "You know, it's not like I'm going to flee at the moment of truth, but unsheathing this sword is not something I really want to say." "I understand you, Sam," he said, smiling. "It is true that no one ever wants the fight to come, but it always comes. In one way or another." Frodo heard this come from Harry's lips, and for a brief moment it seemed to him that the young man was growing up before him, becoming some warrior out of the stories his uncle Bilbo told him. It was true that there were wars and battles in Middle-earth, but they do not radiate the same aura from a person who has simply lived through them, to another who has fought them. And the young ranger at his side seemed to have fought several battles, and, like every warrior, not all the victories had been happy, nor all the battles won. They soon reached the foot of the hill, and leaving the pony Bill tied to a small tree, Aragorn led them up the ravine, thinking that it was safer for them to be above ground visibility and sheltered by the hill. Thus, after a laborious ascent, he found a sheltered hole, where the exhausted hobbits immediately threw themselves down. He couldn't stand his feet, Pippin complained, massaging his woolly limbs. "Is it far from there?" he asked like a little child between whimpers. "It is difficult to know," Aragorn said thoughtfully, "with good step and without setbacks. 2 weeks, little Peregrine." 2 weeks, he said with a start. "How long this trip has become," he exclaimed as he lay down on the arid earth, being watched by smiling Aragorn and Harry. "Will Gandalf be waiting for us in Rivendell?" asked Frodo's little voice. "I don't know, Frodo. When we left Rivendell he had not yet arrived," Aragorn responded, "but most likely he is looking for us right now," he said, trying to encourage the little hobbit. The hobbits sat side by side, taking out some of the dried meat they had brought in their backpacks. Author: dried meat is good for long days, it does not spoil quickly and does not require great care with it. Aragorn, for his part, observed the terrain, facing the wind that swayed his long hair. "Anglena, Azelahan, come closer," Aragorn requested. "Manta Reka, what's happening?" Approaching his teacher, who had found a sheltered space. "I must go down. I have to go inspect the land, find out if anyone has been here, and we must fill the canteens with water. Tea's almost running out," Aragorn said to Harry. "I think I heard a stream near here." "Number problem. I'll go with you," and he added, "I'm sure the hobbits are in no danger here, of course, unless," he said with a smile, "make smoke signals calling the enemy." Aragorn smiled. He knew he could count on Harry. So after informing the hobbits that they were now coming and not to leave the site, they went down the hill. After checking that the pony was okay and that nothing would happen to it in its small hole at the foot of the hill, Harry walked behind Aragorn, taking care not to damage the ground so that the ranger wouldn't have trouble finding footprints. Aragorn had that admirable ability among others. He could know what had happened in a certain place just by seeing and looking for footprints. Not even the elves of Rivendell could compete with him in that. Well, maybe Glorfindel, After all, he was older in Middle-earth, since before Aragorn was born. I don't like this, Aragorn said, standing up. There are several brands of heavy boots from at least a day ago. I'm not sure, but I think there have been a lot of feet wearing boots. Although these pointing to a place on the ground could be rangers. They come often from this side and generally camp at the foot of the hill. They continued searching until Aragorn came across a pile of stones, as if someone had piled them up. They were all black, as if hit by fire, all except one, the one at the tip. It was white and flatter than the others, and had marks scribbled on it. Let's see how much you have learned about the Elven language, Harry, he said with a smile. What do you distinguish, passing him the rock? It looks like a stroke, a dot, and 3 strokes, a branch G rune and the number 3G3, he said slowly while observing the rock. Yes, I thought the same thing. The G could represent Gandalf and the 3 dots. 3 days, it could mean that Gandalf was here 3 days ago, but it could very well have a very different meaning than that. As I already told you, the rangers come here often and most of them know some Elvish. We better go fill those canteens. Frodo slowly opened his eyes. The sun had already set, giving way to a moonless night, with the clouds moving and gathering just above his head, as if a storm were about to break out soon. After Aragorn and Harry had left, he had fallen hopelessly asleep, curled up in his own cloak, as it had started to get cold. He was thinking about the ring, about Gandalf, about the 2 rangers who were guiding them to Rivendell when an exquisite smell reached his nostrils. Delicious. Then the voices of his traveling companions. They seemed like they were on a night of camping, roasting sausages and meat for dinner. Roasting fire. He got up ckly and turned around to observe what his friends were doing. What are they doing? He shouted at them when they saw the dancing flames and the light that was reflected on the rock wall that sheltered them. Sausages, meat, tomatoes, Merry answered as he pointed to them on the pot that was still on the fire. We saved some for you, Mr. Frodo, Sam said as he raised a plate. But how had they thought of doing that? They were practically giving their location on a silver platter to the enemies. It would not have been worse to light fireworks and launch them into the sky so that after exploding into multicolored stars a bright sign, "Here's the ring bearer," would appear. A chilling screech filled their ears, the sign that the riders had seen them thanks to their beautiful reddish bonfire. The hobbits approached the tip of their hole and observed 5 black dots moving on the slopes of Wind Peak. The black horsemen ran menacingly towards the hill, sword in hand and with their capes lapping behind them in the force of the wind. Run, shouted Frodo, drawing his small sword. Aragorn and Harry were near a stream, filling the last of the canteens. Ready, said Harry, closing it. Think this will last until we cross another stream. I see that you have learned your way, Aragorn said, smiling as he helped Harry with the canteens. Well said, a blushing Harry, I remember that before. Reaching the summit of the winds we had crossed a forest and several streams, plus he stopped, with his eyes fixed on one point. Harry grabbed the other canteens and hurried to follow his master, praying that the riders were not nearby, that the hobbits would be safe so that when they reached them, Aragorn would scold them for their lack of sanity. 5 of those creatures had risen, 5 of those terrible creatures stood in front of him, tall and terrible figures covered with long black cloaks, armed with long swarthy swords. Oh, how I wished I could disappear. Get out of there. They were too strong. How could someone so small finish them off, confront them? They had thrown Sam, Merry and Pippin around like they were just dolls. He was scared, he admitted it. A pearly sweat descended, outlining each of his frightened features, moistening them with a cold, sticky substance. He heard a murmur, a soft murmur consisting of strange words in a language he had never heard, that he did not understand. It was the ring. It was calling him or the riders. Desperation flooded him when he felt that they were looking at him. Apparently taking out the ring had not been a good idea. He was cornered. He had to do something quickly or he wanted to be caught. Without thinking further, he put his finger in the ring, hoping to disappear, to be invisible and not to be found, but he saw something he had never imagined. The 5 hooded figures had become a quintet of spectral, white figures that resembled kings, ancient kings with a sword and crown. One of the white figures, the leader, reached out with his hand, trying to take the ring from him, but Frodo couldn't lose, he shouldn't give them the ring. With one last effort, he pulled the ring that was resting on his finger, this gray. Atli annoyed the spectral king because he then felt the sharp blade piercing his skin like a cold poisoned dart, burying itself in his left shoulder with a horrible and sudden pain. Fire! A shrill scream rose into the night. The dark cloaks of one of the horsemen burned in flames and the blood-curdling screams of the Nazgul echoed in the darkness of Amen Sul. Aragorn leapt out of the darkness, sword in his right hand and a flaming torch in his left. The clicking of swords did not wait long. Aragorn attacked with the torch and covered the creature's attacks by skillfully maneuvering the sword. I protect. The attack of one of the horsemen was repelled backwards. Aragorn turned his face and saw Harry's figure appear behind one of the ruins, holding the sword in his right hand and the wand in the left. Edhord Nin, I'm sorry, he said smiling. Dan fa mathar oyan Ianashir, but he is my master. Aragorn smiled at him and then turned on his trunk to cover the attack of one of the creatures, brandishing the sword and swinging the torch to prevent them from approaching him. A clash of swords behind him told him that Harry was behind him, covering the attack of one of the Black Riders. Harry skillfully covered the creature's attacks. It was fortunate that Voldemort wounded his left arm and not his right, otherwise he would not have been able to hold the sword. The 4 remaining horsemen attacked at once, causing teacher and student to separate. Aragorn spun the sword over his head and then attacked one of the Nazgul with it, swinging the sword and spinning on his feet to cover the attacks. 1, 2, 3 hits with the sword to break the defense and a 4th with the torch to light it on fire. She turned her head, causing her hair to fly around her and shake even more. His gray eyes settled on his next prey as he approached, hissing, his heavy boots clicking on the stone floor. Harry did a pirouette on the floor, escaping one of the attacks of the Black Rider that was stalking him. He stood up and, raising the sword above his head, brought it down in a swift, straight strike on the creature, who twisted the blade of his sword to cover the attack. He smiled arrogantly. It was true that he was taller than him, but he could manage perfectly against that Dementor, as he had taken to calling the Nazgul. The rider charged at Harry again, only he was faster and earning on his feet he landed behind the rider, and pointing his wand at him he loudly shouted fire, thus getting rid of another enemy. Harry 2, Nazgul 0, he said with green eyes shining with the excitement of the battle. With a shrill cry, the last of the Nazgul emerged from the ruined tower, leaving Amen Sul for the victors. Aragorn swung his sword and addressed Sam, who was shouting for him. Striders, help him, Strider, she begged him with tears coming out of her eyes. Harry quickly headed towards them. Merry and Pippin watched him in surprise, and if it had not been for the terror of the meant they would have surely thrown themselves at him shouting, Wizard, Wizard. Harry took a long, thin knife from the ground and handed it soberly to Aragorn. A leaf from Mordor, said Harry. It was this damned dagger that inflicted the wound, Aragorn said as he held it before their eyes, and they watched in amazement as the blade seemed to melt and vanish in the air like a smoke, leaving nothing but the hilt in Aragorn's hand. This is beyond my abilities to heal, it needs elven medicine, he said as he lifted it in his arms. Hold on, Frodo. They quickly descended the slope, and reached where the pony was resting. Aragorn freed Old Bill from most of his burden and sat Frodo on his back. Frodo, be strong and hold on, please, he turned to the hobbits and Harry. Take what you can carry, we must leave this place immediately. Before the ring ghosts return. Everyone nodded. Harry, guide the pony, I will go ahead guiding the way. The young wizard nodded with a determined expression on his face. They walked quickly, following Aragorn, who held a torch above his head and who quickly surveyed the terrain to locate himself and choose a route, all this without the slightest loss of time. Since he did not know if the horsemen would be behind them or regrouping to hunt them down the next morning, in any case neither of the theories sounded very encouraging. They soon reached a wooded area, which was what Aragorn planned because the trees would give them shelter, in addition to the fact that they needed fuel to keep Frodo warm and also because the fire would serve to protect them all. Aragorn placed Frodo on the floor that was covered in dry leaves, and opened his clothes to locate the wound on the hobbit's left shoulder. Azelahan, clean the wound, I need to find Athelas to stop the poison. I have some, Harry told him. Arwen gave them to me, she said they could be helpful, taking out some long leaves. Aragorn quickly took a leaf between his fingers, crushing it and spreading a sweet and strong fragrance. Is he going to die? Asked Pippin, who was on the verge of tears. He is passing into the world of darkness, he said, continuing to tend to Frodo's wound. If we don't act, he will soon become a ghost like them, looking at Harry, who was helping him with Frodo, in the eyes. The hobbits felt that the crying was suffocating them. Don't despair, Strider told them. Trust me. Frodo is made of firmer stuff than I thought. He is not dead, and I believe he will resist the evil power of the wound. They had been walking at a fast pace for 12 days, escaping from an enemy that did not appear, but this still made it an exhausting and frightening trip. They walked without knowing what awaited them when going down a hill or taking a turn in the road, with their ears always attentive and their eyes alive and distrustful even of their shadows. Frodo seemed weaker every day, more afflicted by the wound in his shoulder, sometimes losing complete mobility of that arm. Aragorn and Harry looked fatigued, and Aragorn looked dejected. 5 days after they had crossed the last bridge, they were already near the fort of Bruinen, the last veer to cross that would take them to Rivendell. They were beginning to look for a place off the road where they could camp that night, when they heard a sound that frightened them again, horse hooves clattering behind them. They turned their heads, but could not see very far because of the twists and turns. Revolts of the road. They quickly left the road and climbed into the deep bushes that covered the slopes. Aragorn leaned forward, almost touching the floor, hand to his ear. He listened attentively for a few seconds, then little by little a smile began to shine on his face. That doesn't sound like a black rider's horse, I exclaimed with joy. Suddenly a white horse appeared on the road, shining in the shadows, moving quickly. The cloak floated behind, and the knight had taken off his hood. The golden hair was flying in the wind. Asphalloth, Glorfindel, Harry shouted while jumping between the trees. The rider pulled on the reins, stopping his horse and raising his eyes to the bushes where they were standing. Aragorn came out of his hiding place along with an animated Harry, who was overjoyed. Azelahan, Dunadan, he said, jumping to the ground and running towards them. Where have you been? I have been searching for you. Lord Elrond sent me to find you as soon as he heard that the Nine had left Mordor, and soon Aragorn filled him in with the latest details of the tortuous journey. Frodo, Merry, Sam, Pippin, come here, Harry shouted as he motioned to the hobbits, who left the bushes and ran down the road. This is Glorfindel. I present him to the hobbits who lives in the house of Elrond. Hello, I was sent in search of you, little sir, he exclaimed when he saw Frodo. So Gandalf came to Rivendell? Frodo asked happily. No, not when I left, but that was 9 days ago. I remain silent as I see the fatigue reflected in the little hobbit's eyes, and soon I notice it on the faces of the others. He went to Asphalloth and took a flask from one of the bags that the White Horse carried on his sides. Drink this, he said, passing it to Frodo, who took the container and gave it a strong drink. It seemed to him as he drank that he regained his strength and vigor. Now you, passing it to the hobbits. The last to drink were Aragorn and Harry. I see that the young ranger has changed this last month, he added with a smile. The Lady Arwen has been very worried for you too. He wanted to come in search of you, but his father forbade him. The road is very dangerous. Aragorn said something bad would have happened to him. Do not underestimate the Lady of Rivendell, my friend, he said with a smile. Well, Mr. Frodo must ride my horse. You will have to sit as firmly as you can, but do not worry, my horse will not let down any rider that I entrust to him. He will carry you with speed that not even the black beasts of the enemy can imitate. But, said Frodo somewhat doubtfully, I can't ride him. I won't ride him if he takes me somewhere else, leaving my friends behind in danger. I highly doubted, Glorfindel said with a smile, that your friends would be in danger if you were not with them. It is you, Frodo, and what you carry that puts us all in danger. Harry was surprised to hear these words. That is, he already knew that what Frodo was carrying was dangerous, but, the way Glorfindel had said it, he observed the hobbit's physiognomy for a few brief moments, and for a few moments, without completely understanding why, he felt identified with him. The next morning Glorfindel woke them up very early and gave them that strange liquid again. With renewed strength, and after breakfast they started walking along the road, Frodo on Asphalloth, who was careful not to drop the wobbly little hobbit that was resting on his back. If the hobbits had that Aragorn was pushing them to the limit. Glorfindel turned out much worse. Glorfindel insisted on the need not to stop. Towards evening, as they walked along the road just after a short rest, echoes resounded as they hurried forward. And the sound of many footsteps seemed to be heard coming behind them. Suddenly the path left the forest and began to run through clear terrain. In front of them stretched a plain a mile long, and then the ford of Rivendell. Behind them the echo could still be heard, as if footsteps were following them through the gorge. Glorfindel stopped for a moment to listen and suddenly turned towards them. His face flooded with fear and concern. The enemy is coming after us. Run away, Fro. The words died in his mouth as he saw how the hobbit began to balance on the horse's back. On the verge of fainting. They are calling him, said Aragorn. Those creatures are calling him. Quick, Azelahan, turning to Harry, ride Asphalloth and run to Rivendell, don't stop. Harry nodded and hurried to mount the white horse. Aragorn helped him up, despite refusing to let the boy go alone, with the black riders running behind him, but he knew that Asphalloth would run faster with a light rider on his back, and Harry was one. Andalou, I come. The road is very dangerous, he hastened to say. Run fast and don't stop, you have what they are looking for. Harry nodded, and after looking at the others, he started the horse. Noro Lim, Asphalloth, Noro Lim, run, Asphalloth, run. Immediately, the horse rushed forward and ran like the wind across the last plane of the road. At the same time the black horses rushed down the hill in pursuit, and the terrible scream of the riders was heard. Other riders responded to the shout, and soon all 9 were riding behind Harry, who was holding Frodo's swaying body with one arm and Asphalloth's reins with the other. Resist, Frodo, resist, and shouting in Elvish to the horse, Noro Lim, Asphalloth. Run, Asphalloth. The black horses surrounded him, each one trying to cut him off and stop him by throwing their horse on top of him. Harry skillfully handled the reins of the white steed, and he did not seem very willing to let his master's student be caught. With a clap of paws on the ground, Asphalloth rushed forward, evading the riders by making some sharp turns and running through the bushes that crossed them. To the ford, Asphalloth. Let's go. Harry struggled to support the body of the hobbit, who seemed unconscious of everything that was happening around him. The riders were behind him, but still not far enough to claim victory. The waters of the river could be seen in the distance. Harry turned his head to see where his pursuers were, but when he saw them he noticed that 2 of them were missing. Asphalloth's sharp neigh drew his gaze to the front where the other 2 missing riders had come from. They wanted to block his path, cut off any possibility of escape, but he couldn't give up. The ford was right in front of him, and if he crossed it he knew that the magic of the elves would protect him. Asphalloth had the same thing in mind and quickened his pace, wanting to protect his rider. The 2 black horses were heading towards them with overwhelming speed. It seemed like they would crash into each other. Even Harry had the idea to stop Asphalloth and turn around to find another route, but the horse did something that was not expected. When he was just a few centimeters away from the 2 black horses, he jumped, rising above the heads of the astonished specters. Harry didn't have time to be surprised, because as soon as they touched down again he had to hold Frodo's body tightly and also to keep from falling off the steed. He smiled while observing his followers. I would have to congratulate Glorfindel on how well trained his horse is and give this wonderful horse a ration of alfalfa. The ford was in front of them. Asphalloth lightened his trot when he touched the clear, calm waters of the river. Reaching the other side safely, the 9 soon reached the other bank, but the horses reared, refusing to enter those clear waters, retreating. Harry really wanted to laugh. The black horses of Mordor would not cross those waters. Give us the halfling, Ranger hissed the leader of the group, spurring his horse. Never, Harry shouted, brandishing his wand. Go back to Mordor, don't you dare come near me or I will show you what a wooden wand can do. The 9 remained silent for a moment, weighing the probabilities, because 5 of them had already seen that strange young man brandish that strange staff. However, and as the power of Ring called them, they brandished their swords, forcing their horses to enter the water. Harry was ready to defend himself, but before the magic words could leave his mouth, a sharp pain blinded his vision, a pain he knew very well. Voldemort. Asphalloth neighed and kicked the water a few times, backing away until he reached dry land. The 9 ached with their swords shining in the sun. Not now, he thought as his vision blurred, watching the riders approach. Soon a roar was heard, the sound of turbulent waters dragging stones. Harry dimly saw the river rising and a cavalry of waves approaching downstream. The horsemen who were in the middle of the ford disappeared under the foaming waters. A new pain attacked him, as if hundreds of knives were stabbing into his entire being. And before he fell unconscious, immersed in the noise and confusion, he could hear screams, and he could see in the distance some figures running towards them, brandishing torches that glowed reddish in the fog that was beginning to opaque everything. "Welcome, Harry," said a familiar cold voice. "Did you miss me?" He neither heard nor saw more. "Mithrandir, thanks for the patience. By all means, TT. Harry Potter in Middle-earth Chapter 8. Mithrandir. The sun shone on a blue sky and the white cotton clouds moved with the wind that was blowing that afternoon, playing with the immense green carpet that was overflowing with beautiful multicolored wild flowers. A figure stood in the middle of the silent plain, with his arms extended on either side of his body. Feeling the soft breeze flutter his long raven hair and the warm sun on his body, filling him with a long-awaited sensation of peace, a natural tranquility. He opened his eyes, revealing two green gems of his own fire that stuck out above the white clouds. His bare feet feeling the tickle of the ruffled grass and the freshness of its humidity. It was the perfect day to go out and play, rolling on the hill on the grass, just to feel that pleasant dizzy feeling in your stomach, laughing at the same time as your friends, their faces red and sweaty from physical activity, feeling the freedom of the environment. He fell onto the grass, lying on it and bringing both arms to his head to use them as a pillow. He felt so free, and the wind, the blue sky, and the silence were comforting. He closed his eyes once again to let himself be carried away by the peace that radiated from the landscape. Just feeling. A few steps on the grass made him open his eyes, discovering a red-haired boy with mischievous blue eyes approaching him with a smile on his face. "Hey, Harry, come on, everything is ready," he said as he arrived next to the young man. "How are you, Ron?" he said, smiling back. "This is not the time for that," he said, making a funny pout as he sat down next to him. "Remus has been looking for you. Professor Dumbledore is looking for you. Everyone is looking for you," he said, changing to a more serious tone. Harry looked at him surprised. He didn't know what to say to his friend. "I'm not going to go back," he said, sitting down and hugging his knees. "I don't want to go back." "But how can you say that, Harry?" Ron exclaimed furiously, with his features contorted with anger. "Do you not care at all? Maybe you don't care about us anymore. We are your friends." "Demons." There was silence, during which only the howling of the wind and the redhead's agitated breathing could be heard. "I don't want to hurt them," said Harry. "If I go back I will put them all in danger." Low. "Okay, how Hermione is because of me," burying his face between his knees. "Don't use Hermione as your excuse," he shouted as he took Harry by the shoulders and forced him to see him. "We are your friends. We are willing to suffer with you. Don't you understand that I will only put them in danger?" he shouted, hitting the redhead's hands so that he would move them away with his green eyes shining with anger. "You don't understand. You've never understood. Sirius died because of me. Harry, that's not true. We all love you. Come," standing up and extending a hand. "I'm going to show you." Harry looked at his friend's hand for a moment, his eyes shining with tears that were about to come out of them. He put a smile on his lips and accepted his friend's help. Both young men walked down the hill, and soon Harry's eyes observed a long table in the distance, just under an immense oak tree that provided its shade, to Harry's surprise, to the figures that moved around it. Everyone was here. All 2 figures noticed their presence and, waving their hands, began to shout at them to hurry up. They were the Weasley twins who were helping their mother put the cutlery on the table by means of magic. Or at least that's what it seemed like, because the spoons were flying everywhere except towards the table. Harry smiled in amusement. Those 2 were now being scolded by their mother. They both reached the table and Harry observed the relaxed atmosphere that floated over them. Hermione and Ginny were helping Mrs. Weasley arrange the containers of food on the table. Fred and George, after being scolded by their mother, they were enjoying an embarrassed Quidditch talk with Bill and Charlie. Mr. Weasley was immersed in a conversation with Remus and Percy, which was probably about the Ministry and its boring affairs. Harry thought. Soon the golden eyes, sirs. I'm not sure what color they are. I searched among the 5 books and couldn't find it. I'm sorry if it bothers anyone, of former PR. Professor Lupin rested on Harry's figure and gave him a friendly smile, and after saying a few words to Arthur he went to where he was. How have you been, Harry? I asked him while placing an arm on his shoulder. Wow, this place is beautiful. Do you know, I have a surprise for you, he said in her ear as an accomplice. A surprise? Remus nodded and turned his gaze to the small forest in front of them. Harry watched this and directed his gaze to the same spot. Soon a figure began to become visible, someone emerging from the dense darkness of the trees that was reached by the light radiated by the golden sun. Harry sharpened his gaze, trying to make out that figure, but it was still covered by shadows for Harry to be able to say for sure who it was. However, Harry's pupils became smaller, and he felt that his body was shaking from head to head, his red lips turned pale and he trembled trying to get coherent words out. Harry, a scared Remus asked, are you okay? Harry's lips moved, throwing out quiet words that the wolf's shoulder's fine hearing was unable to rescue. How? Yes, tears began to flow from her green eyes and run down her pale cheeks. Serious. Before Remus could avoid it, Harry launched himself into a mad dash towards the figure that had come out of the forest and was now looking at him with a beautiful smile installed on his face. Harry could not contain himself with happiness. As soon as he had made out the long, silky black hair that was whipped by the wind, the sparkling deep blue eyes, the dark skin of the face, he knew that this was Sirius Black, his godfather. He was alive, in front of him, only a few steps away, and each time he took another they became fewer. The distance that separated godfather and godson was overcome, and Harry hugged tightly to the body of that man who was like his father. Sirius, he said between sobs, I thought you were dead. I thought I would never see you again. There are so many things that. Shush, everything is fine, boy. Calm down, everything is over. I will never be separated from you again, he said while caressing the head of Prong's son. Harry gave into tears. He was so glad Sirius was there with him. So happy. Wow. It seems that the boy has become a little sentimental on us. Harry's eyes widened, and he abruptly separated from Sirius, but to his surprise it wasn't Sirius he was hugging, but it was himself. A Harry in front of the other Harry, but with a mocking smile on his lips, and an icy and arrogant look. Scared, Potter, he said ironically, and for a moment Harry could see how the green eyes changed into snake-red ones. You, he said with complete confidence, seeing through Voldemort's disguise, because just as Albus Dumbledore had said, he, Harry Potter, knew when the descendant of Slytherin was near. Yes, and he added with a smile, you don't know how glad I am that you know who I am, although it's a shame that they, pointing to the table, making Harry turn his eyes to look at them. And thus realizing that they were still, in fact the wind had stopped blowing, it was as if time had stopped just for them. They don't know it, and turning his back on Harry he began to approach the happy and carefree people who had recovered their mobility. Harry watched as Voldemort Harry approached Remus, wearing an innocent smile on his lips. Without wasting any more time, he rushed to the table, shouting for them to see him and try to warn them, but it was useless. It seemed like they didn't hear him, as if he weren't there. Remus, he shouted as he rushed towards the werewolf to separate him from Voldemort Harry, but he fell to the ground, passing through Remus's body as if it were not made of solid matter. He leaned on his elbows and watched in horror as Voldemort Harry took a knife from the table and began to play with it, resting the tip on the wooden surface and spinning it. Tell me, Harry, what color is a werewolf's blood? He asked evilly. Harry just shook his head. You don't know. Well, in that case we'll have to find out, don't we? He took the handle of the knife tightly and pressed it between his hands, tentatively approaching Remus, who was still with a smile on his lips. Without realizing the boy's intentions, Harry watched in horror as Voldemort Harry slowly and gently placed the edge of the knife on the cheek of the werewolf, who remained still, smiling. Stop, Harry shouted, and standing up he lunged furiously at the figure holding the knife, only to end up impaling him like a ghost. He got up a few more times, throwing himself up and ending up on the floor. Tears streaming down his cheeks. He hit the floor hard, feeling helpless. I couldn't do anything. Nothing. Well, but it's red. he said in an innocent tone. I would never have imagined it. The beast has red blood. Smearing his fingers with the thick reddish liquid that ran down Remus's smiling face. But it's not fun like that. We should hear a few screams, don't you think? To give it a little atmosphere. Voldemort. Harry took out his wand and pointed it at the werewolf's heart, Crucio. Harry shifted on the bed, clutching the sheet tightly in his hands, pulling and digging his nails into it. The pearly sweat was sliding down his face with the wet hair stuck to his forehead. The jaw tightly closed, pressing and grinding the white teeth. He had a pained expression on his dark face, from which thick tears were running down. Deep, dark eyes looked at him seriously, analyzing the young face that was full of pain, of suffering. Gandalf had not been in the room long, but had recently separated from the young, small ring-bearer, leaving him with the watchful Sam, his gardener. Harry's pale lips moved, drawing out fine words that Gandalf's magical ear had heard. Stop, stop. Voldemort. There was no doubt, the boy was having a nightmare. He placed his old hands on the boy's forehead and, closing his eyes, he concentrated, trying to read the mysterious young man's dreams. And flashing images of a horrible nightmare came to his mind. A long beautiful field, a great oak tree, a dark forest, and then, littering the joyful scene, bodies scattered everywhere. With their eyes open, covered in blood and a horrible expression of pain in their eyes. The young man who was on the bed, curled up in a ball and shedding salty tears, next to the tender body of a little red-haired girl lying in a pool of blood that was coming out of her white neck. Stop it, repeated the frightened figure of the young man, with his eyes open, focused on nothing. Stop it, murderer, damn murderer, whispered with a voice full of fear and hatred. But what are you saying, Harry? I didn't kill them, said a young man just like the one who was curled up in a ball. But this one had an evil expression on his face. It was you. Harry raised his face and fixed his green eyes on the other figure, and began to shake his head. Of course yes, don't lie. Little rascal, he said as if scolding a 5-year-old child. If you don't believe me, tell me who is the one covered in blood and holding the knife. Harry focused his eyes and realized that he was not on the floor, curled up, but was standing over Remus's dying body, holding the knife from which blood was dripping. Frightened, he threw the knife and, raising his hands to the level of his eyes, he saw that they were full of blood. His green eyes took on an air of madness, of panic. Hey, Harry, a playful voice called to him, making him tear his eyes away from his bloody hands. To see Voldemort already in his form, in front of him, holding what seemed to be a huge painting that was covered with a long silk blanket. Look at this, and with a quick movement, the fabric slid smoothly down the square shape, gradually revealing a huge and beautiful mirror in which Harry was reflected, with his face and clothes covered in blood. Immense madness in his eyes, and then a scream of pain filled the magnificent landscape, with the wind howling around him. Gandalf quickly removed his hands from the boy, sweat dripping down his wise old forehead. I look with deep pain at the young man. How was it possible for a healthy soul to be subjected to such cruel tests? He raised his hands once again to place them on the boy's forehead and keep those horrible dreams away from him, but before he did, his eyelids opened quickly, revealing a pair of green eyes with a shine that bordered on madness. They both observed each other in complete silence. Sir, the young man sudden L.Y. said, Professor Dumbledore. Gandalf opened his eyes enormously in surprise at being called with that strange name, and above all, Professor, I saw him, I saw Voldemort, I saw how he murdered Remus, the Weasleys. Hermione, I swallowed, but I was the murderer, bringing both arms to his face to cover it with them, but I'm not a murderer, I'm not. The tears came out more abundantly from her eyes. I can't be it, I don't want to be it. But Sirius died because of me. My father died because of me, my mother died because of me. Always because of me, and the sob. The horrible prophecy that tells me to be a murderer, a marked man. Gandalf felt a horrible pressure in his chest. It hurt him to see the young man suffering like that. He placed a hand on Harry's forehead and murmuring a few words, the young man fell sound asleep, immersed in a dream without nightmares. He inhaled tiredly as he separated his hand from his forehead, and saw how the Strange lightning-shaped scar that was on the boy's forehead shone in greenish light. There was no doubt, the boy had magic inside him. He could be a great ally, he just hoped his soul hadn't already been corrupted by pain and suffering. In a room, where despite it being daytime, darkness reigned, an old man dressed in white robes stood in front of a strange black stone, the center of which seemed to be on fire. Images of a strange place and people, dressed in clothes he had never seen, came to his mind. But above them, a young man with green eyes and a strange lightning-shaped scar stood out. The visions began to invade his mind in a faster, more violent way. He could see the lifeless bodies on the green grass stained with dark blood. And the other boy with green eyes, the malevolent one, torturing the other boy who was curled up in a ball, scared on the grass, on the verge of madness. What an interesting dream. Who would be the owner of such visions? He tried to gather more in his study, but too bad, the boy had woken up. What had all that been? He scrutinizes the dark stone with his cold gaze. The green-eyed boy, there was something strange about him, and more importantly, how had that gotten to the Palantir? It was true that that stone sent images, visions of places different in time or space. There was something else that worried him. Gandalf. He had felt the presence of that old bastard in the dream. As if it had invaded him. Perhaps could it be that Gandalf was near the boy? I had to look for more information about that. I knew that that old man wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. If the boy was, in truth, with Gandalf, it was because he had something that that old wizard found interesting. He placed a hand on the Palantir. How to find out? The stone only showed what reached it, not what the magician wanted to observe. Of course, unless what you wanted to observe was a place where another Palantir was. Fed up, he took the veil he used to cover the magical black stone. When he saw a strange shadow that was reflected in the Palantir. It was a shadow that radiated a negative energy, of evil, but what was more interesting was that it was not its lord, Sauron. He brought his face closer to the stone, and soon found a pair of red eyes watching him from it. Dumbledore was in one of the many empty Hogwarts classrooms, which were easy to find in that huge old castle, especially during the long summer holidays. The mysterious mirror of Arised was in front of him, and the man watched it with great attention, trying to decipher its riddle, the mystery it contained behind the glass wall. He laid his eyes on the sculpted wooden frame and read what was written on it. This is not your face but your heart's desire. What did it have to do with taking someone to another world? He was searching in several books and none of them mentioned that this mirror had that ability, but what he did find was that magical mirrors respond to strong desires of the heart, and if this was true, Harry Potter had gone through the mirror to get away from them. He had disappeared by his own desire. As things stand, I think it will be very difficult to bring Harry back, he said with a sad smile. He placed his pale, elongated hands on the cold glass surface, and for this moment, he let the mask of the powerful, wise magician fall at his feet, revealing an old man who had many regrets, an old man who had no reason to laugh and joke as was his custom. If only he could know if the boy was okay. If only I could see it. Know where. This one. I didn't ask for more. But he needed to know if that boy, whom he had learned to love like a grandson, was safe and sound. The mirror began to glow, emitting a strange light. Dumbledore separated from him, observing him with surprise and excitement, the excitement of seeing something that was not written in the books, that strange feeling that is born in the pit of your stomach and that runs like a delicious chill up your spine, telling you that you will see something surprising, unimaginable, and maybe. A mist gathered inside the mirror, making it impossible for it to perform its main function. Reflecting, strange shapes began to appear in it, at first blurry, indefinable, but little by little the fine and imperceptible lines were asserting themselves, giving shape to strange objects. It can't be. The Hogwarts headmaster's eyes widened, radiating surprise. In the mirror was the boy who had disappeared, the one who had made him feel despair, Harry Potter. Dumbledore brought the fingers of his hand closer, slowly touching the surface, cold, hard, smooth. He couldn't touch it. It was just a reflection. It seemed that the mirror had fulfilled his wish, his whim, and now showed him young Potter. Dumbledore was elated with immense joy, but why was he in bed? Had something bad happened to him? I analyzed the young man who was sleeping peacefully on that comfortable bed. His raven hair was longer and no longer in complete disarray. He looked more settled, even brighter, more cared for. Author. He has been living with the elves, so they have taken it upon themselves to make him look better. The face no longer looked so childish, the features looked more manly, although they were still fine, giving it an attractive, youthful appearance. It also seemed that he was better fed. In short, it couldn't look better. It even crossed his mind that it had been a blessing that the boy got to where he was now. His attention was forced to leave the young man, because he had to obtain as much information as possible to bring the young man back, and that was why he focused it on the room where Harry was resting. The bedroom was quite sculpted. The wooden walls looked like intertwined branches forming various paths. I could even see the leaves, the thorns. The huge window through which the sunlight entered also resembled interlocking guides, only made of darker wood than that of the walls. The bed was huge, it looked quite comfortable, and the sheets that covered the young man's body were made of exquisite fabrics. There was a chair next to the bed on which rested clothes of a fairly light blue-gray. On the floor were strange boots and, hanging to the right of the chair rested an elongated sword that was inside its sheath, which was also magnificently designed. On the left side of the chair was Harry's wand, in a small case. He smiled pleased. Whatever place it was, Harry was fine, and judging by the young man's clothes and the sculpture of the room, the people who took care of him were undoubtedly of good feeling, and apparently enjoyed beautiful things. The image reflected in the mirror changed its angle of observation, and now showed the bedroom more widely. And the door could be seen in the background of the image. Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon glasses, and his deep, wise blue eyes sharpened as he watched the door begin to open. At last he would see what kind of people Harry was with. A man between 35 and 40 years old entered the room. He had brown hair and it was a little long. On a dark face, shone a pair of beautiful, insightful gray eyes. It didn't matter where you looked at that man, he simply exuded great majesty. Nobility radiated from every part of his body. Albus Dumbledore watched as the new occupant of the room approached the right side of the bed and rested both hands on the chair from which the young man's belongings and clothing were hanging. He looked at Harry with a fatherly gesture marked on his noble and attractive features. Albus realized that this man had no bad intentions, that he saw Harry as a son, and that he would take care of him. The mist gathered again inside the mirror, completely covering the images that were still above it. Albus thought nothing of this. For the first time since that boy disappeared, I felt like I was breathing easily again, without that horrible knot in my heart. Harry was fine, safe. And that was comforting. Now he only had to worry about finding a way to get him back, and soon a couple of ideas crossed his head. Sigh. Definitely, knowing that RRY was okay injected oxygen into his brain and made it work better. Very soon Harry slowly opened his eyes, focusing everything clearly. He put a hand to his forehead to brush away the wet raven locks. Damn, another nightmare, he thought bitterly. At this rate Voldemort won't need to kill me, because he's going to drive me crazy. Harry rested his emerald eyes on the sculpted ceiling of his bedroom Rivendell. He stood up quickly, causing the white sheet to slide down his athletic torso. He was wearing a kind of robe. It looked like a shirt that was not buttoned, revealing his well-worked abdomen and torso. Author. Hey, after all the boy has really been working. He put a hand to his forehead. How did he get there? Last thing he remembered was the Black Riders chasing him and Frodo, then he had fainted. Damn Voldemort! I hiss with hatred. Not even in another dimension do you leave me alone, clenching my fists tightly and throwing my head back with my eyes closed. The young man did not realize that he was being watched by a pair of gray eyes. There was sadness in them. He had never liked hearing Harry speak with such hatred. As if he were condemned. "Na Lamar, are you okay?" He spoke finally. He did not want the boy to be locked in dark thoughts. As soon as he heard the question, the boy who lived turned his face, casting an icy look of determination, ready to defend himself if necessary. But his eyes softened, a smile even shined on his face when he saw who it was that had asked him. Aragorn, lowering his gaze, "Mar, good. Farin Morumile Lyaa. Azelahan, please don't hide inside yourself, Harry," he said while looking at him with tenderness and understanding. "You know you can trust me." Sitting on the bed, Law. Edward Nin, of course, forgive me. You mo Edward, there is nothing to forgive. There was an awkward silence, during which no one dared to say a word. Aragorn, because he thought about Harry's words. And he didn't know what to say to him. He was afraid that if he asked him something he would close himself in his world. Harry, because he felt ashamed of what Aragorn had heard. And for this reason he did not want to tell him anything, even though that man loved him and he loved him. Frodo. Harry finally spoke. Where is he? What happened? When we arrived, we saw that the river had risen, sweeping away the Nine. We carried torches because, as you know, fire is our ally against dark creatures. He paused to relive the moment in its entirety. I see. See how you fell from the horse you had fainted. He stared at his hands. I had to get to where you were, but the river couldn't. He let us cross. I tried to do it, but Glorfindel stopped me. The river could drag me downstream. Then he looked at Harry. Some elves came running. They came from Rivendell and they helped you and Frodo. When we managed to cross the river you were in this room, sleeping. Frodo. However, Man Ta Reka, Na Nin Mar, Frodo. What's happening? Is Frodo okay? It is now, but we feared it would be lost in the darkness. For the moment he is sleeping, although Mr. Elrond will be paying him constant visits. I'm glad, he said with a smile. Harry, if you feel up to leaving the bed, I would like you to get dressed to introduce yourself to someone, Aragorn told him as he stood up. Huh, who? Harry asked, moved by curiosity. That's a surprise, said Aragorn, who wanted to play a little with his pupil. Aragorn, Harry complained. Get dressed. I'll wait for you in the East Wing dining room, he said, and then left the bedroom with a smile on his lips. Harry gave an amused snort, and after looking at the clothes on his right, he began to dress in them. Harry walked through the halls of Lord Elrond's house. Rivendell really was a wonder. I had never seen anything like it. The fine, sculpted columns, which looked like beautiful maidens carrying jugs of water, are simply posing and smiling. The beautiful murals that were on the walls, large and impressive murals of ancient battles, scenes captured in time. The sculptures that were inside and outside the house, made with infinite precision and patience. Its perfect balance with nature, where each structure, column, wall, door of the house was planned so as not to modify or interrupt the natural landscape that was inside and outside it. The same waterfall ran just below one of the bridge corridors that joined two parts of the dwelling. There was only one word to describe Imladris: perfection. He was walking casually through the hallways, observing the wonders in his path, when something collided with him, or he had collided with something. Hey, watch where you're walking, said a small voice. Pippin, asked the young man. Mary. Hello, Ari, exclaimed little Peregrine, causing Harry to smile because of the pronunciation of his name. I'm so glad to see that you're already out of bed. Apparently you had better luck than Frodo, Mary said sadly. He's still sleeping. Gandalf says he won't wake up anytime soon. Gandalf. Is Gandalf here? Harry asked, and a moment that attitude reminded him of something. Where? Of course, what other Gandalf could we be talking about? Is there another Gandalf, Mary? He asked his lifelong friend. Of course not, Pippi. And then he turned to Harry. A moment ago we saw him in Frodo's room. He was watching his dream. Before they finished telling him, Harry stood up, and as he ran down the hallway he waved a hand and shouted, "Thank you." What a strange boy, Pippin exclaimed. He didn't let me tell him that I had seen him walking next to Aragorn a few seconds ago. Let's go get some food, Pippin. Sam must be starving. Harry ran through the hallways until something hit his brain. Stopping, he realized that he didn't know where Frodo's room was. He turned to look for someone in the hallways, but unfortunately for him they seemed to be deserted. He turned on his heels. Aragorn must know where Frodo's room was. He could see the wizard and know how the little hobbit was. He resumed his journey towards the dining room in the East Room, but at a faster pace. I was eager to meet this Gandalf. Harry was walking through the hallways when a familiar, melodious voice stopped him. Azelahan. The boy turned his face and found himself face to face with the Lady of Rivendell. Arwen Undomiel. Oh, Azelahan, he exclaimed as he hugged the boy tightly. I'm so glad to see you out of bed. I was so worried. Then she separated from him, observing him in the way a mother would. It's incredible how quickly young people grow. you're taller than the last time I saw you, and not only that, you're turning into a very handsome young man. Soon you won't be. You will be able to get rid of the young girls, whether they are elves or women," he said with a smile and causing Harry to blush seriously. "It's not that big of a deal, Arwen," he said, trying to do something with that blush. "I assure you I must look the same." "Of course not, Azelahan. You're turning into quite a ranger. By the way, have you already gone to Aragorn? I was on my way to see him right now. So, it didn't delay you anymore," he said with an indecipherable smile. "Come on, go at once," caressing his cheek. Yes. After this, Harry started running through the hallways. "I'm sure Mithrandir will find Azelahan interesting." Ron woke up sweating. What had happened? What was that? "A nightmare," he said as he put a hand to his forehead and moving the reddish locks away from his face. Harry. Slowly she stood up, taking care to slip her feet into the soft, cushioned slippers. Then, he went to the door, opening it carefully, because at the most inopportune moments, doors always creak, producing a horrible screech that eats at you every time you don't want to be found doing some mischief or escaping from some danger. More carefully he went down the stairs to Grimmauld Place, Harry's home and headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. When he got to the kitchen, he dropped heavily onto one of the chairs. Just when Harry was thinking of returning, he felt a horrible pressure in his chest, a horrible desire to kick and destroy everything in his path. It was a horrible helplessness. "I knew that. Dumbledore, no, the wizarding and muggle world needed Harry Potter to take down he must not be named." He smiled sadly, putting a hand to his reddish hair in which his elongated pale fingers got lost. Harry always excelled in everything. From the beginning he knew that he would never beat him. The Philosopher's Stone had to be rescued. Harry was the one who stopped Quirrell. Ginny, his sister, had to be rescued. Harry was the one who faced the basilisk. Sirius had to be rescued. Harry was the one using the time turner, and the list grew and grew. It pained him to admit it, but he had always felt a little envious of Harry. "He's just better than me," he said out loud. "He always has been." "Who has been better than you, Ron?" asked a soft voice from the kitchen entrance. "Hermione." Ron got up so quickly that he was about to throw the chair. "Don't scare me like that," he said, putting his hand over his heart. Hermione was under the door frame, with her right hand resting on it. Without her robe and with a long nightgown falling down her thin body. Ron felt himself blush. "What's wrong with you? Why that phrase?" he said, placing the palm of his hand on the redhead's cheek. Ron smiled at this, and placed his hand on Hermione's, much to the brunette girl's surprise. Then he gently took it in his hands, caressing it with his fingers, much to the blush of the Gryffindor prefect. It was so soft, so thin and delicate, like a writer's hands, with elongated fingers, molded to take the pens and write quickly and easily on the piece of paper. I intertwine his fingers with hers, enjoying the soft touch and the heat radiated by that beautiful hand. "I had a dream," he said as he continued caressing Hermione's hand. "I saw Harry and in him, and then looking into her eyes, he told me that he didn't want to come back, that he didn't want to hurt us," he said as they both sat down. "Were you referring to him with the phrase?" Ron just turned his face to face those brown eyes. "It is, right? Brilliant. Now Hermione would think that she envies her best friend and that she is a despicable being for that. We need him to take down he must not be named. Without him we are lost. He has always been the hero, right? I feel stupid next to him." He was honest with his friend. "It's not like that, Ron. You know just as I do that Harry hasn't had an easy life, and you're not stupid. If you had more confidence in yourself you could do great things," and I add in a more serious tone, "you're a member of the Quidditch team, and everyone thinks you're a good keeper." "I know, Hermione. I know, it's just, sigh. Every person is good at something. Look, for example, no one has beaten you in chess. You even beat Professor McGonagall's board in magic pieces," placing his hand on Ron's. "Come on, smile," gently taking Ron's chin. "That looks prettier on you. Hermione, what would I do without you?" And after this, he brought his lips closer to those of the brunette girl, first touching them and then joining them slowly and delicately. "What would I do without you, Ron?" Hermione thought as she hugged her friend's warm body. Harry ran through the beautiful halls of Rivendell, until he saw a huge door carved in dark wood. Smiling and panting, He approached it, and opened it solemnly. He didn't want to damage something so beautiful, even if it was just a door. I'm here, Eric. He stopped, because his mentor was not in the dining room. In fact, it would be empty, if it weren't for a strange old man who was sitting, smoking a thin pipe, with a pointed gray hat on the table, and a long cane resting on his shoulder. He wondered who it would be. It was the first time he had seen him in Rivendell. I'm sorry, haven't you seen Aragorn? He asked timidly. The old man watched him with his deep, dark eyes as he blew out a few rings of smoke, the pipe held between his fingers. Ari felt uncomfortable under this scrutiny. It was like being in front of Dumbledore. He left because he had some business to attend to. He left, Harry exclaimed, scared that Aragorn had gone on another adventure and had not taken him. Where to? Don't worry, he's still in Rivendell, only some visitors arrived that he wanted to see. It must be this Gandalf, Harry thought. I see that you're already out of bed, he said, surprising Harry and scrutinizing him with his eyes. Why don't you eat something while you wait for him? He said, pointing to the delicacies that were on the elven table. You must be dying of hunger. Harry just saw the food, perceived its exquisite and intoxicating aroma, feeling his stomach begin to complain. So he approached the table and sat timidly next to the old man. Who are you? Harry asked as he helped himself to a little bit of everything. The question would be, who are you? He asked. He wanted to verify the story that he had been told by the young man. You are not an elf. But it seems that you live here. You are a man, but you are not old enough to leave the house and go on trips. Your parents are surely worried about you. He had intentionally included the boy's parents. He knew from Aragorn that this topic was a possible way to open the flow. Harry thought for a moment, savoring the delicious bread with a little cheese. I don't have parents, they're dead, he said, trying to sound as casual as possible. And my name is Harry Potter. Strange name, and I'm sorry about your parents. You can call me Azelahan, if you like better. The elves gave it to me, surely because of those keen green eyes. And then putting some meat in his mouth, he said, my name is Gandalf. Harry dropped the bread and almost choked on the bite he had in his mouth. Be careful, Harry, he said while patting the boy on his back. We don't want the young ranger to die. Gandalf, Harry finally exclaimed. Gandalf, of course, he said between laughs. Were you expecting someone else? Although they also call me Mithrandir. Lord, is it true that you are a magician? He asked like a little child. The hobbits told me so many things about you. I am a magician. But the important thing is to know if you are too, he said, changing to a more serious tone. They reached my ears, some, he said with his eyes shining. Interesting questions about a strange young man who was under Aragorn's protection. I thought I didn't know who he was, Harry said somewhat suspiciously. Sorry, I wanted you to be the one to say his name and get rid of assumptions. Assumptions only bring confusion. Remember that Azelahan. I imagine they told him everything about me, he said, finding the decorated mural on the ceiling very interesting. That's right, placing his eyes on Harry's rod. But I would like to know it from you. Harry looked at him. It is always more interesting to know the story from the mouth of the protagonist. Harry looked at the strange wizard. He reminded him of Professor Dumbledore, and this made him trust him. On the magician's forehead you could see the wrinkles that only experience brings. His dark eyes denoted wisdom, and his serene face, the confidence of a friend. He would be the first wizard he met in this strange world called Middle-earth. What prophecy weighs on your shoulders, Harry? Asked the old man, thus taking the young man out of his thoughts. He knew that the young man was studying him, as if measuring the possibilities of trusting him with his secrets, but he decided that it had been enough, since he did not have much time. Now that Saruman had betrayed them, the power of this boy could help them. Perhaps he had been sent by the gods of Valinor. He still did not know, but he had to find out as soon as possible if the boy was trustworthy. The war against the Dark Lord was approaching, and it was necessary to get more allies. Excuse me, Harry stammered. The color had drained from his face, and his lips were trembling. How did he know about the prophecy? I hadn't told anyone. Because, why did I know? How do you know? How do you know about the prophecy? Who are you? Shouted the young man, visibly upset, standing next to the magician, and observing him with eyes that shone intensely. Calm down, Harry, he told him while observing his reaction. He had stepped on quite delicate ground, and if he didn't watch where he stepped, he would explode the bomb, and lose the young wizard's trust. However, a strange glow crossed his eyes. Reply. Harry made a quick movement, almost imperceptible to Gandalf's eyes. But he saw how the boy unsheathed the strange wooden staff and pointed it directly at his heart. You don't need to act like this, Harry, we can talk calmly, and with one fluid movement he stood up, holding his cane. Too fast for an old man. Both magicians stood face to face, each with their strange weapon firmly gripped in their hands. They both had a determined expression on their faces, but Harry, being younger and inexperienced, was letting himself get carried away by the anger he felt. How was it possible that that old man knew about the prophecy? Maybe it was all a deception, and he was still dreaming. And the person in front of him was Voldemort. Gandalf, for his part, observed the young man. Why was he so defensive about the prophecy? This looked interesting. APS that was why Aragorn had welcomed him so warmly, being himself a man with a written destiny. Stupefy! Harry shouted, and immediately a red light came out of his wand at great speed in the direction of the wizard Gandalf, who, despite being surprised by this, did not show it and acting quickly took his staff and turned it at the moment the beam was going towards him, causing it to bounce as if it were a tennis ball, and returned much faster to the boy, who, using his polished Quidditch reflexes, evaded it, doing a pirouette over the floor. But Gandalf conjured Harry's wand, tearing it from his hands, as if it were made of metal, and he had a powerful magnet that pulled it with force, just as Saruman had done with his staff, when he had taken him prisoner. Harry stood still in a defensive position. That old man had returned his own magic and had ripped out his staff. He shouldn't have taken it lightly. Damn, how would you attack him now? He could use the sword, but he had left it in the room. Damn, I think that's enough. Harry, and after this he prepared to attack Harry again. I can't lose. Can't. Harry, in his desperation, shouted, Accio wand, and to his surprise, the wand flew straight into his hands, whizzing through the air at the speed at which it was going. When he touched Harry's hand, he was surprised, and this is why he did not realize that Gandalf had used his magic and drained him of his energy, leaving him without the strength to continue fighting. Harry fell exhausted to the ground, breathing heavily, as if he had just run hundreds of miles. The warm, salty sweat rolled down his face, furrowing it and leaving its wet paths on the brown skin. I think that now we can have a calm talk, Azelahan, he said as he brought him a glass of delicious and fresh fruit water. Harry looked at him suspiciously, but then he picked up the glass and gave it to him. You will say, he said with a hoarse voice. You were never given a dream without also being given the power to make it true. Richard Bach. Harry Potter, the 10th member of the Aoi. Woo. Harry Potter belongs to the beloved Joe Rowling, and The Lord of the Rings to Tolkien. Since Circe does not have the talent to create those magnificent works XDD. Circe. Not thank you, you don't know how your words fill me, Cammy. Poor Circe Aoi, don't be so hard on her. Circe. Ooh, what are you doing here? By the way, she is Cammy you. Cammy. I was just passing by to say hello. Aoi. Don't defend this attempted writer, filing her nails. But you can have pity. Circe. Not what attempt as a writer. Ease of Cork Oak Aoi. Not what did you call me? Cammy. You, Circe. Not Black Widow. Aoi. TT, don't tell me like that, it's not my fault. Not Leech. Circe. That's it, no one calls me that and survives. She throws herself at Aoi's neck. Aoi. Release me. Aggressive. Hitting her with his huge nail file. Die. Muahahaha. Sarah Phoenix Black. TT, thanks, I'm sorry about mate too. Yes, I love Mithrandir more, I don't know. It sounds more beautiful and it inspires mystery and wisdom. Wah, yes, the serious thing seemed great to me. When Harry is hugging him and he's all happy, they turn it very ugly. TT, poor Remus. Sniff. Sniff, but Voldy is bad to the core. Did you like the scene between Harry and Gandalf? Excellent. I didn't know if it would be very well accepted, but I always wanted to put a confrontation between those two. Dorian Crow. Hello, it's good that you liked it, and yes, I will make comparisons with Frodo and Harry, and also with Aragorn. it seems to me that each one has their burden and in that they are similar. Regarding Ron and Hermione, they won't come out much, well, at least not for now, although I am working on them. Thanks for the comments and reading this story. Mimey Malfoy. Hello, how long? Of course I miss you. Miss Malfoy's comments are always well received. XDDD yes, even though Harry is powerful he can't beat the Gandalf's years of experience, plus he must learn to see. That youthful temper. XDDD everyone is worried about the child's mental health. And regarding whether he is going to stay throughout the war, well. Lily Potter. You hello Mrs. Potter. I hope you don't mind how I'm making your little one suffer, and shouldn't you be more faithful? That is, what I would give to have a man like James loving me and doing crazy things to want to go out with me. XDD okay. Here are the long-awaited twins. Your brother's things. Why I don't know what the hell you're talking about. My sister doesn't write you. What is your brother turning you into? If you are a girl who knew the word discretion. See now. You sorry for the wait. How are you? I'm really sorry I'm late. Again, but it's getting more complicated. Because I've reorganized my ideas, I have to think more carefully. But let's go to the chappy. I hope you like it. By the way, to all those who have read the book, you will notice that Elrond's twins come out earlier than the book says. I put this way so that Harry would have time to interact more with them. But let's go read it. Something else. Alison Black, countrywoman. This chapter is dedicated to you. In gratitude for the dictionaries you sent me. Why not? Here comes the cute elfie named Legolas. Enjoy it. Harry Potter in Middle-earth Chapter 9. Harry Potter, the 10th member of the Fellowship of the Ring. I think that now we can have a calm talk. Azelahen, he said as he brought him a glass of delicious and fresh fruit water. Harry looked at him suspiciously, but then he picked up the glass and gave it to him. You will say, he said with a hoarse voice. Both magicians studied each other carefully. Gandalf looked at the young man with amusement. He realized that the boy would be of great use in a battle, and for some reason, perhaps the prophecy. He reminded him of Aragorn. Harry had his green eyes fixed on Gandalf, both shining with strength and excitement. That wizard had beaten him. Well, not that he was too surprised. If he had previously thought that Gandalf had a certain Dumbledore air, and Albus was a very powerful wizard. Harry, I am not here as an enemy, I have come to try to help you, he said, watching him from his comfortable chair, and if you will let me explain the prophecy to you. He brought his face a little closer to Harry, as if he were going to reveal a secret. I saw your dream. Harry was surprised. He didn't just know about the prophecy anymore, but he had seen Voldemort's gift. The inert bodies of his friends, the blood, his fear, and him as a murderer. He felt anger flooding through him again. This man was definitely like him. Headmaster of Hogwarts, busybodies, and always talking to you as if they knew everything about you, and feeling like they had the right to arrange your life. Plan it to their liking and whim. Why don't you tell me this prophecy? Gandalf spoke in a friendly tone. Maybe I can advise you a little on it. And what do you want me to tell you? He aid with a harsh tone. That I am condemned to be a murderer or die murdered, I blurt out, raising my voice a little more with each word. That my parents died because of me. That I am the murderer of my second father. That I put everyone around me in danger. What do you want me to tell you? He said, on the verge of tears, but without ever showing weakness but rather courage, anger. It's always the same. I'm sick of all this. In the Muggle world I can't make friends, because they look at me as an unbalanced person who goes to a school for criminal children. And in the magical world they keep seeing me as a tragic hero. I'm sick of everything. Why can't I be a normal boy? Because. He hugged his knees, his body was trembling and tears had begun to come out of his eyes. I Saint want you to leave me alone. I want to be able to sleep without having Voldemort playing with my mind. I want to be able to go out to eat an ice cream with my friends without anyone pointing me out. I want to be free of this prophecy that tells me I am the only one who can put an end to that monster or be killed trying. I wish Sirius were alive, he finished in a sad tone as the smiling face of his beloved godfather came to your mind. Gandalf looked at the boy. He wasn't lost, just hurt by the life he had led until now. If only he could know the young man's entire life, he would understand why he felt this way. And he would understand him. However, Now that he had revealed some of the prophecy to him, he could see that the young Potter had an enormous weight on his shoulders, and for a brief moment Frodo Baggins appeared in his mind, with a wistful face and the single ring around his thin white neck. "Harry," he said, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, "it is not easy to be a shooting star, which illuminates the entire sky in its path, shining above the other stars that are fixed points on the mantle." The boy raised his eyes and looked at him sadly. "And you must always remember, Harry, that with great power comes great responsibility." Author. Yes, I know I pirated it from Spider-Man, but I have always adored that phrase. I know it's hard to take charge of your destiny. Throughout my years and walks through Middle-earth, I have met people who fear the destiny that has befallen them, but I also know that if they flee from it, people get hurt, because destiny is a fleeting arrow, capable of destroying everything in its path in order to reach its prey. But also think about what would happen if you ignored your destiny. How many people would get hurt? Harry looked at him with eyes red from crying, and also shiny from tears. Gandalf was a wise man, and Harry could feel the truth in his words. He knew he was right, but he couldn't help but feel scared. Don't worry, you can stay between us while fear leaves you," he said, as if reading the mind of the boy with the strange scar. Harry nodded, and after rubbing his eyes with the sleeves of his elven shirt, he stood up and sheathed his wand. "How is Frodo?" he asked, to change the direction of the conversation and find out news about the small, quiet hobbit. "He is now out of danger. Lord Elrond has helped him with his arts," and added, "he is a very wise elf and possesses the arts of healing as well as the gift of seeing the future." Harry was surprised at this statement. Lord Elrond, a seer. Without being able to avoid it, images of the teacher came to his mind. Sybil Trelawney, and for a brief moment, her mind began to wander and she imagined the wise elf Elrond sitting in front of a crystal ball, with elongated glasses that made his eyes look much larger than they were, with hundreds of strange necklaces around his neck, and with his hands full of rings and bracelets of different colors. He shook his head. That had been pretty strange, but funny. Gandalf noticed how a smile had settled on the lips of the raven-haired young man. "I learned that the Lady Arwen has been giving you classes in elven medicine. And from her lips I know that you are a wonderful student. Also, Aragorn has been training you in the art of the sword, and I know from the little hobbits that you fight very well. You defended them magnificently against the Nazgul at Wintop. How do you know all that?" Harry asked. "Let's say I have the gift of reading people's minds." Author. I'm not 100% sure that's the case. But in the book you find out everything that happened to the hobbits before they arrived in Rivendell by reading Frodo's mind, while he was sleeping. "Oh. Look at the time, I must return to R.L. Ittlebearer's side." And getting up he takes his hat and his long magic staff. "See you later, Harry Potter." He put on his hat and walked towards the door, but before leaving through it, "I must add that you defend yourself quite well for a 16-year-old boy," and I added, "but you lack control over your emotions." After this he left through the door. Red eyes shone maliciously and then got lost in the blackness of the magical stone. Saruman curled his lips into a crooked smile, while one of his hands caressed his long, white beard. "I had just had one of the most interesting talks. Yes, even more interesting than one with the great Sauron, since he only limited himself to giving him orders. Instead, this wizard had given him information. Well, it was really an exchange of information, since Saruman had also contributed not only this Voldemort guy. It had been like putting together a complicated puzzle, each one of them contributing a part of it, and then recreating the missing pieces to fit perfectly between those already owned. It was true that now the image was more definable, but there were still many loose pieces, and both of them would be in charge of putting them together to finish putting it together. I take a small black silk cloak and place it on the Palantir, covering her completely with it. Of course he planned to report this to the great Sauron, but before doing he wanted to give his brain time to finish assimilating the information and what it meant along with its worth. If everything was as he believed it, this strange dark wizard opened a world of possibilities. Voldemort would be useful to Saruman, and vice versa. A cold laugh left his throat, filling the silent room. Harry Potter, how I wanted to meet him. On the one hand, he didn't believe that a brat had that much power. On the other, if it was true and he was with that old man, it could mean trouble. He began to walk out of the room, his brain ruminating on the idea that this Voldemort had said. He licked his upper lip. Very soon the One Ring would be in his possession. Harry had left the warmth and tranquility of the elven dining room where he had faced one of the most powerful wizards in Middle-earth. He walked through the hallways, turning over thousands of issues that were going through his disturbed mind. He felt like his head was spinning. He felt like he was going to go crazy. Voldemort's attacks on his mind were becoming more painful and terrible, and that monster enjoyed torturing him with his most feared nightmare, becoming a murderer. Not only that, now, Gandalf knew the prophecy. He didn't want Aragorn to find out about it. What would he think of him? Aside from all that, he still wondered how the hell the wand had gotten into his hand. It was true that when the Dementors attacked him last summer, he had conjured a Lumos out of the desperation of wanting light to find his wand, and the strange thing was that despite not being in his hand, the tip of it had lit up. At that moment he didn't give it any importance, and who would when you're fighting for your life? He ran a hand through his black hair, combing back the long, mischievous raven strands that had settled over his eyes, giving him a more somber look. Curse. It was in those moments that he regretted having looked into Snape's pensieve. But he couldn't help it, his damn curiosity always got worst of him, and he ended up getting into trouble. He stopped, resting the weight of his body on a long, white column, his back resting on it, as well as his head. He should start practicing occlumency himself. Perhaps the wizard Gandalf could help him. After all, he had told him he could read minds. "There you are," shouted a familiar voice. Harry turned his face, observing that person. "Aragorn, I'm sorry, I forgot that I would see you in the dining room," he said, starting to blush with embarrassment. "I met Gandalf and—" "Have you met him yet?" he exclaimed, interrupting his protégé. "Ah, what a bad luck. I wanted to be the one to introduce them," he said, approaching Harry. "Well, that doesn't matter now," he said with a big smile. "Azelahan, I want you to meet someone," he said as he stepped aside to leave the boy's field of vision more open so that he could see a person who was behind him. "He introduced you to Elodin, son of Lord Elrond and brother of Arwen." Harry detached himself from the column and stood properly, facing the new elf. His green eyes looked at Elodin, and he could see her resemblance to Lady Arwen. Elodin had beautiful, brilliant gray eyes that seemed to contain all the majesty of shining stars. In them was wisdom and experience. He had long dark brown hair, which could pass for black in the shadows and look color of wood under the unwavering sun. His skin was white, smooth, free of all impurities and defects. The clothes he wore revealed a pair of white arms in which one could see that he was an accomplished warrior. A long sword rested on his hips, and a bow hung from his back along with a quiver full of arrows. "My pleasure," Harry said, extending his arm. "The pleasure is mine." He did the same as Harry, except that it surprised the young man since it was not a handshake, but Elodin closed his hand on Harry's wrist, and Harry then did the same, giving him a smile. "Author, I hope you understand how that is. Aoi. She is terrible at describing Cammy. I say she does it well. You know, when instead of holding hands, you hold your wrists, you can do it yourself, only each one of his hands closes on the wrist of the other. Aragorn tells wonderful things about you," I added, smiling. "Elodin will stay a few days in Rivendell. He is with the Rangers, and I had to leave the Dinnan room because I had to ask him for news of my men," Aragorn said. "Aragorn, I would love to say hello to my sister. Do you know where she is?" Elodin asked. "Yes, but right now I was going to Gandalf." He paused and then turned to Harry. "But Azelahan can take you to her," and he added, turning to Harry. "Arwen is in the room where she taught you. Could you take him?" "Of course," addressing Elodin. "Follow me, please. We'll see you." Aragorn, he waved his hand and stood next to Harry. "I'll follow you, Azelahan." Elf and young Astari walked side by side. Harry looked askance at his companion. He had previously noticed the beauty of elves, something that stood out in the Lady Arwen, but he never imagined finding it in a male elf. "Author. No. This is not a slash. Aoi. Muahaha, suffer. Harry ends up in Draco's arms." Elodin continued walking, following his young guide as he studied him. He would soon become a man, a handsome man, and if Aragorn had told him was true. He doubted that he would have lied to him as well as a great warrior. Although he seemed somewhat short for his age. He shrugged. It would grow. He remembered that men stopped growing at 22 years of age. Still, he could see why he had been named Azelahan. He smiled. His sister must have given him that name because of the boy's eyes, a very strange green. Azelahan, the elf finally spoke. Aragorn has told me that you are a good swordsman. Nothing like that, he said, visibly blushing. I'm just getting started. The elf was going to say something, but the words from his mouth were cut off by the call of a female voice. Elladan, Arwen shouted, while her long hair was blown by the force of the wind. Arwen, the elf exclaimed, with surprise and happiness filling his voice. Soon Harry and Elladan reached the Lady of Rivendell, and she, despite not being customary among the elves, threw herself into her brother's arms, hugging him tightly while a big smile flooded her face. I'm so glad to see you, Arwen said after separating. I didn't know you would come. Why didn't you tell us? We would have received you in a more appropriate way. It doesn't matter. It was something unexpected, Elladan said. Besides that, I don't plan to stay for many days. I must return to the Rangers. A little of his sister's happiness faded. It's because of Sauron, isn't it? Yes, but let's not talk about that now. I have met Aragorn and he has asked this young ranger to show me where you were, he said, pointing at Harry with his arm outstretched. Oh, Harry, I'm sorry for not greeting you, but I was delighted by the presence of my rarely seen brother. It doesn't matter, Harry said with a big smile. I see that you two have a lot to talk about. So I'm leaving. Thank you for being my guide, Azelahan. I hope we meet more during my stay at my father's house. Me too, Harry waved his hand, and after smiling at them he left. An elf walked through the halls of Rivendell. An elf identical to the one Harry had left in Arwen's hands. He seemed confused, like lost in this big house. He turned his head, looking carefully at each hallway and listening to every sound that could come from them. He shook his head in defeat and rested the weight of his body on one of the walls of the hallway where he was. But immediately straightened up when he remembered that where he had leaned was a large and beautiful mural, so after going to the opposite wall and verifying that there was nothing on that wall, he leaned against it. Sighing defeated. Brother, where are you? He said, closing his eyes for a moment, but his thin, pointed ears captured a sound that put the elf on alert. Standing up, he fixed his eyes on the right side of the hallway, fervently waiting for the owner of those steps to appear in his field of vision. The seconds seemed like minutes. It seemed like the footsteps would never get closer. Soon, the figure of a young man was seen. He walked with his head towards the floor, as if meditating. The elf did not know if it would be a good idea to get the young man out of his thoughts. But when he remembered his situation, he thought it would be best. Excuse me, he spoke in the common language, thus attracting the attention of the young man, who raised his head to see the new interlocutor. A pair of green eyes revealed themselves to the strange elf, a green he had never seen in his life. The look with which the young man received him was serious, even icy, but when he saw who the elf in front of him was, he softened, breaking into a small smile. I thought you didn't speak the common language. I speak, leaving aside the speech of the elves, and Arwen. Did you leave him so soon? Do you know my sister? He asked, surprised that this strange young man spoke to him with such familiarity, not that it would bother him. Do you know where it is? Could you take me to her? Harry looked at him surprised. Could it be that he forgot so soon when he left him with her? Did this elf suffer from some strange illness? Sorry for the direct question, but don't you feel bad? Aren't you tired from the trip? Don't you think it should be better if I took you to a room so you could lie down for a while? Sick. What was happening to this mortal? Didn't you know that it's practically impossible for an elf to get sick? Especially one that is descended from the Noldor and the Sindar, and from the noble houses of Hador and Beor. This guy should be delirious. Maybe a little fever. He looked at the boy. He looked perfectly normal. A smooth, flawless brown skin, undoubtedly the effect of living among elves. A fresh and attractive face, on which shone a pair of beautiful and dazzling green gems. Of a strange but beautiful and radiant green color. The pale blue clothes he wore had been woven by elves, covering the slim, athletic body of a warrior, or warrior's apprentice, so Nothing that could not go unnoticed by the excellent eye of an elf with his experience and age. But his eyes also noticed that under the loose shirt you could see a belt with a small sheath. What did that sheath protect? I ignored it. I don't know what you're talking about, he said in a serious manner and leaving the exam, and I suppose that living among elves you should already know that we never get sick, and then he added thoughtfully to himself, although I had never seen him before. Sorry, said a blushing Harry, I didn't mean to offend you, and with regards to living among elves, yes I do, for now. However, I've only been in this house for a little over a month. Apology accepted, but if you know where my sister is, I ask you to take me to her. There was a moment of silence. But I've already taken you to her, Harry said slowly as if he were speaking to a 5-year-old child. The young elf looked at him for a few moments, as if trying to figure out if this young man was kidding him. There's no point, he said sighing. Apparently you suffer from some illness. He approached him and placed a hand on his forehead, checking his body temperature. You don't have a fever. Harry looked at the elf, thinking that it was he who was sick and not Harry, and that he did not have to treat him this way, even though he was the son of Lord Elrond and brother of the Lady Arwen. Harry was about to say something, but footsteps approaching and the sudden sound of a voice prevented his lips from releasing the words that had formed in them. Elro here, Aragorn shouted, walking next to Gandalf, who soon arrived where the two men were. It is wonderful to see you, although it was expected. You and Elodin are never separated. Harry looked at the two men, well, the man and the Astari. For his part, Mithrandir watched him with an amused gleam in his eyes. I know, I add with a smile, I was just asking this young man to take me to where my sister was, but he just says incoherent things. Inconsistencies, Harry exclaimed, feeling offended, and with a crimson tone flooding his cheeks, because now he understood the situation when he heard how Aragorn had called the elf and when he had mentioned something about a brother and a sister. If they had told me before that Elodin had a brother, none of this would have happened, he said, somewhat annoyed. The three adults, realizing the situation the young man was in and what he had been believing, began to laugh out loud. Did you think I was my brother? The beautiful elf manages to ask between laughs. It is not his fault. Sigh. Aragorn, it is well known that Elodin and Elrohir are as similar as 2 drops of water and that it is difficult to discern between them unless you know them perfectly. Excuse me, said Elrohir, it was also my fault for not introducing myself correctly, and I added after a pause, my name is Elrohir. I am the brother of Arwen and Elodin, the latter's twin. He ended by extending his arm. Rai Potter taking the arm that Elrohir offered him, in the same way he had greeted Elodin, or if you prefer you can call me Azelahen. A pleasure. The next 3 days passed quickly, and best of all, he didn't have a single visit from Voldemort, as if he had forgotten about him or was planning something. Harry prayed it would be the first. During the 3 days, Harry met Arwen's twin brothers, and learned that they were Aragorn's adventure companions. The twins taught Harry a few combat techniques and helped him in his training. Of course, just like with Aragorn, Harry couldn't beat them, but, according to the twins, he held his own very well. A little practice and experience of real battles would help you a lot. The twins reminded him a lot of the Weasley twins. The two pairs were very close, and did not need words to communicate their feelings and needs. He wondered if it was same with all twins, brothers. And for a moment he felt a little envious. How he would have loved to have a brother. He no longer asked for a twin, but for a brother who understood him without need to talk, someone who knew the worst about him and still accepted it. He felt a pang in his heart. There was Sirius. Do you remember? Sirius. He had been more of a second father than a brother, well, maybe an older brother. No, he quickly ruled out that possibility when comparing Sirius' behavior with him and the behavior of the Weasley brothers. He growled tiredly. He needed to do something to get those thoughts out of his head. I walked absent-mindedly through the corridors of Rivendell. During those days, he had also found out what happened to the twins' mother, Arwen's mother. And I understood his terrible hatred of orcs. During a journey to Lorien, the beautiful Celebriando, daughter of the Lady Galadriel, had been captured by orcs and tortured in their lair. Elodin and Elrohir rode to rescue her. However, when they arrived, her mother had already received a poisoned wound, and although her father managed to save her from the clutches of death, The following year he left for the Undying Lands, leaving Middle-earth forever. Even though the mother was not dead and they would see her again, Rai could understand the loss of the twins, or so he imagined, since losing your mother at 1 year of age is not the same as after living with her for centuries. And because of what the orcs did to their mother, the twins hated them unbearably, continually riding with the Dundane of the North, the Rangers, against those horrible creatures that were once elves. Soon soft, joyful laughter caught his attention. He raised his green eyes to look a little further ahead at the group of hobbits who were chatting happily in his direction. And then, his eyes focused on one figure in particular. Frodo Baggins was awake at last, and on his feet, walking happily and listening to everything his friends had to tell him. "Merry, Pippin," he shouted, waving his hand, and once he had captured the attention of the little hobbits he ran towards them. "Frodo, no. You know how glad I am that you've already woken up," he said with a smile installed on his soft lips. Frodo remained silent for a moment, observing the young ranger. The words of his friends still sounded in his head. Harry Potter, known as Azelahan, was an Astari, a young Astari, and together with Aragorn he had fought against the Nazgul to save him and his friends. In addition to the fact that he was the one who risked his life by riding Glorfindel's white horse, to take it quickly to Rivendell, being chased by the Nine and the danger they represented. "Thank you," the hobbit with big, beautiful blue eyes said with a small voice. "Thanks to you the elf Elrond was able to help me," looking directly into Harry's green eyes. "And Bako. Say of this I was able to bring the ring to Rivendell alive. You and Aragorn helped us a lot during the journey. I'm sorry for having doubted you before." Harry gave her a sweet smile as he shook his head. "It's not necessary. It was a pleasure, plus we had a lot of fun during the trip, and I add when I saw the alarm that had been installed on the hobbits' faces, of course without counting the bad times." "Well," Merry spoke, "what do you think if we go to the party?" "Party?" asked a confused Harry. "The party that the elves will give in honor of Mr. Frodo," said Sam. "Didn't you hear the bell that summoned us all to the dining room?" "Bell?" Harry put a hand to his dark hair. He must have been too absorbed in his thoughts, and that's why he didn't listen to her. "Come on," he said, "I can serve as your guide in this enormous house." As they walked towards the great dining room where the party would take place, Frodo cast furtive glances at Harry and opened his mouth to say something, but immediately closed it and stared straight ahead. To cast furtive glances at Harry again. Harry, standing next to the small bearer, turned his eyes and looked at him. "What's happening?" I asked him kindly as he continued walking. He had noticed that little Mr. Baggins was looking at him as if hesitating, not knowing whether to talk to him or not. "I don't bite. You know," he said with a smile. When Frodo saw him smile, he realized that he was an attractive young man. Of course, his beauty was not compared to that of the elves, but on the other hand, what man was as beautiful as the elves? There was something about those young features that told her she could trust him, plus the age in his eyes surpassed the age his body showed. "Where are you from? Have you lived long among the elves?" he finally decided to ask while playing with his fingers. "Hey," I demand indignantly, "why do you stop like this, Azelahan? Don't you see that incidents can happen?" "Well, Pip, considering that you should watch where you walk. I think it's not entirely Azelahan's fault," said Merry, wanting to annoy his cousin. "Ha, ha, ha, very funny, Merry. Help me get up. I haven't been living among elves for long," said Harry, and he hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to tell his little friends where he was from. "I'm not from here, that is, I come from very far away," he said without looking. Frodo's eyes, which was not very difficult since he was much taller than him. "Oh," said Frodo, "I heard you are an Astari," he said after a silence like Gandalf. Yeah, well, I'm not as good as him." "What not?" Merry and Pippin exclaimed in unison. "We saw you fight those nasty creatures at Windtop," said Merry. "Yes, and it was great," said Pippin like a little child. Harry felt the color rise to his face, and he laughed nervously. "The way you burned them," said Pippin, pretending to have a wand in his hand. "And the sword. Don't forget the sword, Pip," said Merry. "Honestly, Azelahan, if he's not powerful, then I can't imagine what Gandalf could be like," said Sam, infected by the emotion of the other two and making Frodo smile, who was looking amused at the way the three hobbits were behaving. "A little demonstration wouldn't be bad," suggested Frodo. Harry was going to give a resounding no, but seeing how the faces of the hobbits lit up, as if they were little children, he didn't have the heart to do it. Remembering that when he himself had been a child, he would have given anything to see magic, even unreal magic from a Muggle wizard. The Dursleys had never taken him to a magic performance. She's okay. And he added quickly, it will be a small one. He immediately took out the wand from its holster and pointed it at Sam, who he broke out in a cold sweat as he remembered what happened when Frodo was wounded, and Harry's malicious smile with his eyes shining as if he were about to do some mischief. Even the other hobbits held their breath, and Frodo was about to ask Harry to stop, but Wingardium Leviosa. At the end of the words, Sam began to float and laugh, feeling how Harry's magic was walking through his body, sending him pleasant sensations and tickling him, traveling through every corner of his small, chubby body as if they were hundreds and thousands of small feathers. The three hobbits watched smiling as Sam began to fly in the directions in which Harry moved his incredible wand, making them laugh happily. With Pippin so excited that he had begun to clap his hands and jump in his place. Harry smiled, a natural and sincere smile. The hobbits looked like children, and whenever he was around them, a positive energy filled him. They were admirable creatures, who were happy with the simplest things in life, but they could also be surprising, as courage, loyalty, trust, friendship and kindness were found within them in great quantities. At last Sam's woolly feet touched the ground. That was great, exclaimed Merry and Pippin. The mischievous pair reminded him of Fred and George, and he wondered what terrible disasters the four of them could cause if the four of them were together, under the same roof, be it Rivendell or Hogwarts. I think we've already lost count of time, said Harry. If we don't hurry, the guest of honor, pointing to Frodo, will never make it to his own party, and we don't want to disappoint the organizers and guests, right? They resumed their journey towards the dining room. However, the atmosphere that surrounded them felt different. After that little prank, if the hobbits had any doubts about the young man Potter, these were dispelled, and they knew they could openly trust him, the young Astari Ranger. The party passed fleetingly, like everything you enjoy. Harry felt very happy and had the opportunity to meet the famous dwarves, the enemies of the elves. Although in this case it seemed that the differences had been forgotten, since a greater evil afflicted the free peoples of Middle-earth. They also told him about the famous journey of Mr. Bilbo Baggins, and he met one of his traveling companions, author. Here I am referring to the book The Hobbit, Mr. Gloin, who was at the party with his son. After tasting the delicious delicacies, all the guests were taken to a huge and comforting room called the Fire Room. A place where you would listen to songs and stories presented by the guests themselves. All that was needed was the imagination to create the story, time to put it together perfectly, and, above all, the guts to present it to the crowd, who were mostly elves and therefore used to hearing beautiful things. As in the Hall of Fire that Bilbo and Frodo were reunited. And where Bilbo presented Harry as a friend to Frodo. Of course, it goes without saying that the young hobbit already knew him and that Bilbo knew this. But he did it because Frodo did not know that the little ranger was a friend of his. The night continued with the telling of interesting stories, but, just as Gandalf had said, you can tend to them as long as you manage to stay awake, and Harry, accustomed to sleeping at a fixed time when he was in Rivendell, soon felt his eyelids closing on their own, heavy with the sleep that claimed him. He discreetly left this room and began walking through the corridors of Rivendell, determined to reach his room and lie down on the bed as soon as he arrived. As he passed near one of the windows, he saw Arwen walking side by side with Aragorn. He doesn't know why he did it, but he just decided to follow them. So he left the house and began to walk the same path that he had seen them travel, but he did not see them again. Defeated, he decided to return to the house, and go to his room following the original plan. But some voices reached his ears, and it was through them that he found them. Face to face, exhaling lovers' airs, on one of the small bridges of Amaldris, hidden between bushes and large trees. Harry watched them carefully, hiding behind a huge tree. He had perfect vision, and every word the lovers said to each other reached his ears. Renek I Beth I Pennon. Do you remember what I told you? Asked the soft voice of the Lady of Imladris. You said you would bind yourself to me, renouncing the immortality of your people, Aragorn replied. And I stand by that. I preferred to share a life with you than face all the ages of the world alone. There was a moment of silence. I choose a mortal life. Hearing these words, Harry leaned all his weight on the tree. He knew that Aragorn and Arwen loved each other, but when he saw them together he couldn't help but wonder what would happen to the elf when Aragorn, being mortal, died. His heart sank just thinking about it, and he quickly shook that disastrous idea out of his head. But now it must have been a difficult decision for her. Deciding about her family, her people or the man she loved. He got up and began to walk away silently and quickly from the place. A tall man with a beautiful and noble face walked out the dark and deserted halls of Rivendell. She had light hair that reached her shoulders. Author. In the book it is dark but in the movie it is light, because the movie is the best known. I will stick to the appearance of the movie, and gray eyes, with a proud and serious look. He was wearing rich clothes that were worn by the incontinence of time. Apparently he had made a long trip. He seemed worried about something, and was considering each and every one of his options. But some footsteps alerted him, making him stop and look ahead, waiting for the other to soon appear in his field of vision. What was his surprise when he saw a boy of about 15 or 16 years of age appear. He looked worried, as if sad about something. Harry, feeling that someone was watching him, stopped and looked ahead to find that a man dressed in rich clothing was watching him. "Excuse me, who are you?" he said without hiding his curiosity. "Boromir, a man from the south, but who are you? And what are you doing among elves?" he asked as he approached the young man. "My name is Harry Potter," he answered, "but if you prefer you can call me Azelahan, and regarding the second question, I live here at least for now." "Are you here for the council that will be held tomorrow?" Boromir asked him without hesitation. "No, but I was invited by Gandalf, or Mithrandir, however you know him." Boromir was left meditating. He was a boy. Why had he been invited to the council? Well, it didn't matter, at least for now. He looked at the boy and his little boy immediately came to mind. Brother, what would Faramir be doing at that time? He hoped his father wasn't treating him badly. "Are you here alone?" he asked, because the memory of his brother made him become a little interested in the strange young man. "No, Aragorn," he said without noticing the confusion that filled Boromir's noble features. "Aragorn is my mentor." "Who? Ah," Azelahan said, a voice, making the two forget their talk. "It's good that I found you. It was Gandalf who was approaching. You should be in bed." Boy approaching the green-eyed young man. "Or tomorrow you won't be able to attend the Council of Elrond, and we don't want that, right?" "No, of course not," said Harry, who was wondering why he seemed so insistent that he go to sleep. Did he not want him to talk to Boromir? "Good night, Boromir, I hope to see you tomorrow." Boromir bowed his head. "Good night." Sir Harry said goodbye to Gandalf as he would have said goodbye to Dumbledore. As soon as the young man left, Gandalf gave a great sigh. He had arrived just in time to stop the boy from revealing Aragorn's identity to the son of the Seneschal of Gondor. "Mithrandir, this is Boromir. What does this mean?" The boy mentioned Aragorn. "Everything in its time, Boromir. Everything in its time." And he added, "Now I recommend that you also go to sleep. Tomorrow all your senses have to be alert." Boromir looked at Gandalf suspiciously, but then he turned around and headed to his room, ready to have all his doubts clarified tomorrow. The wind was blowing strongly, with the clear autumn light shining over the valley. The bubbling sound of the river reached his ears, just like the singing of birds. And how could he not do it if he was sitting in a strange room, which was on a terrace just above the river that had saved his life from the Nazgul? Head of the council, because that was what it was. A council, where the fate of the single ring would be decided. Glorfindel was sitting next to Elrond, along with other elves who represented the advisors of the House of Elrond. There were also the dwarves, Gloin among them, sitting next to his son Gimli, a young dwarf who had all the appearance of being a tough boy, with a huge axe leaning on his short legs. And sitting among some old men, was Boromir, the man of Gondor who overflowed with passion for his kingdom. When his green eyes landed on the latter, Boromir inclined his head in greeting as his lips curved into a smile. He was next to Aragorn, sitting in the shade of a corner. His mentor looked gravely serious, meditating. Neither Gandalf nor Frodo had arrived yet, but those present did not seem bothered by the halfling's delay. To tell the truth, it was not yet time for the council, There were only a few minutes left, but the majority were in that room. A strange elf dressed in green and brown caught his attention. He had long blonde hair. They were not like Glorfindel's, which resembled gold, but they were beautiful and easily brushed his back. He had deep, wise blue eyes, eyes that seemed accustomed to peering through darkness and distance. His skin was white as milk, soft, lush, but you could see that he had lived for thousands of years. With these elves you never knew. Aragorn. He approached his mentor's ear. Who is he? Pointing at the elf. I had not seen him before in Rivendell. His name is Legolas Greenleaf and he comes to represent his father, Thranduil, the king of the elves of northern Mirkwood. He has renowned skill with the bow, and added with a smile, so I don't recommend you get in his way. Better than Glorfindel? Asked Harry. Better than any I have ever seen. With this the matter was settled. Legolas, who realized he was being watched by Aragorn and a young man with green eyes, bowed to both of them, and could see the amused gleam in the former's eyes. Everything was so quiet, and with the serene peace that spread over them he felt that he could have a delicious party right there. Now why was he there? Oh yes, Gandalf had insisted, arguing that being an Astari he must begin to care about the good of Middle-earth, wherever he came from. Being an Astari he must fulfill his mission as one, in addition to being a mountain Ear apprentice. He was also involved in this, especially since his master and protector was Aragorn. A few footsteps announced to them that the missing and most important guests would arrive in a flash. Harry could see how those present shifted nervously in their chairs. Gandalf entered, followed by the little bearer, and they took their seats. It was at that moment that all noise stopped. It seemed that even the birds knew that something important was about to be discussed. Strangers from distant lands, friends from the past, have been called here to respond to the threat of Mordor, said Elra. After having introduced everyone present, Middle-earth is at hand. The gates of destruction. No one can escape it, he spoke, passing his eyes over all the guests. You will join, or fall. Each race is tied to this destiny, to this condemnation. Bring the ring to the front, Frodo. Everyone present held their breath, their eyes fixed on that small ring. Harry looked at her carefully. It was the first time I saw the famous One Ring. She didn't see anything in him that could be special, but, without knowing why, her eyes couldn't take off from him, as if she were calling him. Would she be coveting him? Maybe. They had told him that this ring had the power to tempt the living, but they also warned him that the more power the person wearing it had, the more dangerous the ring became. He put a hand to his eyes. Aragorn watched Harry's reaction. The ring was tempting him. And why couldn't it be said? Harry was a boy who had great power, plus he was young. It would be a great opportunity to reach Sauron. But Aragorn trusted the boy, for he also knew that he had a strong mind and that there was nobility in him. He would never touch the ring under his own influence. Boromir. A scream brought Harry back to reality. To feel an evil presence hovering over them while Mithrandir, the wizard, recited some words in a strange language. Ash Naz Durbatulak, Ash Naz Gimbatul, Ash Naz Thraka. Tulak a Burzum Ishi Krimpatul, one ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all and into the darkness. Tie them. When finished, the shadow dissipated, however it did not stop. All the hearts of those present, especially that of the elves, because they were more susceptible to feeling the evil that surrounded them. Never before had anyone mentioned the words of that language in Imladris, said Elrond. Annoyed with what the wizard had said. I do not ask your forgiveness, Lord Elrond, said Gandalf, because the dark speech of Mordor can still be heard in every corner of the West. The ring is entirely evil. Harry observed with surprise that despite Gandalf's words, Boromir continued to insist on wearing the ring, until long has my father, the Seneschal of Gondor, kept Mordor's forces at bay. By the blood of our people their lands are safe. Give Gondor the weapon of the enemy, we must use it against them, Boromir finished saying. And what could a ranger know about this matter? Said Boromir, exuding contempt. He is not just any ranger, said Legolas, standing up. He is Aragorn, son of Arathorn. Aragorn, Boromir murmured as he observed him and his pupil Harry. Is this the heir of Isildur? And heir to the throne of Gondor, Legolas said, gaining Harry's attention. Aragorn, king. I look at him surprised. Wait a minute, if Harry was his protege that meant. He held his breath and felt the paleness wash over him. If he couldn't stand being the boy who lived, the less he could stand being called prince. That suited Malfoy more than him. "Havo Dad. Legolas, sit down," Legolas said Aragorn. Harry watched him. It seemed that Aragorn had been uncomfortable that Legolas would reveal his identity in this way. "Gondor has no king," Boromir said with Conte. "MPT as he walked to his place. Gondor does not need a king." Aragorn lowered his uncomfortable face. He even seemed sad. "Aragorn is right, we cannot use it," said Gandalf. "Then you have only one option," said Elrond. "The ring must be destroyed." The voices began to sound distant, as if they were moving away from him. "Hello Harry," a voice hissed behind him. "Did you miss me?" "Voldemort," Harry said in a whisper. "Look Potter," extending his long, bony finger towards the ring, "isn't it beautiful? It has incredible power. Wouldn't you like to use it? See how it can increase your magic." "Stay away," Harry murmured, taking care that no one heard him. Damn, since when could the monster sneak into his mind while he was awake? "You can't tempt me, but what do you say, if I have only come to visit Ewan," he added as he placed his cold and unpleasant lips on Harry's ear, "to offer you some information." There was a silence in which the two dedicated themselves to listening to Boromir until, "That ring can bring Sirius back. Ready." He had dropped the bomb. We just had to wait to see what the little one would do with the information. "What?" Harry asked, but he knew he had listened carefully. "I already have your attention," I murmured. "Yes Potter, that ring can bring back your dear godfather, who knows, and even your dirty mother and your stupid father." "You are lying. Maybe, or maybe not." Voldemort saw how the mood in the room began to rise. "Well, Harry, I'm leaving. It was a pleasure to see you," and after placing a cold kiss on the boy's pale forehead he disappeared. Harry wanted to yell at him not to leave. For the first time in his life he wanted to hear what Lord Voldemort had to say, but had he given her that precious information without asking for anything in return? No, it should be a trap. Just like in her first year where he promised her that he would revive her parents if she joined him and gave him the Philosopher's Stone. No, lie. It was all a lie. However, he couldn't stop his eyes from caressing the ring from time to time. When he finally returned to the present, he was no longer in a council, but in a place where everyone was shouting at each other, defending their points of view, but not understanding the reasons of the others. His green eyes met blue ones. Frodo seemed to be seeing something, or feeling, and no one seemed to notice the cold sweat running down his face. Harry gave him supportive looks, looks that the Hobbit appreciated. Harry watched as elves, men, dwarves, even Gandalf the wizard argued. A voice rose above the stupid arguments of those present, and Harry's eyes soon located the source of it. "Frodo Baggins, I'll take it," he shouted. "I'll take him." And soon everyone's eyes were on him. Silence once again reigned. "Altho he continued timidly, "I don't know the way to Mordor." Harry looked at him carefully. How was it that someone so small could put himself into the den of the wolf? How did someone so small take this burden on his shoulders? He began to feel ashamed. He, who everyone in the wizarding world trusted to get rid of the Dark Lord, was afraid of his fate, and this little hobbit who didn't have the mag I see he possessed took the heaviest burden. "If with my life or my death I can protect you," said Aragorn's voice, cutting Harry's train of thought and returning him to the present, "I will do so." He stood up from his seat, where he had remained throughout the council. "You have my sword," he said, kneeling before Frodo who was next to Mithrandir, and taking his hand, as if it were his king. "And you have my bow," said the melodious voice of Legolas Greenleaf, standing to Gandalf's left. "And my axe," said Gimli, lifting the dangerous weapon with both hands and raising it a little. Harry watched, as Boromir slowly approached the group of 5 that would be in charge of taking the ring to the fires of the Mountain of Destiny. "You carry the fate of all, little one," he said slowly. "If this is he will of the council, then Gondor will see it done." An excited scream was heard from some bushes and Harry could see Sam running out of them and standing next to his master. "Mr. Frodo doesn't go here without me," he said while crossing his arms, pretending to be a little bodyguard. Harry didn't listen anymore as he was lost in his thoughts again. The fate of all of Middle-earth hung on something so small, a simple ring. And his friends, his new friends, were willing to offer their lives to prevent evil from falling on them. The photograph that Mad-Eye Moody had shown him the summer before his 5th year came to his mind. And when he looked forward he saw not only Frodo, Gandalf, Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli and Sam, but now there were also Merry and young Pippin, and the faces in the photo graph were replaced by theirs, and he could clearly hear Mad-Eye Moody's voice telling him how each one had died. I couldn't allow it. I shouldn't allow it. This time it would not be because he had to do it. No one looked at him with reproachful eyes, but because he wanted to do it, he would protect Frodo no matter what and see that his burden was not so difficult. It doesn't matter, said Pippin's voice. You need intelligence people on this type of mission. Search stuff. Well, that leaves you out, Pip, said Merry, wanting to ruin his little cousin's interesting speech. So said a voice from a corner, causing the 9 to turn their heads towards that place. I will be there to help, little Pippin, said Harry, with his green eyes shining with the emotion he felt at that moment as he approached and fixed his eyes on Frodo's blue ones. I will be there to help you, Harry, Aragorn said, looking at the boy. He couldn't allow him to go. He was only 16 years old, he was very young. He was going to say something against it, but he felt a squeeze on his shoulder. Gandalf. Somehow, he knew that the magician agreed with the young man coming, and that he gave him strength to trust. Harry looked at him, and with a nod and a smile, assured him that everything would be fine. It was at that moment that Aragorn knew the pride that a father feels for his son when he does something that exalts him, and he watched as Harry stood next to him. Elrond and the other members of the council looked on, puffed with pride. 10 companions, he said. Very good. You will be the Fellowship of the Ring. Well, said Pip, where are we going? I know that's 100% of the movie, but I had to put Pippin with his famous phrase that broke the fantastic and heroic charm of the moment. Ah. The good stuff is coming. Namari, Gandalf, Aoi. Attention, attention. I have been appointed spokesperson to inform you that. Kami. Aoi. Interrupting the Blue Muse, I made some gelatin, do you want some? Approaching a container that contained a strange type of water paste. Aoi. Not glancing at the, watery jelly. Not now, I'm saying something important. Kami. Oh, okay, I'll save your portion. Aoi. As I was saying before being interrupted. Ahem. Har. Kami. Hey, do you want it in a cup or on a plate? Watching how the gelatin spread across the smooth and perfect surface of the plate. Interrupting Aoi again. I personally think that one would be better. Aoi. Kami, could you stop interrupting me when I'm announcing that Harry Potter belongs to Rowling and the Lord of the Rings belongs to Tolkien? Threatening her with his long nails and huge nail file. The following happens in extremely and exaggeratedly slow motion. The container slips from Kami's hands and a frightened Aoi sees how it hits her beautiful nails and breaks them. Total silence broken by the hollow sound of the bowl hitting the floor and making a few turns on it and then stopping completely. A hyper-embarrassed Kami watches the scene, while a shocked Aoi raises her nails to her field of vision, then places them on Kami's frightened figure. The following has been cut because we fear it will cause severe trauma to the readers. Lucumbus. Circe blushes, do you really expect me to write for many years? Crocodile tears, thank you. Sniff. I hope so too. I hope that after this chapter you continue thinking the same. Jessie Tonks. Do you think I excelled? He. How cute. I hope you like this chapter too, and well, if Harry falls into temptation muahaha, it's a test he has to overcome alone. Here's the new chapter, I hope you like it. Sarah Phoenix Black. Kami. Hello, isn't it good that I'm here, to boost Cersei's morale? Aoi. Boo. Take her out. XDDD yes, how fun it would be to fly, I loved it ND it kind of served to break the ice between the hobbits and Harry. XDDDD did you jump when Voldy appeared? Well, I didn't think I would have that reaction but I certainly did. Jennifer S. Laneri.